And now I'm unmuted. And I guess we can see each other now.
Look at that.
Welcome to the ICL. We've got SLTC versus the Forbidden Mountain. Oof. And we are joined by Colors Law, Katie, the Lore Keeper's Inn, and Edmund Chu. I think I said that right.
You got it right, Katie.
I know. You got Ed's name right. He got your name. That's a home run. That's a really home run. And here's a little fun fact. That is Queen Anna, something that apparently the team didn't know until, or rather, it's from an emoji game.
We were supposed to just let it slide under and
I
then
just
get
really
rid
think,
of it.
okay.
And she's like, instantly, we've got to talk about the thing we don't like.
I think people who know what it is. I just thought that this team was a big fan of Emoji Blitz. I just thought that they're like, listen, we met playing Disney Emoji Blitz, and then we started talking about Lorcana, and later
one thing led to another, and now we're all just like best friends and.
I just want to share my headcanon of how I thought this came to be. Is they're like, oh my god, you play Disney Emoji Blitz? And then the rest is history. But either way.
Disney Emoji Blitz.
Yeah, it's kind of like Candy
I've
Crush.
never heard of that.
I've only heard of it like when we're like, oh, like we need a new emoji for the Discord, and then somebody just comes up with one, and I'm like, oh, that's so cool. Like you just like all these emojis like on like just unlock like that,
if you will.
Yeah, right, exactly. Ooh.
So
ethically
that'll
sourced
probably
emojis.
be changed for season 2.
Well, season 2's won everything. This is all the dress rehearsal.
Speaking of dress rehearsal, what color does my shirt look like to you? Color is law to you. What color is it?
Violet.
Is it bluish? Yeah, in the realm. Does it match the Forbidden Mountain
Is the
logo
TFM
up there?
blue?
Yeah, it is matching that TFM.
So it's like a purpley-ish.
It is
indigo.
very purple. It is it is like Twitch purple, and it blows my mind because it looks blue. I bought it. I bought a shirt of each ink color, and I'm like, all right, we're gonna go. I got my steel vest on, so I'm amethyst steel today. Like JDC has inspired me.
Is that black?
It is a gray. It's gray with black checkers. My camera's terrible. Let's I swear it's got gray on it.
Oh no, is this like the dress thing? Are we doing this again? The dress
is it
thing?
gold or
is it black and gold, or is it like
yeah, it's exactly that right now.
Oh dear.
Yeah, basically. I mean, that's what it felt like. I'm like, oh, it's not the right one. So are you excited to watch some of your comrades play?
It's your comrades.
Me? Or?
Me?
No, you're probably you though.
Yeah, you played for them, literally.
Yeah, you actually played for them.
Yeah,
I did. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you're like, who are these?
You made it.
Like,
I don't know. I claim them sometimes. You guys better win, and I'll keep claiming you. That's pretty much where we're at right now.
Oh, okay, great.
So you actually snuck through. I normally don't let people cast on days that their team is playing.
I am
didn't
so
realize
unbiased.
it until
That's a sign of someone unbiased. They're like, guys,
I'm so unbiased.
Literally don't have that. I actually transcended the judgment of human nature.
I was actually here for Melissa, and then she's not going to be here. So
no, she was.
That was where my bias is now in Arkansas, so I'm good.
That's my favorite emo song from the early 2000s. My bias is in Arkansas.
my bias.
Exactly. So Ed, is this your first time on like this side of the production side? Is this like your first time like being a host caster thing? Is this?
Right? I was casting like some of the LCCC back in season 1.
ICL,
but not on the ICL. Yeah. So
well, welcome to this.
Put in there.
Very, very professional organization that we only have the best. We go live and then we say, all right, what am I wearing? And that's our tradition.
That's where we are.
Like, what's going on? Yeah.
We're at the yap stage. We have 11 more minutes to yap. I mean, we could talk about the players.
Maybe longer than that.
And
we should probably talk about the players, right?
I know, I guess. If you want, here's your
Katie probably made...
Oh, you didn't? Okay, so I gave you an option to pick between them. So he went with the non-dog.
Oh, yeah, I chose
option.
the ones without the dog pictures.
I know, I knew he would.
Wait, there was
I'm a cat person.
I made ones with dogs because people were like, this will be fun. And I was like, I'm going to put it to Luke because Luke is going to be like, he's like the fun, just kick fun right in the ribs every time.
Like you have to look like you're terrified in your photo or it will not make the cut.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's fair. Fair enough. That's professionalism.
Side question: Are we gonna just start these games? Or are we waiting for Zan and Kurt to wrap up their game? Or we're just like, who are those guys? I never heard of them.
I don't think we have enough time to wait.
Good. Keep going.
I haven't been watching. it really depends on whether or not Kurt is able to wrap it up and get game 2. But it looked like he was ahead in game 2, so I thought they were going to a game 3. So it's probably going to take a minute.
Stuff to say, but either way, we got KNOP because he takes no L's. Is that the theory? Is that our current theory on why it is?
I mean, it sounds good.
I think it's his name.
His name is Knop?
It's like his last name. I think is like his first name is Min. I think.
I'm just gonna
and then
talk
something. I already forgot the rest. Anyway,
well, I thought that it was KNOP.
It's name related. I swear.
Okay.
That's it's like some kind of amalgamation of his name.
He's gonna be like, "Do you even know me?"
JMBN.
Yeah,
yes, exactly. It's like one of those angles. JBMN. Shout out JDZ. Drew.
Yeah, that was quite fun last week because I was like, we'll find out, and then I feel bad because like if people don't give me their name, I'm like they could be trying to like hide from the law, and now I'm like, tell us first and last.
There's witness protection, and you're trying to give God.
But yeah, Eric is going hard on the acronyms here with his player name and team name. It's Acronym City. But either way, so we don't know what he does for a living, but part of it involves telling you to floss. So guesses in the chat on what that could be.
I have no idea.
He has a dog named Soda that was going to be on the card, but was rejected by the producer. And apparently he laughs in all uppercase letters and has the loudest laugh in the room, which I would love to hear. Hopefully we can in the post interview. So whoever's interviewing him, be funny.
Be funny.
Yeah, I gotta hear it.
Yeah, he's definitely the loudest laugh I've ever heard, personally.
Really? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Is it still like a good laugh at least?
No, yeah, it is. It's like one of the laughs that like you say something and he laughs at it and you're like, I'm funny. You know?
Yeah.
Like it's like one of those good ones.
That is good.
Like it's like it's
better than
like,
people
and then
say.
you're like, am I actually though? Yeah.
Or is it too over exaggerated? It's like, oh, this guy's trying to make me like feel good about myself.
Stop.
Yeah. It depends on whether you want to take the compliment or not. Yeah.
So if we ask nicely, he might show the dog versions if we have enough time, but we'll just go around the block. And either way, Justin was another one that provided a dog one, and he's got
the professional ones afterwards.
I know, it's nice. I had to edit out Boomy from the photo, and that felt. I love when people do that. You made me edit out R&B. You meaning Miss Law here, and then he said, "I was like, get rid of Boomy." And so this is like my favorite thing is being like, "I'm gonna erase you." I'm like the Back to the Future.
I know you were like, I was like, hey, I have this photo. It's like a recent one. I was like, can you edit like R&B out of it? And she's like, I am a professional at editing R&B out of photos. I'm like,
he's actually in 90% of the photos we receive, just somewhere.
Yeah, just gotta get him out of there.
Guy. Yeah. But you know, Color, tell us this fine gentleman holding two pretty cool cards.
It's kind of crazy because like every time I see like their faces, I'm like, that's not the person that I know. But I'm like, it is. Yeah, that's not who I hang out with.
No,
yeah,
and that's why next DLC I am instituting everyone has to have a badge that has your cool icon, your cool name, fun name, melee name.
Yeah, I need your I need your Discord icon, or I have no idea who you are. But yeah, this is Justin.
Read the card. This is softball here.
I can't.
Oh, you can't read it.
Oh, I know it's blurry. It's blurry.
It's set to so many. It's at 4K.
He is the godfather of the Kiwi deck.
Yeah. It does say that he.
Did you click on it directly? It makes it bigger, by the way, if that helps.
Oh, really? I've never done that.
Yeah, it does make.
No, it just made it blurrier.
Oh, blurrier.
But if you cross, I think if you squint your eyes, it does kind of become clearer. But I can read.
There we go. Okay.
Can you read it now? I can read it.
Read it.
I'm really
Top
okay.
Cut DLC Seattle and Toronto. The original Kiwi. Winnie the Pooh having a think believer.
I was sad that card ended up like not mattering because I was like, look at it, look at this is going to be something, and then the whole world said, and I went, okay, that's fair. He doesn't say what he believes in, whether he believes it's playable or collectible. I don't know.
I think what happened was, I think the bell, like the original bell from like set 1, is just a better version of that card. Now that there's like these 2-cost ramp cards that you can go straight into bell. I think the problem before was that like when you played,
what you all wanted.
Sorry,
Yeah,
this is people pay money for this insight. People do not pay money for this dog photo, but we'll circle back.
Yeah. But anyways, I think that was the main reason. People just want to go 2-4-7 kind of thing instead of like playing nothing on 2 and then like a Winnie the Pooh or like a Fishbone on 3.
Sapphire players are the greediest players. Changed my mind, but they want it
all.
all.
Backwards to Eric.
Yeah, now we're going backwards because look at Soda. Look at Soda here. Tell me that's
It's like a designer dog. Look at that dog's a model with the arm up. Yeah.
Knows how to flex.
Yeah, Soda never misses flossing. So,
I mean,
all right, those are the only two dog photos.
Good photos. I think Haymaker is looking fine here.
He's swiping. Luke is swiping the direction you're supposed to. What did you just say? Is that a recent?
Is that a recent photo?
I don't know.
That's so messed up.
Listen, no, I know that he's been like working out and doing like a bunch of stuff for himself recently, and I haven't seen him since Vegas. So I'm kind of like,
okay.
No, like,
I'm in the chat if this is very old.
No, I'm saying like. Nothing. I'm saying
you
nothing.
Stay there. We're not going to.
I'm saying
let you be there.
Nothing ever again, forever.
This is where you are, and we're not going to help. Either way, Color, would you like to say some kind words about Haymaker?
Literally no.
I'm redeeming you. He wrote some nice things here. He also wrote some jokes.
I can't read them.
Okay, so he is the winner of 4 Let It Goes, 0 Tap Cut, Sad Face. I did include the sad face because you put it in there. He did get second place at the first Thea's tournament, which I love. Lorcana now has like the ancient lore of like you had to have been there. But anyway, so he was second place at the first Thea's tournament
a year and a half ago.
Yeah, and he once drew a card off of Prince John when his opponent shifted Diablo.
Yeah, I mean, Haymaker, he's like a historically Emerald Steel player, really strong. One of the kind of pioneers of that deck, I would say, with like Dale. I think they're all in the same kind of playtesting group. So I'm not surprised that, he drew a card off of Prince John.
Yeah, I feel like that. At first I was like, oh, is that like a mistake? But no, that's good, right? Because you have to discard. So like he's just bragging that he played Prince John so hard. He played it harder than anyone else.
Yeah, there you go.
I like that.
You did right.
I mean,
make sure you know.
I've done some foolish things into an opposing Prince John's. Played top decked Mulan style cards, Simba, draw a card, discard a card, and then when I didn't even need a new card, like sometimes you just forget what you think that they draw cards when they make you discard, not when you discard. No, it's just all discard.
Some people forget that Maui Shark has evasive. It's a thing. People forget things, and it's human, and we all do it. Anyway, to the next player. We got Ben. We got Ben in his little backpack. Every week, every month, or round, or rather, I'm like, are we still going with the little backpack? And yeah, this is a little backpack. And Luke, tell us all about Ben. Ben, this is before we said 3 things, and Ben has got a lot of things.
I've got to zoom in here. All right. Top 128 DLC Atlanta. Top 64 DLC Chicago. Top 32 DLC Las Vegas. 4th place in SSG 10K, and he is a paladin of Poglet, who's not on the screen somehow right now.
He fell. Yeah, sorry. R&B famously talks trash on Poglet. Listen, he's here. I can't unmeme something. It's here, and it's kind of like people won't stop being like, ban the bird. To be fair, people stop doing that because they realize you don't have to ban him. You just have to shoot him with something for 2. But either way, we got Ben. Just Ben. No last name, no nickname. It's Ben. He's great. It's the other half of Melissa.
But anyway, no, I know Ben personally. I think I'm not trying to like spoil everyone's like colors and stuff, but historically speaking, when he was at DLCs, he played a lot of Amber Steel. I don't know if he's playing that today or not, but he is a historically really strong Amber Steel player, so I'm not surprised like he has all these achievements.
I think
he was playing Amethyst Steel at some point.
Ruby
he switched
Sapphire
too.
At the last one.
He did, and I went because like everybody, like Sir right here is. All of you are guilty of it, except maybe Luke. I don't know, Luke. Have you played Ruby Sapphire at any tournaments?
Yes, I lost to multiple Queen's Castles.
Those castles.
Well, back in my day, Queen's Castle was the best location.
Yeah, you're like, I actually have some strong feelings about that Queen Castle.
Was that last week? I do believe you played Queen's Castle.
Oh, yeah.
Back in my day, it was like you put it in Blurple, right?
It belongs everywhere.
Back in my day, 7 days ago.
Perhaps a castle to spice up this deck.
Perhaps. Up last, we have, or not last, up next.
Pentultimate.
That's it.
You want to take this one, Katie?
Yeah, I do. It's Christian. Sir Chris, if you will, 582, because the other 581 were taken. So he's got most recently, top 16 at the World Class Cards 5K. That's up in Wisconsin in Fond du Lac. That's not how they talk. Anyway, he was also possibly a Minnesota 5K finalist, I'm going to assume. He has a 4-stitch card and mat winner, and he had a D23 box event win. So that sounds good.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Seems decent.
I mean,
yeah, I'd like that. So
I'd like those prizes, that's for sure.
Let's say, yeah,
I've
the
never heard of
D23, I had to stand out.
Christian. Is he a new player on TFM?
I think he's only on their digital team.
yeah,
They have a digital team?
Well,
What is
I
that?
don't
it does
know.
make it sound
People
cool.
willing to play webcam games.
I see.
very
I
good.
see.
Yeah, he was doing the world class cards had a lot of heavy hitters, so they flew in literally every world class carder except for I think Lorcana Man.
Aaron.
No, Rick Bro.
Lorcana
There's
Bro.
Lorcana Kid, Lorcana Bro. I'm like Lorcana Man. I just have to get all my male
I don't know if
Lorcana
there is a
people.
Lorcana
All of
Man.
Lorcana Man is on.
Yeah, there's-
Yeah, Lorcana Man. You don't know Lorcana
Yeah.
Man?
I don't know
Yeah.
Lorcana Man.
No.
Oh, no.
Dude, he's
Yeah.
at all
I
the
mean,
DLCs.
yeah.
man.
Funny.
He is.
I
yeah, so
probably,
this is-
I might recognize
I
him if he
played
is a
it.
person.
but he distinctly was not there. Lorcana
He
Bro
is the
and
person.
Kendall was not at W or CC, but we had not Kendall. Bannable was there. Everyone was there. Zan.
Oh, what's that?
Literally, DKP was there. They flew him from Germany to go to Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Sorry about that.
Sorry, this is the American experience that you get.
Yeah.
Come on to America.
Wisconsin.
Do you like
Just pretty much-
Butterburgers?
What?
Do they have
Butterburgers.
Butterburgers up there?
What
Oh, yeah.
burgers?
Yeah,
I thought you
Culver's
said
is-
Butterburger. You did say Butterburger, but that's
Yeah, Butter-
that's a Culver's, right?
Yes, so Butterburgers with Culver's is from Wisconsin, and they got it all, dude. You can get pot roast, you can get fried fish. So the thing is a Butterburger, which is like a burger, but they put the like buns and butter. It's really good for your heart. But their winters are
sounds
long
like it.
up there. The winters are very long, so you
So they
really
need
have
it.
I
to.
need it,
Okay.
yeah.
The winters are
makes
too
sense.
long in Nebraska. If it didn't cost like $10 for rent every month, I would not be living here.
$10 whole dollars, huh? Damn near.
10 whole dollars. Yeah. Ugh. But speaking
Couldn't be me.
of other players on the Forbidden Mountain,
I thought we were done. She said last week.
well, no, I said nope. The next player. So now the
Cancel.
last player, we have Alex,
Now.
Chaotic from the Forbidden Mountain, top 16 at SSG April 2025. SSC top K top 8 December 2024. DLC top 16 in Seattle. DLC Fort Worth top 128. Not a bad resume.
That's pretty good.
Not bad at all. A lot of pretty renowned players on most of these teams. It's
Top
pretty
16
nice.
SSG April 2025. That's like right now, right?
It was.
I was like, yeah, a couple weeks
It was
A
the
little
one,
bit
the
ago.
llama.
Like we are still currently experiencing April of 2025.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
We
also
are in
got the
actually-
dates
And
right, you know what I mean?
That
April
messed me up
25th,
beyond like
2025.
yeah.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was a year ago. Are you okay?
Yeah, it's like what
We're in a
is
time
this
What's
how I
going
find
on?
out I've been in a coma this entire time?
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
This is blurry.
There has been
player
a lot of
card.
events, so it kind of makes sense to like put the dates and stuff. Like if you say CCS 10K or whatever, like it could be
Which one?
multiple events, right?
It's
I
true.
did the to Katie. I did the to Katie.
Yeah.
She was like, "You're like, was this like a thing? Was this like important or whatever?" And I was like, "I don't know. It was like a it was a CCS.
Yeah,
don't
I
know,
mean,
SSG
on the
or,
last
like,
one we had won the MN 5K. I'm like, sure, whatever that means, I got it. Whatever that means, I believe you, and I'm glad you're
Yep.
proud of it. I'm proud of you.
yeah." You're like, "All right, cool."
So yeah, that's it. So now we're gonna say who we think is gonna win, and you have to be very, very, very mean to whoever you think is gonna lose. I did get looking at the stream. It does look like Zan won, or they're just having a moment to let everyone know that this is what Zan looks like. I just have the stream on my phone, and I just really like that this is a he won screen. Either way, so we might have people coming in here soon. But before we
Alright.
start, we're gonna say who you think is gonna win and be really aggressive to who we think is gonna lose. So color,
So let's just. Mine's completely
Aggressive.
unbiased, dependent. Yeah.
and it needs to be
Okay.
extremely biased.
Yeah.
It needs to
Oh.
be. It
Oh.
needs to probably be something
Um,
that if they clipped it, you might be done here.
Let's see. I don't even know. I do know because we just saw. Everybody's fine. Everybody's gonna do great. I think I'm going to say that. You know what? We're all winners.
All right, that was great. All right.
Wow. You're even on one of the teams and you won't even say that you
Who I
think.
think, who I think is gonna get pubs?
Melissa's in the
tonight?
chat.
Absolutely
Does that
not.
make you feel more
Aw.
like?
Melissa wins?
Yeah, Melissa won, and that's TFM.
Yay. Oh.
Yay! It's complicated. I don't know. So Ed, you gotta bring up the heat here. That was lukewarm and not luke. That's weird.
Hey.
Anyway, it was tepid. It was tepid at best. So you're on.
Yeah, I mean, I know most of these players. I just don't know Chris and Alex. But I think, I mean, Justin Crum, really strong player. I think he's one of the best kind of originators of like blue steel, and I don't know if he's gonna bring that tonight or not. But I think if he plays that deck, I think he has a really good chance of winning. And I don't know what Eric is playing. Historically, he plays like green-blue. He's like a green-blue enjoyer. And if he gets like a good matchup, that deck is extremely polarizing. I think if he gets like a non-steel matchup, he will also have a really good time winning as well. So I think those two will like take it. Now, who's the last guy playing? Haymaker. Haymaker is probably playing Emerald Steel, and I think he's also really strong on that. So I'm gonna say 3-0 SLTC.
I like it. That's very good. There you go. See?
I mean, you said be aggressive, and that's pretty aggressive. So is SLTC going to crumble the Forbidden Mountain? They're going to knock down at its foundation. They're going through with battering rams. The Forbidden Mountain's going to throw some pots of oil. But SLTC, they've got the right defensive. They've got armor to protect themselves. That's what people in castles do when they're stormed. Come on.
Oh, I thought it was like
a castle on a mountain.
Like a prison thing, like where they like microwave baby oil.
Prison thing?
Huh?
Like, okay, you guys don't
Where
watch
do they get baby oil from?
I don't know. It's like your thing I saw.
It's a castle. I was saying they're storming a castle. You got to get into it. I've been reading too many fantasy books recently.
All right. Oil your castles, everyone. Make sure you oil them.
You oil the intruders.
No, they throw oil down on invaders. Yeah. Don't you know anything about siege tactics here?
No, apparently not.
And on that note, let's swap over.
Yeah, we didn't have to say who we think is going to win, so that's my favorite. We're going to go ahead in our first round.
Wait, Katie, who do you think is going to win?
Well, I love it. I think that the Forbidden Mountain, they have a lot of people not here, so they have to show up. They're babysitting. So, like, if they don't win, then, like, Dan and Melissa will come home and be like, what did you do? So I'm going to vote for them just because, you know.
Isn't that the opposite, you know, if they're not switching, like, playing their A-game players?
Yeah, but they have to show up because then, now they can become the A game. Like Dan comes back and like, we're good. We don't need Melissa and Dan. We actually are really good now.
You're fired.
Yeah, we actually fired. So yeah, either way, it's going to be fun. But our first round is going to be Luke and Color, correct? We're going to disappear, but we'll be back.
Yep, we'll see Ed and Katie for round 2. All right. Bye. Oh, well, I guess we're still here. We're still here. We're still here, Color. We still have the rabbit from the last match we watched. I haven't adjusted that yet. I will send you a link so you can change what's on the screen if you want. Isn't that fancy?
Wait, me doing what now? No. No.
Too difficult?
A lot of things. It's a lot of power. It's a lot of power.
This is what I want to see. I am a big fan of Ariel. I just always want to see that. I'm biased.
Where am I supposed to be? Oh. What are we doing?
So we use the player one.
So does it mean I can like control that and click on it and then things will happen?
Yes, if you click on a card and then make it go to the player one, it should change what's on the player one screen, which will then change the aerial. Isn't it fancy?
It's too fancy.
It's too fancy?
Yeah. Does it just show up in the middle or does it show up?
Well, if you looked at the screen that you said it's too blurry to look at,
yes.
It's in the middle on the bottom. It's that aerial on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's the Forbidden... Oh, voting for the Forbidden Mountain already. I see. I mean, that is who you said was going to win. You got to find a picture of Princess Anna now for SLTC, I guess, if that's their current logo.
I have to figure out how to...
Oh, here for color commentary.
Hey, I did the thing.
I think
it's miracles, Katie. Miracles.
And we are... Yep, all right. They are starting. We got an Ursula into the Inkwell. So Ben is on Emerald.
Emerald. Emerald. Yes. And we have a Stitch. A set 1 Stitch. Because
I like it already. Let's Rockstar all the way. So I'm assuming this isn't discard, though, right?
I have the list here. I'm allowed to say that or no?
No.
Okay. Well, then I have no idea.
It's the mirror.
But that's a peg in the... I don't even know what I'm looking at.
Double Chernobog is not what Ben wants to see here.
What an opening hand. But there is the Rockstar shift, so that's cool. What is that card?
That's an Yzma, so we can at least discard one of these pesky 1000-drop Chernobogs that we don't want.
Yeah, that
probably
is nice.
Inking a Clarabelle, playing the Yzma, hoping to draw Inkable here. So we can, we need a 3-drop and an Inkable just to maintain curve. We don't want to have to ink that Rapunzel, but...
Well, it's gone.
Ben don't care. Ben don't care. He's like, you know what?
It doesn't matter. Yzma does a thing. What does Yzma do?
Yeah, it's
just like a
not a mirror, but maybe it is a mirror. I mean, it depends on if
they are
Eric's
definitely
on discard.
They are definitely colors that are the same.
Yes.
Now, however, if the actual strategy is the same, then I have no idea. Let's see. Where is that? I just want to read the Yzma for my own personal benefit. These lists... Oh, there she is. When you play this character, you may draw a card and then choose... Oh, she's just a Emerald Looter. Oh, we love that.
You're reading it, but you didn't click it to put it on the screen?
I forgot you gave me that much power, and I am already upset about it. I can do it. Player. There we go. I did it.
Did you do it?
No,
did you do it to the player 2 or the player 1?
The player 2. Was that incorrect?
Correct. There you go.
Wow. All right. Don't give me things to do.
Yeah, it looks like it is not a mirror, as KMNOP goes with the old-fashioned turn 3 Prince John, sing Sudden Chill, draw another card. Ben discarding a lady, deciding to keep onto the Chernobog. It is a big thing to deal with, but Ben needs to have an Ursula 2 to hit any Brunos before he plays it, because no one wants to play Chernobog and have it Brunoed back to your hand. It's just really not something you want to be happening.
The worst of days. So I'll morph into the Inkwell. This is just like everything is kind of, and that's if your opponent has more cards, then you get to draw a card. So yes, kind of cards. So that's good. Yeah, there's definitely some spice in this TFM list. These are cards that I'm like, I don't get to see these very often. Let me read what this set 1 card does. Quest all the way upside down. That's good too. It's like a lore and a half. Yzma. She's on the board. She's a 2/2. Yeah, if you just quest it a little bit. All right. And Prince John. So, I mean, we're building up a lot of 2/2s on the board, and then so that's good for Stitch.
Yeah,
it's his favorite song.
To commit. This needs to be Ariel. That's not
Diablo.
Yep, because it looks like Rockstar is just going to get to come out and play, right? And Eric doesn't have a way to answer the Rockstar. So if Ben gets to ready up with 4/5 ink and have a Rockstar party, the game could just be over on the spot. Unless on Eric's next turn, so Ben here commits the Rockstar, and then on Eric's turn he plays another singer to be able to sing Under the Sea, and then key to Under the Sea the turn after that. Then there's, that's fine, right? Because Ben's going to have to deploy sure, he puts 5 things in play and he ends his hand with a couple cards in turn, or in hand, but it's still going to be a little brutal to get Under the Sea. But if Eric doesn't have an Under the Sea, Ben might just run away with it from here.
Especially too, since we see Lady there. Those definitely ways to get those 2/2s back pretty easily. But if they are under the deck, they don't come back. So it helps. What's wrong with
you gonna quest into it with the Rockstar? Ooh. I think I would have quested with Rockstar. I can't think of a card to punish me. Maybe I'm a fool. All right. Ben could just be playing
Ricky.
around Tramp. We did see the other Tramp as well. So there's a world that a Tramp could be in the deck, and if that's the case, a Tramp could come down to let Prince John take out Stitch, which Stitch is that good, you might do it.
Well, especially we know what's in
There's
hand
Bruno
still.
Stitch.
Yeah.
And that's one reason you quest. You
Make him have
3
it.
lore out of it, yep. See how lucky Ben is here.
I know. Because we still have one Chernobog in hand, right? And I mean, and Bruno going to shift is never super fun. Which one is that one?
Lady.
Another? No, it's a lady
tramp,
and a tramp. Okay.
Yeah. The 6-drop tramp, I do believe. And then... I wonder if I would have played that first, honestly. Because you want to hit the Rockstar with the Bruno.
They want to adjust Ben's screen a little bit. We get more of the board on Ben's side.
Ben's got to do that.
Oh, we can just crop it a little bit.
You're a terrible person, Collar.
I actually got a message about it, so I just read messages, relaying information.
I bet I had a message about it too. I don't read messages. See, that's the thing. Yeah. They could hear me. They could have said something in my ear if they really wanted to. This is actually just... I should be doing this more often anyways, because the board is better. Some people get upset when I stretch cards, though. It is possible the bare necessity was drawn from Prince John. Haymaker out here defending his teammate. Rockstar's back at it again.
Doing his job. Okay, we're turning him sideways now. Zoom, zoom. Yep, it's
a lot of lore.
Quite a bit. Yeah, I was like quite a bit there. So that's like, yeah. Now you just turn him sideways because like the clock is. It was
kind of interesting. Ben just deployed a bunch of threats, small threats, hoping to shift the Rockstar again the next turn. And Eric didn't have the Dad Blast to try to empty his hand for it.
Or the Muses, or is it? Are we going to do the thing?
I think it's Under the Sea time.
Right
now, Under the Sea hits the whole board.
Yes, because of the painting.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Okay, he wasn't stressed. He had it the whole time.
This is not what Ben needed to see here.
No, that is. And like the painting, it's like triple Diablo. It's our murder. Oh wow! So an unkindness. It's an unkindness of ravens. Because it's unkind, and they're on the bottom. The Chernobog looks worse.
I know it's actually an unkindness, but it felt like a murder to me.
Yeah, it was. Daisy. Daisy's fine, right? And that's what this Amber, I think I was talking about this deck with the JDZ not too long ago. The Amber Emerald deck is like, once it starts going, it's very hard to like get it to stop. Like it has to set up and it might take a second. It's a little slow, but once it does, it's relentless. Was that 0 to hero?
Did Coffin just say, is Eric Coffin's brother?
Mm-hmm.
How did I not know this?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so bad with lore.
And then the Bruno lore. Onto the just the Bruno into the absolute Dragonfire. Like no cards in hand. Bruno Daisy. Bruno's a Dragonfire. Quest of Diablo. Why not?
Well, you got to win the game somehow.
Turn the burbs sideways. Draw 3 cards. Oh my gosh, that's fine. That is not disgusting at all. Oh, but don't you just discard that?
Yeah, but if
Is it?
Ben was to draw another Chernobog, it would make it affordable to play. So it's fair to
Very
just loot.
good. That's pretty good. That's
But
scarier.
Eric is drawing 3 cards for every one you draw, so you never really want to activate the, like I think it does not matter what you do. I think this is the Scoop City phase of the game.
Yep. Just play it out. Oh, and the enchanted. Look at all the enchanteds on the board. He's like, I just have no cards in hand now. It's fine. I'll draw 3. Yep. So play the morph.
Just do 3 cards. Are those gonna be able to answer the morph? That was a bit of sarcasm there.
I was like, I was stunned by all of the enchanteds on the board, and like I was like trying to do the math in my head of like how much money is just like being wiggled back and forth there.
$1,000
Yeah,
in play right now.
Like Cindy is like one of the highest ones because she's absolutely gorgeous.
I thought she was like 250.
She is. I don't know. Is it? Well, no, don't scoop it up. Scoop it up lightly. It's so much money. Scoop it lightly.
Scoop it up lightly. You gotta be nice to your enchanted.
Yeah, just lightly get it. You won. Just lightly get it together.
All right. Well, Eric taking game 1, and I feel any game that Eric gets to play under the sea is going to be one that he's probably going to win. It just kind of does not line up very well for Ben's deck right now. This is like not what he wants. He doesn't want to see a deck that has warded threats that bounces stuff. I mean, technically ward doesn't really matter to him, I guess, but it's more the under the sea, and he has no interaction. Like he can't.
Well,
Diablos in general are hard.
Isn't
I guess you can Ursula to it.
You can Ursula to the Diablo.
The under the sea.
Oh right, yeah. I think this is kind of why Stitch Rockstar kind of fell out of favor, is it not? Where we had this what happened to
Medusa.
Medusa.
Medusa was like a 4 of in Ruby Amethyst, like from its inception for a few sets, and by the time it wasn't being played, then Brawl plus like Popsicle and stuff. This currently is probably the best Rockstar format we've had in 3 or 4 sets.
Which makes sense, because it turned into, if everything's a Medusa target, then nothing is a Medusa target. But
in
this deck,
Medusa.
No, she's not great right now. No one plays her, but I mean, even in this deck specifically, this would be your one target. So it's just a little
would be holding
fragile
for
Yeah.
Stitch Rockstar for sure. But in set 1, you basically played around that type of thing. Is like you're shifting on turn 3, or in set 2 or 3, it's like you shift off of a lantern or the ramp, and then you hope to have one turn before they do stuff. But if your opponent's popsicling and brawling you don't get that turn. Yeah.
Ice block?
Yeah, what did I say?
Popsicle brawl. I was like, wouldn't that be busted?
If Popsicle just did everything.
Yeah, just a busted little guy. I miss Ice Block.
I don't.
Kinda. I don't miss missing my trigger of activating Ice Block, but I miss it a little bit. Deck building constraints, 21 uninkables. It was a good time. Kinda.
Interesting that someone's ad was just a golden retriever for 30 seconds. I wonder if that's like some sort of ad block that just replaces it with pictures of dogs.
It sounds kind of nice. I also read in chat that Eric does triple sleeve his decks, so I feel better about the not so gentle scooping.
Triple sleeve, and I haven't done that. I double sleeve, but it can't be worse than an EDH deck, but it looks like he's shuffling.
It does. Right now. Would you like your 60 cards to feel like 100? Triple sleeves.
He's not holding
Might be for you.
His hand. Yeah.
Okay.
If you miss EDH and you love that 100 card feel, triple sleeving your 70
is the way to go.
Or 60.
I play with top loaders. There's somebody local to me who does play with top loaders.
Do they have like the caps?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean it's just like this plastic, and they set their deck down, and that sucker is like this big, They set their deck down, and you can hear them and they're very proficient with it when they do shuffle. But it's like it's just clickety clacking like across the room. It's wild.
Yeah, I'd assume you'd have to be really good at that if you were to even think about doing it. Because if you were to stumble like that, TO is just like, get out of here.
Just go.
Get them heavy sleeves out of here. Opening with a duck on Ben. It's
beautiful.
Well,
beautiful card.
At least Ben knows that the Cindy isn't going to be like storming or anything, but that is a quick way to get to Under the Sea.
Very much so. Very
Ben has
pretty
to just be pretty happy it's not a Diablo, but this is a prime example of how I'm not a huge fan of Daisy. It's obviously a clock, it's going to get a lot of lore, but it might also just give Eric everything he needs to beat down. We will see a Piglet to the ink.
To play a Piglet? Yeah. 2 Piglets.
That's a fast start.
Yeah, I mean, why not like go fast? I mean, he actually got a hit off of it. I was about to say this deck it's half songs, so I mean the fact that he might not hit, yeah. But
in this scenario with the Piglet follow-up, it's probably going to be fast enough that it's okay if it hits each time. It's only rough if there's a turn or two of stumbling. If Eric's able to cause some stumble, it might not be enough. Or if Eric sings a turn 4 Under the Sea, that's a Sir Hiss. So to sing turn 4 now, we need an aerial.
Is there music? That is my favorite interaction in this deck, where you just get an aerial down and you get a muses down, and we start singing and bouncing the aerial and replaying the aerial. I
mean, the only thing I like more than that is pineapple on pizza. I love pineapple on pizza. Put some cream cheese, pineapple, salami. Best pizza you'll ever have. Put some roasted onions on top of that too. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Ursula's pretty good against this deck. Which song do you want? Oh, he does have the aerial. Yay! Why are you flipping him upside down? Is that like a courtesy from like playing in an actual tournament?
Yeah, I'd assume it's so they can see the cards easier, even though it actually makes it harder for the opponent to see.
It's way worse. Yeah.
But this is a trick. Let's see how Eric puts it in his hand. Okay, he puts it right side up. This is something I learned from playing Magic a few years ago, is when someone plays a card that, like a Bare Necessities to look at your hand.
Oh, no, we
put your hand upside down that they get to see. And then when you draw cards, you leave those right side up. Then you will remember which cards your opponent has seen.
Granted, that's actually a really good idea.
Although that has negatives in Lorcana, because then they could kind of tell if...
Well, also it's
note taking. Considered notes. Yeah. Okay, you got me. Don't do that in Lorcana. Don't do Lorcana.
Don't do anything.
I haven't been doing it. Mostly,
have a better memory. That's what
mostly
Lorcana
because it tells my opponent if I'm inking the card I drew or a card I had before. But it does make sense.
That's why the hand flicking is good, because like you just reshuffled it, so you have no idea what I've done.
But when phone's upside down, you can kind of tell.
Oh well, yeah. No, that's cheating. We don't take notes.
Yeah. You know, it might not actually be. It's interesting. I don't know if that one would actually be considered against the rules, because supposedly you're allowed to put your ink however you like. So you can so you can know, like, if you're like, oh, I inked this card, I can always put it here on the left. It's kind of shady, but it's in the rules.
No, Sir Hiss down.
So Sir Hiss is fine to lose there, like, because we still
to
have
get rid of the Piglet.
Right?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Like, I would sing an Under the Sea here, but did he reveal it off of the aerial?
He got a no, he revealed a BR guest.
And we didn't see one because the Ursula would have hit it over a sudden chill if it was there. So Eric just needs to
it was Bruno, Sudden Chill, BR guest are the only songs that we've seen from Eric. Top deck better. Is that what you said? Was that the game plan?
There's got to be better pizza local to you than that, though. Support those mom and pop pizza shops. You're not going to get a better slice of pizza.
Oh, like the coal oven fire pizza places. This is so good. And now I'm hungry. Okay, so We've got Daisy and Ursula and Stitch all sideways, waiting for Clarabelle to do stuff. They all kind of like they're like looking up at her too. Help us. Okay. And then those characters are not challenging, so that's fine. So what are we doing? We do have a Bruno left.
Do we have Ben gonna shift Clarabelle? Because that would be pretty saucy.
Oof. Yeah, how many cards does Ben have in their hand?
It's another way to... So, like, you're already being really fast, right? And that's one way to mitigate the disadvantage from playing the Daisy Duck, filling your opponent's hand up. If you're playing Clarabelle, that's another way to maybe not get such a big disadvantage from it.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look. Boop up. Yeah. So, the 0 to hero is...
We're 1 ink away.
Yeah.
So,
what are we singing?
This is fine.
You're going to have to get rid of one of them. He's like, I want to see it. And then you're going to discard it. Okay. All right. So what would be the... Is it just because we're so far away from Chernobog that the 0 to hero could potentially help us out?
So we could top deck maybe a Surfer if it's in the list.
Sure.
I don't know what's in the list because I don't look.
Costs... 0 to hero costs a certain amount. Is it 4?
It costs 2.
What?
Yeah, that's why it's good. You sing it with Cindy on turn like 2 or 3, and you play like a 6-drop.
Huh. That's really good. Amber cards are wild.
If he drew a Clarabelle right there, he could sing it with the Ursula 2 to shift it down. And that's really what he wants.
Disgusting. Yeah, so I completely see that line now that you've told me all about it. So, nice. Are we going to do it?
Oh, we're singing 0 to play whatever the other card is.
What is it? 0 to play the Yzma? You know what? That Yzma had the best say of her life.
Don't do it. I didn't want to do it that time because Prince John's in play.
Oh, so he draws off of the Prince John. Oof. But so there's still more Chernobog in the deck, so that's probably what we're setting up, right?
This Daisy, that's the line.
Whose side is she on, boy? Oh.
Both. She's playing both lines. Ben's at 15. This 15? Is literally under the sea or bust.
Yeah, that's true. Because it's not like these things are gonna...
What are we gonna beat down with our 1/2s?
A total of 2, 3, 4, 5 strength on the other side, and none of the things survive except for Ariel. So, and that still leaves us to. Oh, it still leaves us 4. So still get up to doing simple math. Not liking our odds. Eric will figure it out. He's got this. We are thinking about it. And that's fair. Because there's a lot. We haven't seen muses at all. And that's really kind of like... No, I think they do... Eric does have a muse in hand. Probably has half of his deck in his hand at this point. Ink the D23 Ursula. To play. Any guesses? I mean, I guess if you did play muses and have 4 songs in hand, then you'd be somewhere. But we know that he has a Bruno. Come on. Nope. Hardcast Bruno. Got it. Dragonfire the Daisy. Draw from Prince John. Wiggle waggle the... Under the Sea. Okay, there we go. He ripped the Under the Sea off of the Prince John discard. That's crazy. That's so good.
Melissa, you just have to pay that $100 for on-flight Wi-Fi to keep watching. I think that's what JDZ did. He was watching stuff from the plane.
Oh, look at him. He's untapping so fast. He's under the seed, and now we are 0 cards in hand, Pegasus on board, and we're moving and grooving. Let's go get another song.
I got distracted for half a second, and Eric
he whiffed. Ariel whiffed.
Did he really whiff? He hit the other Under the Sea. I think he's I think it's okay for him to miss one right here.
That's fine.
If you want to see game 3, we need him to whiff a little bit more.
Is this me being biased? Oh no! I'm like, yeah, turn him sideways. Let's go with Ariel. I mean, honestly, name a better duo, whiffing and Ariel. God, those were set 1 bad times. You know, really, we just played Ariel just to find ink sometimes in set 1. That was the craziest thing. What was it? I
completely missed the raid. I'm so silly.
It's so crazy. This deck is so slow. And then Kita, because why not? I think them having -2 power each is fine. Yeah. Just play it. Play the Kita. It's enchanted. Play it. Tamago. Go over there. It's for fun. It's sending a message. Like, if you turn that Pegasus sideways, I've got you. Go-Go's here. What is that? It's a blurry card.
That was the tramp again.
Oh, yeah. Okay. He didn't even need muses, and I wanted to see that interaction so bad.
Ashley, you want to join the Discord group? I'm going to mute your feed here, so you're going to have to talk through Discord for them to hear you.
Otherwise, I would have played a second John and sing it so I can get 2. But I was like, I have to find it here. I do run 4, though, for what it's worth. So it was pretty likely I would get one.
It was kind of scary, that's for sure. We're sitting there wondering, is there going to be an Under the Sea? And it came off the top.
Right off the top.
Yeah, it would have been instant. I was like, all right, he doesn't have it because this would just be like instant rip go.
Right.
Did you drew that Under the Sea off of the Prince John sudden or the discard from?
Yep.
Yeah, just hanging out on the top of your deck.
The other play I was thinking of was either playing Muses or playing a second John and singing the Bruno. But then I was like, I wouldn't have Singer 8 for the Under the Sea, and I really need it this turn.
So you're just like, I'll just draw it right off the top of my deck where it's been sitting this whole time.
If I win, if I don't, then I lose. And if I do anything else, I probably lose 90% of the time. So that was the play. I did have 4 in my deck, so I mean, out of
4?
45 cards, it's like a 10% chance-ish.
Madman running 4 Under the Sea? Yep, this is a 4 of.
People play 4. Be prepared. It's almost the same thing. You have Kita. You crush the control decks, right? So it's okay to run a couple dead cards if you need those, not to lose.
It to Diablo.
Yeah, exactly. I liked it. I'm not gonna lie, I loved Ben's deck though. Rockstar Stitch, I'm sold. I was so disappointed. I was sitting there and was like, as long as Eric doesn't play an Under the Sea, I think this Rockstar's going to go. And then Eric's like, oh, I've got the Bruno already. I'm already at 5 ink. What do I care? I'm on the play.
Well, I was tempted to let it live,
and then the painting as well.
Oh, just to make your Under the Sea better? That's rude. That's mean.
You just like Under the Sea farming. That's fine. And then you had the painting that also got the Stitch. So Stitch got Under the Sea, which is a travesty, but I liked it. So, rude, but also cool. And that's really why we play this game.
It is nice being able to see a mirror match that's not a mirror match, like a color mirror match, but yet the deck archetypes are very different. I think Ursula 2 was, and maybe 1 or 2 other cards are like the main overlap. Other than that, it was like very different archetypes.
Yeah, I think we're like kind of getting into that now where, yes, we can have 2 different ink colors, but the actual archetype is completely different. It was fun.
Yeah, I never expected to play a mirror. And then when I did, I guess I always could have been Trinity Dogs or discard. But, I thought Lemon Lime was dead.
Nah.
Turn 1, I saw Ink Ursula 2. I'm like, oh. Okay, cool.
You're like, I'm teched out the gills for this. I don't have to worry about a Diablo.
Diablo's so good. I love it. I do wish it could fit in the Chernodog's deck. If only there was a way to somehow fit 20 non-characters in the deck that cares about 1,000 characters.
Well, you got 0 to hero. I mean,
Oh, you're right. You're right. Hey, we could easily fit 1 or 2 more.
I mean, yeah, you could try and get like the Cinderella in there. It would have been great to get off 0 to hero.
Yeah.
But that's just not the way they write it, you know?
Yeah, Color was wondering why you kept the 0 to hero. She thought it cost 4 for a second. And I was like,
yeah,
really,
I was like, that card's bad.
What he needs is to top deck the Clarabelle here and then shift it on the Clarabelle, and then the game is like still there. And although
I was like,
Kita
that's like a really good line.
Yeah, the Kita tucks a lot. The Kita Under the Sea is quite the power move. Well, is there any shout outs you'd like to give before we head out here? Let's start with you, Ben.
Sure, I am the I'll shout out Lizard Kitty. I'm her alternate today, which is why I'm playing the Lady and the Tramp deck. Because I believe we're playing the Secret Lady and the Tramp Club right now. So she is going to the Lucky Llama today or tomorrow, so I am the alternate in her spot, and I thought it would be fitting to play her favorite deck.
If only you didn't get paired up against Under the Sea to be
Which
able
is
to...
just bananas.
Here's her favorite dog. She wants to shout out.
Oh. She is. She just got on an airplane, so she's gonna watch this later when she lands.
Yeah.
Just feel like my stuffy was on stream. That's really how you know you've made it. That's good.
Yeah, she had to leave. She had to leave baby Lady behind, so I'm the keeper of Lady this weekend. So I just I went all in on it. And shout out to Frank Karsten, because this is inspired by his deck, but Colby, our teammate Colby, gave me the edits, so shout out to them as well.
Nice. All right, Eric, any shout outs you have to give?
Shout out to our community of seniors in long-term care. Soon enough, we'll all be under the sea.
Stop it.
Just like, I don't know why I felt like I was called out there. Like, I'm old.
What is it, seniors? Oh gosh, the acronym changes daily. I cannot keep up with you guys.
They're just silly little token kids. All right. Well, Color, do you have any shout outs you'd like to give before we jump over to Ed and Katie?
Shout out to you guys for continuing to allow me to hang out and talk and say silly things. So, and thank you for all of your help, and I'll be back. Bye.
Yeah, you'll have some sort of fancy 4-player content being made soon. Can't wait to watch that. Spoilers. See, I feel if I talk about it, it'll make you actually make the video.
I know, like you just like outed me completely. I was like, I even okayed the name of the show too, so I can.
Oh, can you spoil that?
I can, but I'm not going to.
Wow.
Oh, come on.
On that note, we have Katie, the lore keeper, in, and Edmund Chu. Here we go.
Hello. How is everyone doing? I know you thought we left. We were just watching secretly in the background. But Ed, are you excited for this matchup? You've looked at the deck list. We don't like to say exactly what's in there, but you can hint. Are you roughly, approximately excited?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Justin play this deck many times, and I've run into him in the ladder. I mean, historically speaking, I think this deck is built with his opponent's deck in mind. So I'm giving him the nod of approval here.
That's honestly all we can hope for. It's better than like the squint of disapproval of interesting. Like that would be hard.
True.
But it is exciting because I mean we're in a post Hiram world, and that's my one hint I'll give is both these decks are living in a post Hiram reality and adapting to it. We adapt, we overcome. Spoilers. Listen, but either way, so we are going to be seeing Christian Young versus Jack X Shadows. But I don't think you're supposed to say the X. It's like it's just Hunter. It's not Hunter X. Yeah, there we go. Jax.
I think it goes by Jax.
Okay, that's quite nice. Yeah. I like that very much. So
yeah,
we'll go ahead and jump into the game and kind of hopefully see what kind of fun stuff they have. Now there is some spicy cards in Jack's deck that I am really quite excited about. Like I want to see that. It's always a heartbreaking when you're like, I can't wait to see this card and they ink it turn 1. So here's hoping. Some of them aren't inkable, so that's the good news. But with Tipo around, any dream can be shattered.
I mean, Justin was actually playing this deck at the very beginning of set 7. I think we, as the SLTC community, came up with like the idea with the cantrip Sapphire Steel version of the deck. And I guess, he's kind of modernizing it. It's weird to say that because that was only like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. But I think post Hiram and post Fortisphere, the meta has definitely shifted a lot. And it's kind of cool to kind of revisit these ideas from the beginning to see if they work out.
Now, I famously don't know a lot of Magic terms. I know cantrips have to deal with, is that draw and discard a card? That's the cantrip?
Yeah, that's a cantrip. Draw a card, discard a card.
Got it. So
or just not even necessarily discard a card, but mostly just to like cycle, draw a card. Mostly, yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that. That's why people are like, Fortisphere, you don't get to keep the card, put it back or something. But so it had to go, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on what side you are on the argument. But we'll go ahead and see. I'm like, put on the match, Luke, because I'm excited.
It's not ready.
It's not ready. It's not done cooking.
Cameras.
All right. I know. Okay, it's hard because we can't talk about the deck too much. But either way, because everything I give away is like a spoiler. Well, we can talk about the last match of the Lemon Lime Under the Sea, which I've heard people call it ETS. Don't love that. How do you say it? Yeah, people don't have enough time.
I call it UTS. Yeah, I ain't got time for all that.
That's good. That's how you're a pro player. Pro players don't have time. They're like,
Oots.
listen.
No, I call it oots.
Versus beep.
Oots. Yeah, there you go. Beep and oots.
Yeah, it's we don't have time here. We got so many cards every day. We got to really, really, really get it down and get it down. Where I hope people eventually, when they're like, I'm gonna play beep.
I mean, the problem with beep now is like, is it blue purple you're talking about, or be prepared? They're both.
That's true.
Beep, if you think about it.
It sounds. Color says it sounds like a disease. You got UTS, and now you gotta get the beep. I don't know. Either way, be prep is my favorite. When people are like, be prep, I'm like,
be prep.
All right. Either way.
Succinct.
It is.
Yeah. The last game, I mean, green yellow versus green yellow. Yeah. I'll be aggro versus discard. I think historically speaking, like discard just has the advantage because they have all these kind of answers. Like you said, Under the Sea, they have muses to kind of stop that deck in its tracks. And I mean, discard historically speaking is also just, good to, have your opponent run out of cards. And we're in.
All right, so you got the matches up, and we seem to have one player with a beautiful, beautiful Ursula match, and the other one playing on it. What appears to be a chalkboard. So we shall see if that is.
Oh, sweet chalkboard, bro.
Imagine that feeling on my. I can't. I'm hoping it's not.
You're just scratching it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just rubbing cards on the chalkboard, but hopefully that's not the case. All right, I'm gonna be enhance. This is. The angles, we guys.
Is that a Hiram? Shout out to Hiram. Let's put that card up right now. Hiram Flaversham.
May he have a rest from his quest. He did a lot, and then people said, "Get out! You are absolutely no longer welcome here."
But now we play this guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, everybody. That's the new card. Everybody loves. And you see him in every deck. It's kind of crazy that so many people switched over to him. They're like, I don't need to draw cards. I just liked him. It was a personality choice.
Mm-hmm.
So right now we are altering. And so for people that don't know, people might say, well, how do you decide who's playing who? Because sometimes it seems like there's always a mirror. It really, truly is. You pick whether you're going first, second, or third when you decide to play. So if there's a mirror, it's their fault. It's not ours. They did it. So in this case, though, it's not a mirror. It's but it is certainly two decks that people are familiar with.
I think Christian's sending back 5 and Justin is sending back 4. And I guess Christian's on the play, right? Because TFM lost the last game.
Correct.
So he'd be on the play.
Yeah, and I mean, Christian is, I don't know. I'm not a huge emerald, or sorry, there's no emeralds here. So I'm not a huge Ruby Sapphire aficionado. So is this one that generally, like, do they care? Is it like, you're always like, I'm calm no matter what?
So for Ruby Sapphire and the Mulligan, I think it's very important, or the altering phase is very important to be able to find that 2 costs, like, Tipo or the Sail the Azurite Sea, to be able to get to that 4. I think now that we kind of lost the Hiram on 4, it's even more important to kind of keep the grandma and like the how far I'll go, like historically speaking, right, in Ruby Sapphire. So I think those are the kind of openers that he's kind of looking for. But yeah, we'll talk about it more after we kind of see the cards come out.
I know it's so hard not to be like, well, then, but because there's some fun ones here on both sides. But we will find out very shortly as they slap down their first 2 cards.
So for Ruby Sapphire, I mean, inking your first card is very important in terms of like saving things for certain matchups. And he inks a sail, so he probably has another sail in his hand, maybe a Tipo if your hand is kind of stuck with uninkables.
Yeah, and that definitely, we've seen that happen. And there's one of the cards I was like, what are you doing here? That is the Magic Broom where during your turn, it gains evasive. So it's here to swat at, I'm assuming, Diablos flying around.
Yeah, he's mostly there for Diablo. I know some people play it in like brooms to kind of draw a card off a Yensid and also block. So it has that kind of choice as well. So we see him play the Simba. Yeah, so basically he plays like these kind of draw a card, discard a cards to try to filter to the cards that he wants to play.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, in this case, that is critical because it's kind of like getting a little softer mulligan after, or altering after your first one. You're like, yeah, I altered, but what about a little bit more altering as a treat?
Yeah, I mean, the downside of it is that you do like lose a card, but you have this body, and we'll see what he does with this body like later on, right?
Exactly. And there is JDZ's favorite card in the meta. It is Tipo, Growing Sun, which, as you said, is super important because he is setting up to have oppressive endgame with his deck, which is, I think, one of the more famous parts of this deck is.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that he inked the McDuck Manor. I know DKP likes to say that card is uninkable, but I guess maybe the rest of his hand is not functional, so he probably inked it for that purpose.
It is crazy sometimes watching matches where DKP shows his hand and you just see he's like, I got 4 manors I'm saving for a special treat, and by that special treat I mean be prep, and then I'm going to make a neighborhood, which is wonderful. Yeah.
So he has an ideal opener with the Tipo with Into the Grandma. Personally, I try not to ink like stuff like visions because I think it's actually quite important nowadays to save this visions for either like a popsicle or a Tamatoa, like finding the other piece, right? Because we lost Hiram, we kind of need to find this alternative draw engine, and I think finding the 2 popsicles with the Tamatoa is extremely important.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at some of his cards, I mean, there's one that's, it's like kind of like a visions on a body, so to speak, that I'm interested to see him play because I haven't seen it in a while.
The Pleakley.
Pleakley, we love him.
Yeah, so that was like the reason why you play these kind of draw 1, discard ones is so you can use Pleakley on it on a future turn to be able to kind of just keep inking, right? And the Pleakley 3/4 body is actually pretty relevant nowadays, I think, because, for example, Bell is a 3/3. And there's just a lot of like these like 3/3 bodies that Pleakley can kind of hold down. So I think it's well positioned right now.
Yeah, and I mean, anything that gets you just a nice little bit of ramping. It does feel kind of mean that he requires a sacrifice. I don't love that flavor of it, but you do what you have to. It's like a great Sun Dragon before he even expired.
Yeah, you can even eat yourself. He can eat himself if he needs to.
He's a savage. That's what's in his scrolls are just like some ancient spells.
Yeah. So, I mean, also Pleakley holds down this grandma pretty well, actually. So, yeah, open with develop. Good seeing how far here. Yep.
Yeah, and that's why it's always funny that you have the same theory. It's like if you see someone doing something good, you're like, it's because they're not scared. They have extra. Because it was always scary when you see them ink visions or how far I'll go, or really any of these cards that are vital to getting to that end game. But he's had great plays so far. So now it's just, will he have the top end of the curve to hold Justin down?
Yeah, with another 4 ink, I want to see like another grandma or another how far I'll go. A McDuck. Okay, so I guess he had 2 copies in his opener. He was like kind of okay, like inking one of them. But
yeah, and Christian, he, I get used to being like, no, you always have to be prep, wipe the board, and then put down a duck. But a duck is a nice tempo card too, I think, sometimes too, to get them be like, what are you going to do about this? Which can present.
Depends on the deck, right? I think against purple decks is very scary to kind of just run these out for fun. But against like Sapphire Steel, it's actually not a lot of cards that can just randomly like pop this card, unless you're running stuff like Rise of the Titans or like the Simba 6 that can pop locations. But he's gonna have a really hard time, popping this McDuck Manor.
Yeah, it's definitely some of these bodies. It's interesting because steel is the strength color, but ironically, not a lot of strength, not a lot of high strength characters are in some of the more popular steel decks.
Yeah, so I guess, he's just going to try to ignore for now.
Yeah, smart.
And then, just continue with his game plan of, developing to the board. It is quite scary, though, because, Christian's approaching a 7 ink turn, and, be prepared is definitely coming here. Like, if he has it, it's popping off.
Yeah, he's not protecting that Tipo. That Tipo, he's like, I am happy to have a collateral Tipo to your, 3 board, including a Beast, which is one of the few cards that could answer a McDuck. Oh, he's already.
Yeah, so
he's
definitely Beaver prep, yeah.
I love when you see them start being like, what? Take it. You want these? He doesn't have to say it.
Yeah, so Justin's in quite of a predicament here because he doesn't have any kind of cards to just immediately deal with this, right? I mean, so he's going to have to take a couple of turns off to try to develop to the board again. And if Christian just like back to back, like B preps him, then he's going to be in a tough spot.
Now, this is a card I was pretty excited to see here, which is the Gaston that is from set 2 in the starter or single player deck, which is it's kind of like a Visions, like a soft Visions on a bigger body. I don't know. How do you feel about Gaston in this deck?
Yeah, I love Gaston. I mean, I played him in my Blurple deck, and I think it was one of the newer innovations of Blurple. I think now that we kind of like lost Hiram, I think he's kind of a decent alternative as well as like a huge lore threat. So I think it makes sense in this deck, especially that there's not a lot of good 6 ink cards in Sapphire Steel. So I think he kind of fills that gap.
Yeah, I do like post Hiram. People are like, well, I guess I have to read some of these cards I haven't read in a long time. And
yeah, definitely have to adapt now if you're playing Sapphire.
Because you have to have a reasonable amount of cards in your hand, unlike before, where it's like, well, I have 100 cards, so And now we see we got that shark coming down, which there's a few answers that we have, notably, usually a couple removal type.
To be honest, there's only one.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, with his board state, correct? Yeah, he's got to Zeus it, and I imagine he knows that Zeus you got to save it for a special day, and we haven't seen one yet, so maybe that is coming down the pipeline.
I mean, it kind of puts him in a fork, right? Because maybe he was trying to use the Zeus for the McDuck manor, but now he really can't do that. He kind of has to use it for the shark.
And he said, I'm going to do it now. I do not want that shark to start doing a Sharknado of actions and lore, and might as well just get him out of here now.
Might just go for another Gaston. Oh, 7 ink. Playing Arthur. Okay, that's a new one. Someone pulled this one up.
Yeah, mine is frozen for reasons I can't understand.
I got you.
Perfect.
Arthur.
So yeah, this one, he is, when you play this character, chosen character gains Challenger +2 and Resist +2 and can challenge ready characters. Notably, not super helpful when you don't have any characters ready to do those, I think. So it was kind of a womp-womp on that.
I mean, unfortunately, he had to, play the Zeus singing.
Yeah.
Oh, and he has another B prep. So yeah, this is looking really bad for Justin. Like, these are the games that the McDuck manor really runs away with the game.
Exactly, because it's just sitting there. It's not doing anything cool. It's just passively getting 2 lore per turn while Justin is constantly saying, okay, I can come back. And then unfortunately, but now a beast here could be something helpful. It does help rebuild his hand if it survives. That's the if on it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these Ruby Sapphire decks don't play Medusa anymore, so the only outs to it really is another B prep. So I think this beast will probably trigger, if I had to guess.
That is such an interesting point to bring up about the Lady Tremaine, because Madame Medusa, because she was the meta for, they were like, but does she get banished, or does this card get banished to Medusa? And that was like a make or break. And now it's like, Medusa, who? She doesn't come here anymore. We don't call her.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's mostly because like Shark is such a popular card, and so is this Tamatoa. I think they kind of dictate the format, and because of that, I think Medusa's value has kind of dropped a lot. Exactly. So I think he just played this Tamatoa for fun, right? So unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to really find any popsicles in his opener. So he kind of just ran this out as like a tempo card. Quest for 2, honestly, is like not even bad in this spot. Christian's already at 10 lore, and like Justin's having a really tough time dealing with this McDuck manor.
Yeah, once again, he has to use his next Zeus. So that's Zeus number 2 on the crab, which, it's keeping him in the game, but still that 2 is slowly, I mean, he is on a time clock, but these are 2 nice ones. That Robin Hood is another one.
Robin Hood.
A vintage card, if you will. It's
basically another copy of Gaston in a very niche scenario. I think the other upside of this card is it can block stuff like Genie really well. So I think it's a really good meta call. Besides just drawing cards, it has that capability to deal with evasives.
Yeah. So I mean, in theory, something like a Baboom or Fire the Cannons plus a Robin Hood could help chip away, because you only can have so many Zeuses in the deck. If another shark gets dropped down here.
Oh yeah, Baboom would be really good here.
So he's got his own grandma. Everyone needs a grandma in the deck to just say, help me get me some stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's looking for like some way to deal with this McDuck Manor. Probably either like a Baboom or like another Zeus. So we'll see what he ends up taking here.
Now, is there ever a scenario, we know that Zeus, or rather, if this beast does take damage, in theory, he would be a 7/5. Is there ever a scenario where you're so mad at that McDuck Manor that you would do some kind of Baboom or Fire the Cannons on your own beast just because you're like, I have to get rid of this mansion? Or is that crazy talk because you need the card draw more?
I've seen people do that. I have personally never done that myself, but I think it's one of those things where you try to draw more cards to try to draw the answer instead of trying to put yourself in a risky position by damaging your own beast. So, I mean, yeah, personally, I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
maybe against a castle, it's like, you one-shot it, so that's nice.
Yeah, because that doesn't even get rid of the whole.
Yeah, so it feels bad.
Yeah, and the card draw
Sisu doesn't do anything on this board. I think that's why like Sisu without the coil has definitely gone down in value. In the coil version with the hero, man, it was so crazy. You're like nuking entire boards. But fortunately for Justin, like there's nothing with 2 strength or less for him to banish.
Now that's something I have wondered, because I mean it just feels like, yeah, Sisu with no coil is kind of like not so cool, but people aren't really running coil as much anymore. So is it just the fact that Hiram is gone and now, I mean, do you think the big question there of why we don't see coils in these decks?
Yeah, I mean, before the upside of coil was that in a pinch, you can kind of banish it with this Hiram to like draw cards and then retrieve it with the Tamatoa. But now that we don't have that option, that deck is actually quite starved for resources. And you can't just afford to play like a Sapphire coil for fun, right? For nothing. Yeah. So I think that's why that deck has become a lot less popular. And Justin is definitely like swinging the tempo back into his favor. Back-to-back Pete, like exactly what you want to be seeing into this Shark McDuck style of the deck. So I think he's just gonna, send it sideways. And I mean, if I was him, I would probably quest with this beast. I'm trying to go fast. And
yeah, it makes you think he really wants to draw another card. He's just afraid. He's like, please, I don't know. Because I mean, there could be a Maui that runs right down into that beast. So maybe he really just wants to get something, because he only has 2, but it's interesting. Yeah, he doesn't have a ton of time, knowing that he's got 3 on the board across from him, and maybe he's going to slap down 2 manors and just ruin his entire day.
Yeah, I think it's close. Personally, I think I would probably quest, but if he doesn't, I'm also okay with it. But yeah, the Sisu is going to get him really close to victory, right? Being able to quest for 3 is very strong. So he finds his first copy of Popsicle is very important to be able to recycle these with the Tamatoa.
So yeah, Justin is sitting at 10 on his side of the board, which is notably not Lorthal, and I don't think anything here could shift. Story. Story. Yes, I feel like story's not an adjective, so that's where it gets hard. It's storied. The board is storied.
Anything could be an adjective if you really want.
That's true. So he does find a Popsicle and a manor. So he's like, I gotta draw a card. Is a Popsicle at this point in the game good? I mean, he draws a card, so I like it, and then. Yeah, now he has to answer Christian's board at this point.
Yeah, so that's why I would be questing with Beast, right? Because like you already know your opponent is going for this extremely proactive plan as the beatdown player, that you can just turn your guy sideways and like he's not gonna clear.
Yeah, so he's got resources, but
yeah, I mean he has the setup, right? Like 3 guys into the McDuck Manor and this Robin Hood into the Sisu. And I think he's just trying to plan out like, okay, what if my opponent has like a beat prep or something? Like, what is my plan? So, I mean, ideally he would have another Pete, right? But I mean, since he already played 2, it's, kind of unrealistic to play another one, but I mean, it's entirely possible. And that's kind of what he's really digging for if he can find it.
Yeah, Pete just being like, stop, whatever you're doing over there, please don't do it. But either way, strength, which I mean, it's quite a strong strength at this point with 7 characters on board.
Yeah, but we'll see if this not questing with this beast will come and punish him, because he is getting pretty close, right? He gets to 14 here, and if he had 2 more, he'd be at 16. That's also kind of in striking distance, but his board is definitely getting wiped here. I can guarantee it.
Yeah, we'll see how fast if he turns 7 cards immediately. But he seems like he's
Or
thinking.
maybe he doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, the fact that he didn't just go right.
Take it back.
All right, we see a little bit, and yeah, it doesn't notably.
Oh, he does not have it. So yeah, this game goes to Justin.
Yeah, the math of like, see, I that's the point. I'm not even counting. I'm like, that's infinite. You have every character.
Yeah,
that's a lot on your side of the board.
Quite literally the entire. So yeah, I guess inconsequential that he didn't close at the base. So fortunately for Justin, he didn't have the B prep, right? He already used 2, and it was also like less likely for him to have the 3rd or 4th copy.
Yeah, but this did showcase a lot of the cards that make Justin's deck exciting. It's got, I mean, the Arthur came out and didn't get to do anything cool, and then immediately was banished. But that is a fun card. We saw a big tank be inked. There's still a few cards we haven't seen in his deck, but it definitely is one of those decks where I think when you sit down, you see a color pairing, you're like, I'm probably going to see this, but I think Justin's deck, you might not be prepared for some of these cards that he's been playing.
Yeah, I think notably one of the combos that I think Justin is looking for that I've seen is the Tinkerbell into an Arthur, and then you can use your Tinkerbell to like, challenge something and then banish it and then also do 2 to something else. I think that's probably one of the most potent combos in this deck.
Yeah, and, especially with the resist.
Yeah, and I think also it showcases why Pleakley is kind of good. It was able to kind of stop that grandma after she came out, even though he was on the draw. So yeah, I really do like Pleakley in this deck, and I think it helps you catch up, especially when you're on the draw.
Yeah, and there's a few things that I think Christian will be like. He didn't get to pull out some of the classic pirate life stall kind of thing. He didn't get to do a super goof to get some burn effects. So I think Christian is hoping that things go a little bit more his way as far as getting those painful synergies as well, because he got to do stuff to stop, but he never really got to do any of the cool, terrible, painful things that Ruby Sapphire has become known for in the late game.
Yeah. I mean, I think the only thing I would potentially say about that game from Christian's side is inking the sail and going for T-bow, especially against a Simba. Like, it seems like the T-bow would be good to like kind of block the ground, but I think the T-bow actually is just completely useless in this kind of like fighting for the board. So it might have been better to kind of have that additional card in your hand. Like, now that Hiram is banned, like every single card in your deck is very, very important, and especially the ones in your hand. So I would try to be as conservative as possible with T-bow, and if you really have Sail, just play Sail.
Yeah, because T-bow, he's not so cool after he's done doing he's a body, but it's a little.
But he's really not, though.
Yeah, it's the bare minimum for being a body. A 1/2 just standing there and being like, I don't know, I quest for 1. What do you want from me?
Yeah, and he mostly shines in the purple matchups where he can kind of block the Chernobyls from just like sitting there. I think that's like the main reason to play him. But every other matchup, I think he's straight into the inkwell.
Now, there is one card that, I mean, while we're kind of waiting for him to set up, it'll be better to talk about now. So sorry, spoilers, but he has 2 Mufasas in his deck, which is a card that I have seen people try and they get frustrated and they throw it out of their deck several times and abandon it and say, I don't like this card. Have you played Ruby Sapphire with this Mufasa, this majestic boy here?
I've seen people play it, and personally, it has not been going well for them. I think a lot of the time, a lot of these decks really have some kind of random answer for Mufasa, like Hades or like Let It Go, or you just get B prep. So it's actually quite uncommon for it to be untapped and like ready to go. Like personally, like I remember I was playing against Chris last weekend. He was playing it in Blurple, and I just used Let It Go on it, and then it was just like nothing ever happened, and he just kind of used up all his ink.
Yeah, and it is a card that I feel like there's a few cards that people believe in. They're like, I know it's going to just wait. And I think that's been one where I see people, they're like, come on, I'm going to run it. And then they end up being like, okay, it didn't work. But, maybe Christian is going to say, look, I was right in this game. And we're all going to say, I was wrong. He's beautiful.
I think Justin accidentally drew a card extra, but I think we got it quickly resolved by the judge.
Hey, that's why they have a water bottle. It doesn't work, though, because they just spray their own computer.
Yeah. All right. Parts for develop.
Which I, as a person that has been hurt many times emotionally by Pirate's Life, good. Get in that inkwell.
Yeah. Usually first copy, so I think it's like pretty standard opener so far.
Ooh, an inking of strength.
So we got the Simba online again. He's gonna dump another Tinkerbell. Usually dumps like a Tinkerbell or like an Inkable. I think that's another thing that is kind of important when you're playing these type of cards like Simba or even like Tipo. I think it's very important to kind of put your discard as the uninkables or ink your uninkable cards if possible, because usually those are the kind of cards that jam up your hand.
Yes, and it's interesting to see that he inked the strength, because I mean there is not a lot of removal, and we know that removal saved him quite a bit getting rid of that Sisu last game. But I guess in your opening hand, you have what you have, and you can't really do a lot about it.
In this matchup specifically, I think strength is actually quite weak, because most of the cards that he wants to deal with has like 5 willpower, and it's actually quite unrealistic for him to get 5 characters on board before he gets like wiped off the face of the planet.
Yeah.
So
he was very lucky last time when he had 7. He was like, listen, what are you going to do? And the answer was not be prepared, because he just didn't have the third one.
Yeah, so I'm okay inking the strength here. Follows him. So Christian opened Tipo here, and so did Justin. So we'll see if he, like, when you're on the play with Tipo, you're just so like starved for cards. So I think that's why, like, especially on the play, like I really do not like playing Tipo. But I mean, sometimes that's the only card you can play, right?
Yeah, and this is the second game where he doesn't have, or he hasn't played a popsicle yet, which it does make it harder, where you're like, I need to feed this crab. I mean, the value of the crab is having that card draw kind of recycling, and so it's kind of like, well, that plan is not going so good. So, but I think this will kind of determine what he gets with the grandma as far as what that later stage of the game will look like.
Yeah, so you see the problem here, right? I think he only has 3 cards in hand on this turn, and he also had to ink a Maui, and Maui's like kind of historically good against Sapphire Steel. It kind of 2-for-1s most of the cards, maybe not Scrooge McDuck, but against everything else, basically he's going to get like 2 cards out of him.
Yeah, he's very annoying. It's exciting that he can do that much work, but you're also like, stop, please. My little guys are so little that Simba and Tipo are probably very scared to turn sideways against this deck. But also, that's kind of what they're there for. They can't do anything much cooler than either be food for Pleakley or at least get some lore.
Yeah, I mean, on these turns, I think it's like a debate. A lot of people are saying, like, do you quest with these Tipos and Simbas? I know Justin does this because I think Dave tells him to do it, because he's like, dude, these are spell books. But it's because this grandma is usually going to sing How Far I'll Go. So usually they have to take a turn off, or else they're just going to have a really bad turn, right? They're going to be really resource starved.
Yeah, and at least as long as this Maui's not, or Maui Shark isn't out yet, then it's kind of like, okay, well, they're not later. Absolutely, they can't go sideways. So it's like, I guess do something, because otherwise they're not so cool.
So there's the How Far. So that's why this Pleakley, like last game was really good, right? Like the Pleakley was able to eat this grandma and still survive. And now, actually, if you want to do that, you have to kind of trade your grandma for his grandma.
In the famous words of Tamatoa, I ate my grandma.
True.
Which gross. Don't do that. Kids at home. Oh,
the super goof.
Love it. And so that's absolutely, I guess you said, some people don't turn it sideways, and Goof said, you should do it. Turn one of them sideways, and comes in, rushes in, and gets a nice 2 lore, I believe. Yeah, 2 lore off of that.
Yeah, so that's pretty good for Christian, being able to kind of stop the bleeding from these random cantrip baby cards. So he's looking pretty good here.
Yeah, and it makes that people be like, well, now I can't do literally anything other than be fed to Pleakley, which maybe, well, for 5, we see a beast tragic hero out here. Which
yes.
I am glad that due to Madame Medusa, which apparently someone said that's their favorite card, but Herder not being around means that we get to see Beast again. And that is truly exciting to see some cards that were hiding. And
so this is an interesting spot. I think his 2, he kind of had 3 plays, honestly. Like, he could have challenged any one of these characters, and it would have been kind of reasonable. Maybe not the Tipo, because the Goofy would get a free trade. But I think he was thinking about, doing the trade with the Goofy just to take it off the board. But I think he values being able to take that grandma off the board instead. Oh man, another How Far?
Yeah, Goofy gets to sing. Why not? He's a beautiful singer.
Yeah. So yeah, he was very resource starved, but now he's kind of just picking it up really quickly with all these How Far It Goes with the grandmas.
Yeah, so now he's got Popsicle, which he can, heal up if he wants to and do some card draw if he has a crab in hand. So yeah, he's definitely ramping up resource-wise, like you mentioned, while Justin is sitting with 3 cards and going, I gotta get this sorted out.
So I mean, he really needs to have the shark really needs to have the Zeus here to deal with the shark, or else like I think he's just gonna gain way too much lore if he gets to untap with this shark.
Yeah, I imagine that's one of the more stressful part on Justin's side is he not only needs the Zeus, but he has to manage them super well because he has to know, crab is a problem, shark is a problem. Shark is more of a problem knowing that there's not that many items right now, but still, it's not infinite. It's certainly not infinite resource for him.
Yeah, I'm kind of okay just letting crab untap. It's not like the other crab where it's like you can go crazy with it. So I think he's probably just going to try to look for a Zeus here. And in the meantime, kind of just hang out. I mean, Christians only have 4 lore so far, so it's not like super urgent, especially if you're not, questing out for this Goofy to attack. So I'm kind of okay just kind of sitting back and letting this play out.
Yeah, so you go. You do something, I'll respond to what you do is sometimes a more comfy position.
Mm-hmm. So from Christian's spot, what is the best thing you're going to be doing? So usually when you untap with the shark, you just want to play as many actions as possible. But I guess he doesn't really have one right now, so he'll probably start digging for them and just trying to cycle as many as he can.
Yeah, and he has a card here that we haven't seen yet, which DKP kind of helped make this card cost $1 million, is the All Is Found. So he has access to that to help ramp up a bit, but either way, it doesn't look like he's spamming out the actions quite yet. So we'll kind of see, does he have any? But this has been a fun one where it's kind of like, like a diet Great Stone Dragon. It's not anything like that, but it does feel like it gets you a little bit of recycling where you're getting ink for kind of free and then maybe feeding the shark some action points, lore off of the actions.
Yeah. I mean, my problem with like these type of cards is that like they only have that one purpose, right? They don't really gain any lore or anything like that. And it doesn't even replace itself. Okay. So he drew the Zeus, which is very important for him to kind of take care of this shark. And now you can kind of quest with this Gaston kind of freely. Like, yes, he could have Maui, but like, at least you're not getting eaten by the shark, right?
Yes. Yeah. Because the shark feels like insult to injury. You lose the character, and then also they're really happy about it.
Yeah.
So he inks a grandma. So it makes me think perhaps he has the cards he needs right now.
I know we always like to harp on people for like inking for no purpose. So if he inked this, then he probably has really good reason to. Specifically, maybe on the following turn, he needs 8 ink to do like a 4+4 play. I think that's it actually, because I don't think he has any 8 drops in his deck. So I think he's mostly looking for that 4+4 potentially next turn.
Yeah, and I mean he could be really excited to do Arthur, but yeah, like you said, who knows. You're just I like when we watch the LCC because I'm like, I can see their hand in this case. I'm like, come on, what do you have? Tell me, please.
Yeah. So I think, that's one of the things, like not inking for fun, right? I think a lot of people are like, oh, I have to ink every turn. It's like, well, why?
Yeah, you're like, I have to. It's part of the draw upstate ink. And it's like, no.
Yeah.
So in this case, because we know at any point we're in be prepared country, but his board, he has a goof, which is nice, but I don't know. He's probably making that decision where he knew last time that he be prepared. Maybe later he might have regretted using that card and never getting it again. So I'm not sure. Looking at the board, do you feel like if he had to be prepared, it's time to hit that panic button, or is it just you don't think he has it in his hand based on how he's playing?
Yeah, I don't think he has it because I would have hit that button as soon as that beast came out. That's the button I'm looking for the most, especially in this deck. Like not having like a Medusa or something for this beast is actually there it is.
He said, okay.
So, yeah, he kind of had to because this beast was just going to run away with the game. I think historically beast has always been doing that and it still does that, till this day, right? So I would definitely get rid of it if possible.
So now we're starting the game over. He's like, I'll start with a Simba.
Yeah, so now I'm really not liking him inking the grandma last turn.
Yeah, you're like, I bet you wish you had grandma right now, but grandma is no longer with us.
Yikes. But but I think maybe what he's trying to do is set up this Robin Hood. So I think if that was his plan, then that was actually a good ink for this grandma. So now we kind of see why he did it. I think he wanted to kind of cycle through an additional card over this grandma.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, that Robin Hood is a good answer for a few different things. I mean, especially it's got the card draw ability, the evasive. And now it's like so we do see
He's
that.
got the 2 pops. So that's when this deck really pops off. Like having 2 popsicles and a Tamatoa, the engine is really flowing. It's quite reminiscent of Hiram, honestly.
Yeah, it's that synergy that it's hard to get, but once it starts going, it's like stop, please, because it feels like they just draw cards every turn as long as that crab's on the board.
Oh, inking a Pirate's Life. That's a huge one. Yeah, very interesting play. Because like I said, right, don't ink for fun if you can help it. But maybe he's trying to set up an 11 ink play in this deck, which I don't know what there is, but we'll see what he does.
He's like, I'm going to show you. Maybe we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Now he does have a lot more expensive cards in this deck. He does have 2 8-cost cards, so maybe he's like, listen, I got to invest in myself right now because there's some big things I need to do here.
Yeah, I mean, we were actually talking about this earlier with Mufasa in terms of if you're able to get to 9 before you play Mufasa, then you can get 2 back, get to 7, and then ink again to get to 8. And then having 8 is way better than having 7. Like, it really does unlock the deck. So I think for Mufasa purposes, I think it makes sense.
Yeah, and he did find another Zeus there, which he's done a good job finding Zeus's when he needs them on this game, or both games, really.
Yeah. Like, I would be scared if I didn't have another Zeus in case my opponent plays another shark. I don't know if Justin knows whether or not Christian has Vitalosphere or not. So I think that's one of the major considerations when you have to think about, like, oh, am I questing with these or just leaving them? But Vitalosphere with Shark is definitely another kind of scary combination.
Yeah, the math, I mean, this obviously is an Amethyst Ruby, but between Vitalosphere and Peter Pan, it's made it where it's like, I'm so scared all the time with their sharks because you don't know when they're going to come at you. So to your point, yeah, we don't know. And then sometimes people do because, I mean, it's nicer when the crab has things to get back and things like that. But like you said, I mean, we don't have to sacrifice things to the Hiram anymore. So it doesn't really make sense to just throw items in the deck for items' sake.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I don't like Vitalosphere in the deck because of those things that you described. Like, we're just very resource starved at the moment, and if we're just playing this Vitalosphere in early game and we never use it, that could have been an extra ink instead, right? And having extra ink in this deck is actually very important. So I think it makes me avoid the bait, as it were.
Shark bait.
Yes.
So yeah, we're sitting here going, okay, we be prepared once. We have to be conservative. So I guess we'll see here what he has. He did do visions.
I'm looking for the prep.
Yeah, because I mean, at a certain point, Justin can only go wide so many times. Now, Shark is good because we know that. I mean, now he has 2 less Zeus's than he had before. So, and then the Shark, if he can get it, if he can survive a turn, then maybe we can get that B prep back. So
also, one other combo he can do here is Arthur his Robin Hood and attack the Shark. So I think that's the other thing that maybe he's hoping to kind of play, knowing that he already used the Zeus. So that's kind of what I would be looking for if I was Justin. If I didn't have Zeus, I'd be looking for this Arthur.
All right, so he's gonna quest up here for 3 and then eat that. Oh,
Interesting.
He ate the Gaston.
That's the first time I've ever seen that, and it might be the last time we'll ever see that play.
Now, why would he go over the Gaston versus, Simba in that case?
Oh, he wants to get that lore. You know what I mean? Like, in case he B-preps him, then he's like, okay, I'm just going to cash in my 3 lore and call it a day,
Yeah, I guess, yeah, true. Oh, and yeah, he can't leave something sideways. That's a good point. So I was like, that's the craziest thing I've seen, but it does make sense because the minute something sideways, that Shark is going to gobble it up. So in this case, sorry, Gaston, you get to be ink, but you didn't die for nothing. You turned into ink.
Yeah. So, we see Justin doesn't have another Zeus or an Arthur for this Shark, which is kind of unfortunate. Like, it really gives an opening for Christian to kind of run away with a Shark.
Sorry, Wonders, clip the Pleakley. The Pleakley eating Gaston power move. So I don't know how to do that. Yeah, it is crazy behavior to be like, Pleakley, eat Gaston right now. And he did. That's not what's actually happening. He's turning him into ink. There is no Pleakley eating beloved storybook characters.
He's a villain, allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, that's villain behavior. But either way, we see a manor, which, as we know, okay.
Ooh, 2 sharks.
Yeah, so
Singing pirates, like, huge.
that's pretty rough. And I imagine he's going for just it's pain time because yeah, even if he has 2 Zeuses, then I mean, my goodness, he still has to deal with that manor and his beefy Gaston, which Gaston's not huge, but still he did sacrifice a big body betting that there was a be prepared possibly coming.
Yeah, if I'm Justin, I'm going next. But let's see how he plays this out. Especially because he didn't have the Zeus on the previous turn, right? Now he really doesn't have the Zeuses.
Yeah, if only he had something that could get actions back, but he's like, nope, that's the other deck.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if there's any consideration to not playing the Zeus on the Tamatoa. Like, you're just like, I'm just gonna let this Tamatoa survive and save the Zeus for the sharks. So actually, fortunately for him, he actually challenged this shark with his Robin Hood. Now that he did 1 damage to it.
Yeah, he's like, well, okay.
We'll take it. Oh wow, you actually take up both. Okay, never mind. I'm not picking it up. We're back. We are so back.
Yeah, and I imagine it's because I heard you said like, strength, when will it work? And he's like, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna make strength do something. And so yeah, he got rid of both sharks. Now he still has a mansion that's putting him on a time clock, but luckily he does have a ferry out there that'll help a little bit.
Yeah, so if he doesn't have B prep, we're actually back. But it seems like he does, so we're not back. We are not back.
We were there, we're back. So now that McDuck Manor becomes extra annoying because he is now on a 2.5 turn time clock. Some might call it 3. And then he puts people in the manor.
Of course, why not?
So that means, yeah, if he played that, he just has no cards in hand then at this point.
Yeah, pick it up. So, I mean, classically, this is why you play this Shark McDuck deck, right? Like, you play McDuck, they don't have the answer, you beat prep, and then the game's over. So I think this was a really good showcase of why this deck is very strong. Just, a lot of decks just don't have answers to McDuck Manor or B prep, for that matter.
So. Yeah, and I feel like it's making you pick your poison because you're like, what are you most afraid of? Are you most afraid of my Tamatoa, my shark, or my mansion? And the answer is you have to pick over and over again, and eventually you run out of resources, as we saw Justin did.
Yeah, there's a lot of angles of attack. And I think another kind of thing that people have been doing, I know before people were running 4 Goofy, and I think some people probably still do, but even a single copy of Goofy in your deck has to make your opponent play funny, right? Like, at the NACC, I remember I saw my opponent had a Queen of Hearts, the 2 cost. That had Rush, 2 for 2. And I had to respect it because even though he had that 1 copy, if he played it, it would have been so devastating. So I think even a single copy of this Goofy makes it so your opponent has to play Goofy.
Yeah. And just always be like, he could be around any corner at any time, just punching. I imagine just flies in and punches. But yeah. So now this is for all the marbles, all the Wonder trademark marbles, and we will see just my brain. For some reason, I keep transposing their names. They're very different names, but now Justin gets to go first, which can be good because he does have a little bit more. He can have a pretty aggressive start if things go his way. We notably didn't see a lot of Pete's this last game, and by a lot, I mean I don't think we saw Pete the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, he would have helped on that turn, obviously, like the one that he was really exposed to the B prep. So I think that is kind of the answer that he kind of needs to look for, like setting up a board, setting up a Pete afterwards, and, just making sure that he doesn't lose before then.
Yeah, and there's one card that I don't think I've seen inked or played at this point, and that is the Cogsworth. I don't think I've seen him anywhere.
He got inked once.
Oh, he got inked once. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
I think previous game, turn 5, inked.
Okay.
And he played a Beast instead. And I think against Ruby decks, Beast is very strong. I think he knows that his opponent's not playing Medusa. And he knows an early Beast makes it so your opponent really can't interact with it.
Yeah. And yeah, Cogsworth, Ward is great if they don't have a board wipe. Suddenly it becomes only one guy. Well, you're just going to take
in this matchup, Cogsworth is actually quite bad because of the Sisu. Being able to kind of wipe him out and ignore his ward.
Exactly. And then he just is a feeble aged clock, which I still don't like thinking about a clock aging, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. And also in game 1, actually Justin won on the draw. So he's able to kind of go to game 3 on the play, which is very powerful with this deck. So I think he has a good shot at it, especially if he was able to win on the draw.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, I mean, we saw game 1. I mean, he was pretty comfortable the whole time. He survived lots of challenges, but I mean, as long as he has those Zeus's, he has those Pete. I think that was, like you mentioned, the missing ingredient is he couldn't stop those B preps when he needed to just protect his guys. And that would have changed the math a lot of it on his side.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Justin, I'm really looking for Pleakley into Beast. I think that's this deck's best opener. And if he's able to go like Pleakley, Beast into like a Gaston, he's going to be in really, really good shape. So we'll see if he gets that opener.
So
as Pleakley. Mm-hmm.
And that's as JDZ calls it, Pleak Dog Nasty. That is JDZ's name for Pleakley, which I don't know. Could be his cool name.
Great.
Yeah, great. 10 out of 10. And he does get rid of a Scrooge, which is, he's not the coolest card in the deck by any means. He's just a nice card to have.
Yeah, I mean, Scrooge is not bad right now. It's a 5/5. It's quite hard to deal with 5/5s nowadays, because in the Ruby decks, the Maui actually has to trade 1-for-1 with it, right? They don't play any more Sapphire Coils or anything like that. So he's quite a big body and can even like eat up these like Tamatoas and trade with Sisu.
And the power play of putting Scrooge in Scrooge's Manor, which, doesn't do anything other than make your opponent goes, that's nice. Just makes them breathe out their nose kind of fast.
Yeah, see what they did there.
Yes. So we'll go ahead and Inca Visions and Tipo. So, not fun inking of Visions, but at least we're getting to ramp and get closer to some of those answers as he watches Justin slowly get his board wider and wider.
So I'm assuming he has the Pleakley, given that he inked a Pleakley on turn 1.
And is he going to do it? He is.
Mm-hmm. I can tell by Justin's speed. He has a Beast in hand for sure.
He's like, I got to get it out
He's
there.
Like,
I'm
turboing it out. Yeah. Or like Beast into Gaston. Yeah.
Yeah, he is playing. That is a person who knows what turn they want to do next. They're like, okay, I'm ready. Okay. Meanwhile, Christian's like, because he doesn't get to do anything super cool in his first 3 turns.
Yeah. Okay, so he has the same opener every game. Tipo Grandma. Pretty consistent. That's what you want to be seeing when you're playing Ruby Sapphire. He inked his All Is Found. And I guess, yeah, and this spot is not great, right? If you didn't play a Sail, you didn't play a Develop, you basically never get to play this All Is Found. So it makes sense to ink it there.
Yeah, you got to have something to sacrifice, but rather defeat that All Is Found. And nothing yet.
Oh, yeah, it's coming. Beast. There we go. Now we're cooking with fire.
I do like that you're like, I'm in Justin's head. I've been in the dojo with him, and
I've seen this deck played out a lot of times, so that's why I can kind of see these lines.
He's lived this.
Yeah. So I can see he has the Gaston as well. Look at him shaking his leg. That's the Gaston shake right there.
So we do see Maui come in, and like you mentioned, Maui can do a couple painful things. So he starts with the Pleakley and takes 3 damage, and then while I'm here, might as well have Grandma lean into that broom.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the start you need on the draw. If you're a Christian, you need to be able to find this Maui to kind of take the board back. But Justin's just going to keep applying the pressure, drawing multiple cards, going straight to Gaston. Oh, Tinkerbell. Oh, that's actually quite good as well. Being able to remove this Grandma.
Yeah, that was a nice added bonus. He's like, oh, well, I guess Grandma already has some damage here, so.
Yeah, but it'd be nice? Another Tinkerbell. But he could also have the Arthur play that we were describing earlier with this Tinkerbell. Based on Justin shaking, I think that's his next. I don't know what he's thinking, but
I know you're like, this is a tap. You're watching the percussion. You're like, that's the speed when he taps this fast.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm like, if I'm Justin, that's what I'm kind of like looking for, being able to challenge whatever he plays and just blowing up this Maui, right? Because this Maui is actually quite threatening, even though it has 4 damage on it already. Like, it's gonna trade with everything that you play, right? So being able to remove it for free would be very nice.
Yeah, I mean, even his biggest willpower character is a 6. So yeah, to your point, I mean that he can do anything. And so now we have 2 Mauis. So it's, which one do you hate more, a shark one or a big powerhouse one? And they're both a problem.
Yeah. So if he has Arthur plus Zeus, he's in good shape. So or actually another Tinkerbell plus Zeus is also pretty good.
Yeah, because Maui does have, it looks like 4 damage on him right now because he challenged Pleakley and then with the Tinkerbell. So 1 more damage is all you need on that one Maui.
So I guess he's trying to dig for like either a Zeus, potentially another Tinkerbell, or Arthur for the following turn.
What we need is a better shift target on that Tinkerbell, because if we had like a Mulan type Tinkerbell target, that'd be very nice, but we don't have that. So we just play him we pay out of pocket and do some damage here and get rid of 2 of his 3 characters.
Yeah, so this spot is not horrible. I mean, if he has B prep, it'll also, I mean, yeah, of course it's going to be really bad. B prep is historically the best card against Sapphire Steel, but oh, this is interesting. I guess he really doesn't have anything strong in the discard, and he's trying to gamble that he doesn't play one. But even if he does, I think you're not too unhappy about it. You get rid of the shark. So it seems like he has. Oh, we're ducking and dodging. Okay, so based on this, it seems like he's going to go for the B prep line.
Yeah, because he does get a total of 3 lore off of Pirate's Life plus the lore gain on the shark, and then another lore for playing B prep. So, he got some value out of wiping his own shark. And now we get to see what that one single card is in Justin's hand.
I hope it's a Gaston.
He said, yes, for you, I will play a Gaston.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I would set it up, like after the wipe, you're really looking for more refill cards. So at this point, you're kind of looking for more Gastons, more Beasts, just stuff like that to kind of refill before your opponent inevitably wipes you again.
Yeah. So.
Oh, baby. Here's the card, the Mufasa.
Yes, the Mufasa. You know him, you fear him, you love him.
So this card is actually very, very, very good into Sapphire Steel. They basically have no way to deal with it. I'm looking at the whole deck. Like I can't even think of a way to deal with this.
9 willpower, and so that alone is annoying. But then quest for 4, and then whenever it quests, ready all characters or cards in your inkwell, and when you play his character, you get to. So it's a problem. So we get to see what cards he gets back now.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Justin, he is not playing Let It Go or Hades. I think those 2 are the historical cards in Sapphire that can kind of deal with this card very easily. But because of that, I think, Justin's in a world of hurt with this Mufasa.
Yeah, and it's hard too, because he's got 9 willpower, but then he also has 4 strength, so whatever challenges him is going to have a really bad time too. So it's definitely a painful card to see on this turn.
And it also kind of matters what he got back from Mufasa. I know early game he was inking stuff like visions and stuff, and being able to find visions is going to be crazy from this Mufasa.
But he finds another Gaston. He says, you liked it so much last turn, I thought I'd do it again.
Yeah, so this is probably what, late game, what you want to be doing with this deck is just dig for as many Gastons, Beasts as possible. Just keep the cards flowing if possible.
So it is tricky because, he doesn't necessarily want to turn one of his Gastons sideways, but it does get you 3 lore. So, it's at least something, and it kind of puts the pressure on. Are you going to mount or charge into it? What are you going to do about this sideways Gaston?
Yeah, most of the time with Mufasa, you really don't want to be challenging if you can help it. Like being able to just deplete your whole hand is crazy. Okay, so I don't know if he got this from this ink or he just drew it, but Visions with Mufasa is so insane. Like you're basically able to play anything that you draw, right? Multiple popsicles into Tamatoa in a single turn. So I think he probably is looking, how many popsicles do I have? Do I need another one? Or should I just start taking Tamatoas and start cycling them?
Yeah, because as we saw, Justin has several answers for some things, but he doesn't have infinite answers. And once this Mufasa starts getting that ink engine going, which we're about to see, it's not going to feel good. So we'll see kind of what he keeps and where he decides to take this.
Yeah, but even though if he doesn't challenge with it, actually Justin's board is actually quite scary. He has 6 lore on board, and he kind of got these cards for free, right? If you think about it, maybe this Gaston got the other Gaston, and this Gaston gets the next Gaston. So it's still pretty scary from Justin's side of the board.
So we'll go ahead, go up to 9. And then, I guess the good news for Justin is he's well, you probably don't want to be prepared now that you have that Mufasa. So at least he knows that he has to find some way to get rid of his Gastons without challenging, without doing be prepared. And so for now, he says, I won't do it. I'll just play McDuck Manor and hope that it all works itself out here.
Yeah. So from Christian's side, this is kind of creeping up too, right? He has the Mufasa and a McDuck Manor that Justin has to deal with. So I don't even know if you can deal with all these cards in a single turn.
The math on McDuck Manor is unfair. It feels like if it was 8, that'd be so much better. But the 9 is where you're like, 9, come on. So that it does make it hard, especially since Gaston, they can do 8 if they work together, but then that also loses 6 lore that it could be questing with.
Yeah, so I think Justin is just gonna say forget it. I'm just gonna try to ignore you and Pete and just try to win. So I mean, if I'm him, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, I'm just gonna go sideways and hope you don't have it.
Yeah, because I mean, he's got 6 on board. So if he quests out here now, Grandma is I just forgot how much she can't take out a Gaston by herself. So yeah, I mean, Goofy could be a problem if he turns one of these sideways, but he might. We'll see what he does.
I mean, yeah, I mean, for him to win, he really has to just go sideways, right, at this point. I don't think he can kind of wait any longer.
Yeah, especially, I mean, if he had infinite Petes, but unfortunately, yeah, he probably has this one Pete, and he's got to make value out of it. What are you preventing that be prepared for if you're not questing? I guess is a.
Yeah, I mean, this is a worthy board to kind of try to protect 2 Gastons. 3 ink. Strength for the Grandma. Okay, very interesting. So I guess he is, just gonna straight for the races.
Yeah, because Grandma, she puts a punch. She can definitely be a problem for throw off the math a little bit. As we saw, I mean, he does only have 1 character with Rush in his deck. Oh, 2 rather. Well, 1's really big, so hopefully he doesn't have a Maui in his hand. So.
Yeah, I mean, if Christian has Maui in his hand, it's probably just over. Like, he'll just be able to deal with this whole board, and there's just no way for Justin to deal with this McDuck Manor. Like, this little McDuck Manor will probably gain like 30 lore if you let it. You know what I mean? So we'll see how he kind of tries to deal with these Gastons.
Yeah, so with the Gastons on board, we have a total of 7 lore. So we're sitting at Lorthal, but yeah, all he needs is to just say, fine, I'll challenge with my Mufasa or have a Maui, which we will see here what he grabs.
So, I mean, Christian has the inevitability here with the McDuck Manor. So he just has to stop Justin from winning, and he's going to win by default.
Yeah, so he says, fine, I'll do it, I guess. But like you said, that Manor's just sitting there feeling fine. So.
Oh, wow. He's past turn. So he might have had like a B prep plus something else in his hand. Potentially even like Pirate's Life he might have been saving. So Justin potentially has a window here if he has like Gaston into another Pete. Oh, Zeus, huge. Just being able to deal with this Mufasa again.
So he quests out here, and then now it's definitely Pirate or B prep time on Christian's side.
Simba for fun, sure.
Yeah, while I'm here.
Actually, I might have considered not playing this because like if he gets B prep, you kind of want to have something else to play to try to get that last bit of lore, especially if you draw another character, right? Like presenting lethal again with two lore pips. So I would have probably not played this, but maybe he knows he doesn't have it, so he's sending it in.
Yeah, he's like, Simba, I'm sorry. I feel guilty leaving you here. So he does go ahead and get rid of the Gaston, which is the biggest problem.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and he got there at the end. So the Simba was actually the right play.
Yeah, apparently the Simba was power play. So yeah, he did not have Be Prepared or Pirates. So I guess we'll go ahead and get into that interview room and talk to them about how that went.
Yeah, real tight game. Very, very good to see that.
Weird turn there. What was that last Visions? I'm so curious.
Hello.
Yeah, I had a Be Prepared off my Visions, but I grabbed the Manor because like I just didn't have like many other proactive plays. I should have just grabbed that Be Prepared.
Yeah, that was a tough decision there.
All right.
It was, yeah. All good though.
Are you guys able to hear us?
Yes.
Hello.
Yep.
So you are live to the people of the world with me and Ed. So we'll go ahead and jump in. So Ed, what kind of questions do you have? I know there's a few plays you're like, So do you have any ones that stuck out to you on this? I put you on the spot. You have to start. Sorry.
Oh man, that's too much on the spot. I need to think of that on my own.
All right. We'll start with. Oh, you can start.
I got it. Okay, so I guess on the play, like I know, like historically speaking, from the Sapphire Steel side, like you mostly want to go Pleakley into Beast, right? And I think you probably noticed that he didn't really have any easy answers to this Beast. So I think sticking Beast and then potentially playing like a Gaston afterwards for the refill was probably like your ideal like opener. And I think for you, fortunately, like you're able to like do that. I mean, you didn't have the Gaston, but you were able to play that afterwards. But it turns out like that Tinkerbell was huge, right? Being able to do 1 damage and then shooting the one shark for 4 with the strength, and then being able to challenge the other with a Robin Hood really kind of broke the game in that on that turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was really good.
The Tinkerbells,
I guess.
the Tinkerbells were better in this matchup than I expected them to be. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, in terms of, I remember there was one turn you inked like a grandma, and I know we always like to make a meme about like, oh, never ink for fun. You know what I mean? If you can help it, don't ink for fun. But we saw that later. You kind of try to set up that Robin Hood, like you kind of counted how many cards he had in his hand, right? So you're like, well, I need to make sure I have like less cards so I can cycle through. So I'm assuming that's kind of what you were thinking when you inked the grandma.
Yeah, definitely inking the grandma was a questionable decision potentially, but yeah, anytime I'm looking at the Robin Hoods in my hand, I'm thinking about how many cards do I have? How realistic is it for me to get below the number of cards in my opponent's hand if I play the other cards that already are in my hand? And how do I sort of maximize those resources in that fashion?
And I think one other thing was like the last play when you played the Simba. Did you think he didn't have the like B prep and maybe had like one answer like a Maui for one of your characters? So you're like, okay, I just need to get 2 more lore and win the game.
Yeah, so I wanted to make sure that if the Gaston died, that I had the 2 lore no matter what, unless like I don't know, something crazy would have to happen, right? I mean, other than be prepared. If there was a be prepared there, and like the last card in hand was be prep, it was sort of going to be like this weird situation of like, okay, now I'm just top decking and hoping for the best. Which like a Simba just chilling in my hand and then drawing 1 more card is kind of nice in that regard, right? Like I top deck, okay, if I don't like it, then I play the Simba first, and then I get 2 cards to choose from, whichever one I want to keep. But just because of like knowing that I was at 18, I was like, no, I want to make sure that I can win the game here. After playing a whole lot of Kiwi and after having played this new experiment against Red Blue, the name of the game is always, always, always just make them have it. And if you don't make them have it, then you're gonna like you can't play safe in those scenarios. You end up losing the game from that too often.
Yeah. I thought you were totally toast when sorry, you can
No,
I was gonna say one more thing, sorry, yeah. Oh, I was gonna say like I thought you were like dead when he played Maui and then like crashed your broom and your Simba. But turns out you can kind of, turn the corner after you're able to play like Tinkerbell into the other high cost cards in your deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I quested the broom there specifically because I knew that if he crashed into it, I had the Tinkerbell already in hand. So I was like, okay, if he crashes here, he's not singing, and I'm finishing it off with the Tinkerbell, just for some good value.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, the crowd went wild when the crowd went wild when you fed Gaston to Pleakley. How did that feel?
It's never a good move.
I love
it. It's mad lad behavior, but the first time for everything there.
So I didn't want to lose the lore from that Gaston to like a be prepared, but I also didn't want to give the challenge to the Maui Shark. And so Pleakley is sort of like a really bad John Silver in that scenario.
Both aliens, so it works out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so Christian, on your side, I mean, you have some fun cards that you didn't necessarily like the All Is Found. You didn't really get to feed too often, but you did get to fire off that Mufasa, and he had a pretty good run. But how did it feel there, looking down the barrel of 2 Gastons with the Mufasa? That you're like, oh, I don't want to do that. And what were those 2 cards in your hand? Because I noticed you didn't play a card. So at that point, what were you holding on to?
It was a How Far I'll Go, and let's see. It was a Sisu, and so because he played Pete the following turn, and then I drew Develop Your Brain is what I drew, and so I couldn't play these 2, unfortunately. And then
Yeah.
obviously like this CC was very bad this matchup. Very, very bad. Which has kind of been my experience, the longer playing this deck, that the CCs just don't feel as good without, just like more people are playing cards that Sisu just isn't as good at taking out. Which is why I swapped out 2 from the original DKP list for these Mufasas. Just to have more threats that tend to need to be answered that also kind of draw you cards, right? And so yeah, I had to, I had to crash it because otherwise your man's here was gonna lose. So I had to take a dive here. Going for that Maui off the top. Of course, he was the next card there, which if I happens sometimes.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, it
Gastons were
turns out.
super good against me. I don't like I said, I don't have a lot of good ways to answer them. And even like Let It Go, which is like a reasonable answer, wouldn't feel like absolutely amazing after they already like get you a card and whatnot. The Gastons I thought were very impressive.
Yeah, it turns out Simba was the most important card in the deck.
Yeah, that's Simba. He was always there. Always there cheering him on.
Well, but congratulations. That was a very fun match to watch. Ed, do you have any other questions before we do sign-offs?
Me?
Oh.
No.
Oh, okay. No,
Anything
good.
else, yeah.
All right, good. All right. Well, we'll
Yeah.
go ahead. So, Christian, do you have anyone you want to shout out or anything before we say goodbye?
Shout out to TFM for letting me play on their team for a little bit. I heard that talking. I'm not technically on their team. I've known them for a long time. They need some more webcam folks. What do they call them? The digital team?
You're
I
a
like
digital
that.
team.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're
digital
the.
team, yes.
Yeah, exactly. I work from home already, so I play Lorcana from home too. I was made for
Okay.
this.
You're the
So
modern man.
yeah, I'm a modern man. I love that.
And Justin,
Yeah.
what about you? Any shout outs?
Yeah, just the SLTC group. Always got my Blue Steel homies to shout out as well. So just shout out to all of them. Keep on trucking. We got decks. They exist.
Yeah, you guys are
Not
like
dead yet.
Blue Steel can be anything, and you guys prove that over and over again. So, congratulations.
It could even be Ember Steel and win you a tournament.
Now, so congratulations again. So that's another win there for SLP. So we got the final match here, which I just got word that Ed, you're not leaving. You're sitting here. You're not escaping us. But I do get to introduce your new co-host here. It's the one and only Emperor of Late Night. We got Wybreezy, and we're gonna do round 3. So hello, Wybreezy, and good luck on round 3.
And we're back.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We just a live show. Didn't get a little cue, but we're here. The round might be over, but the games aren't done just yet.
We're on game 3. Let's get it.
Yeah. First of all, before we get into it, this is a huge honor. I got the honor to cast one of your games. Now I get to talk with you. This is a huge honor. So I really appreciate the chance. And it's hard not to fight a fanboy. I am so sorry.
There you go, bro.
But
Excited
from the game 2 here, some takers I saw the Sapphire Steel action going through, kind of came through there. So what are some takeaways from that game that we can get our lovely viewers?
Sapphire Steel versus Ruby Sapphire, kind of a historic matchup, and I think back in the day it was very heavily favored for Ruby Sapphire, but I think specifically in Jack's Shadow's version, he had stuff like Gaston for the refill and also Beast. I think historically those cards are actually quite difficult for Ruby Sapphire to deal with. I mean, back in the day, Ruby Sapphire ran Medusa, and that's why Beast kind of fell out of favor, right? Because of Medusa.
But now it's kind of
gone. It's kind of gone now. And, now people are playing Sisu, and there's nothing for you to hit in Sapphire Steel. So these Gastons and Beasts really run away with the game, as we saw earlier.
And then Ruby Sapphire was trying some spice out with the 8-drop Mufasa there, trying to get spicy with it. Just didn't go fully according to plan there, unfortunately. But we are ready for game 3. Let's go. Let's do this.
Game 3. Let's get it.
It's hard to do, the deck breakdown without giving too much spoilers, but we do have some good old classics in here. Very, very, it's been around for a while, so let's see how this matchup goes here. as I try to get these deck lists out. But yeah, it should be quite interesting to see what happens. I know that usually the last couple of weeks we had the chance to do 1-1. This game matters. This is going to be a little bit different, but it does really matter going into the standings and all that for the ICL. So every game matters. Going 3-0 is huge compared to 2-1. So all of these things, every single game does matter. Even if you try to 2-1 and 2-0 is huge difference. So this game is truly important, regardless of the last two results. So it should be exciting regardless. As we got chaotic and Haymaker throwing absolute haymakers at each other. Sorry, it's just right there. It was just right there.
No, you're good. You got it. But yeah, I mean, Haymaker, historically very powerful or very strong, like Emerald Steel player. Mm-hmm. So we'll see if he's bringing that today. And I don't know much about Alex. Do you know anything about him?
He's a TFM OG over there. He's been repping the brand for a bit. I'm not too sure about what he's going to bring to the table tonight. But TFM don't get no bad players out there. They bring absolute dogs. So they're going to bring some heat tonight.
Yeah. Excited to see the colors, and then we can kind of
I mean, Emerald Steel's a good position. If you're known to play it, this is a really, really good time to play it.
Yeah. So yeah, Alex starting off with the Ink Beast. So Beast could be a lot of different decks, honestly, nowadays. Like Beast is kind of good now that Medusa, we talk about his Medusa's out of the meta, so it gives Beast a really good time to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. Emerald Steel decks are rocking it. I've seen some like Steel Song bring that back because like you said, it has a decent position if there's no direct target. And we see a morph into a Diablo. Those are kind of giving away what Haymaker is bringing to the table, don't you think?
Yeah, so this is probably bringing Emerald Steel, his classic, and we see on Alex's side Amber Steel, 3 aerials in his opener.
Wow,
that's quite a bit without the Cindy Storm, as it were.
No 1, no 2s, which is not really the best position for Amber Steel. You usually want to see that 1 drop. You usually want to see 2, whether that's Ursula's, the Troubadours, which he finds off the top.
He ripped the Troubadour right off the top, just on time.
Perfect timing. Now that Ariel unlocks a chance to, dig for, get a song, hopefully, get us something to sing away. We already have a lot more songs, but finding more in Steel Song never hurts.
Yeah, he's tons of songs in his hand. But I mean, we did see him ink 1 of the strength, so only 2 songs, but I mean, still plenty for like what you need it for. Yeah.
2 is plenty in this situation. But Haymaker does have that ultimate, shift line available to him if he sees an action to bring that Floodborn bird that is quite controversial in the world of Lorcana.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's kind of hated on just because, like, everyone's looking at the next thing, right? It's like, well, Diablo's the next most powerful draw engine, so we gotta have stuff like Genie Elsa to try to deal with it, or just kind of 2 damage spells to deal with it. And then I see him. Yeah, go for the Ursa play. Yeah, taking the Storm makes a lot of sense. And I think I've talked to Haymaker before about this. If he does have Shift Diablo and a Pete in his hand, I think he would probably just wait like 1 turn to try to deploy those at the same time to kind of, guarantee at least 1 draw, right?
Right. Make sure because it's probably going to get sung off, so might as well.
Yeah. So if I'm him, I'm just kind of waiting.
That patience is quite important. I feel like in a lot of the high skill matchups, it's just like the instant brain mindset just goes, let me just play the good character, see what happens. But sometimes invest in your future rather than just go straight into the wall.
Yeah. So if he does have Pete Diablo here with like a strength, oh man, we're off to the races.
Will he have it? We shall find out. But Ariel, unfortunately, just looks at the 4 cards at the bottom of his deck, which is never something you want to see. But we're gonna Zeus. Wow, a little early potentially, but there's a lot of another Ursula could come up if that's another ripper of the hand.
Yeah. Man. So if I see that, if I'm Haymaker, even if I didn't have Pete, I'm shooting this Diablo.
just go for it.
Yeah, it actually might also enable him to like play, for example, like an Ursula or Prince John. Now that he doesn't really have to deal with the Zeus,
right?
Because, so I think that also like enables him to be able to freely do a couple things, and I guess that's what he's kind of thinking about. Like, fired off his only song potentially, and now I can think about what's my next best play if I don't have to be scared of it.
Right. I mean, like if you're in the Emerald Steel, you're kind of just always in a little fear of anything that Emerald Steel has. It will blow up my plan, so you just got to be careful. So in this situation, like you said, just gonna find that perfect opportunity to unleash that bird upon our field.
Yeah, but conservatively, yeah, it's probably just gonna be Pete, or maybe he just doesn't have the Diablo. He's like, okay, what do I do
just
now? Yeah.
They always have it though. They always just have it.
They always have it.
And we're just gonna go ahead and ink the second Ursula, feeling confident that there's no songs in hand. We saw all of them, so hopefully you don't get one with anything.
Yeah. I mean, past turn 2, like it's quite unrealistic to pull a song with Ursula, so I'm pretty happy just inking these.
Now we're just gonna go ahead. All right, just kind of prepping to establish a board state, letting Chaotic kind of find all of his songs, fire them away, and deplete of resources. It seems like, and we find a strength right here. Oof. Well, at least one finds it, right? At least we at least one aerial finds it. We had all 3. We had 3 out of 4. So it's nice to see one hit, one miss. It's not the end of the world, I feel like.
Actually, this is quite interesting now that he saw him ink the Ursula, right? So it's not like I don't think he's really firing off this strength on the Diablo.
Right.
Maybe he's thinking about it, honestly.
Yeah,
he's just like, well, I don't get to get rid.
I don't want you to shift. You're not drawing a single card. Get out of here.
Yeah. So he might be considering just ripping it and making sure he doesn't get to on this Diablo. But this spot is also it's kind of dicey for the Amber Steel player.
We did see him Zeus at Ursula, which doesn't really feel that great. I'm just gonna go Quest.
Yeah, this is probably there's free. Nothing you can really do to it's free, so I'm not worried about it.
Go ahead. You're gonna inch away somehow. Just deal with this board regardless of what you got. So I feel like Haymaker had some interesting choices to make here. Play the John. Still haven't seen Shiftline. Waiting for it. Just trying to find that timing. Hopefully, son, like you said, that Pete Bird combo would be phenomenal in this.
Yeah. So I mean, it's hard because we don't really know what's in his hand. But I wonder if he's thinking oh, I'm kicking myself. I ate the Ursula from last turn.
Just how long do I wait?
So depending on what he plays this turn, we can kind of guess what he's thinking.
Here. This is kind of going through the don't want to break too much deck list, but there are some interesting spice choices in Haymaker's list here. We're gonna go ahead and
he's definitely kicking himself then. He's randomly firing out those
it's just not going the right order he wants to do things in, and we're gonna go ahead and fire off the Sudden Chill, trigger that Prince John, get that card draw. Even though it's not optimal, we still gotta throw some patches around and keep on steering the ship.
Yeah, I mean he might discard his strength anyways in case he rips another Ursula,
Ursula, a third Ursula. Yeah, I mean
it's very possible. I mean he opened with 3 aerials, so
yeah, absolutely. Totally and if that was the case, that would feel so miserable. But let's see what he makes those. I kind of love the Emerald's concept of making your opponent make so many decisions that one of them has to be wrong. Just making that small mistake, taking those advantages, little by little, getting to a point where you kind of just flip over and just say, I emptied your pockets, I emptied your board. Now I'm gonna just go ahead and get this done.
Yeah, I mean that's why I think Emerald Steel is so good. It's not just you're interacting with your opponent a lot. And you give them a lot of opportunities to make mistakes.
Right.
So you're kind of just playing your game, and as soon as they have no hand, you can kind of look at the board and have all this information available to you, and you can just make the best choices from that.
Yeah, and with the new additions of those high end, the new Pete and stuff like that, your later characters are big boys. They bring the sauce in, and they're hard to deal with for a lot of decks too. So if you establish that early advantage, your late game just looks so bright and so pretty.
Yeah. So unfortunately for him, he had to fire off this Storm. Probably will end up trading his Diablo for this aerial. So maybe actually his hand was potentially bricked with potentially some uninkables that he couldn't play.
We
see totally possible.
Storm, see Storm, yeah. Oh man, there's some weird lines though. Am I off to say that this has been like some weird lines to get here?
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
this awkward position.
his hand is kind of awkward, probably. Yeah, that he really couldn't, chain together the right sequence of discard. So
yeah, inking
he had to
that
play
just...
this way. Yeah, he probably like just drew this, right? And it's like, man, I
Yeah.
wish I played this first. Blah blah blah. So yeah, just sometimes you get the wrong sequence. Yeah.
And they're just gonna see the code. Like all the pieces are coming in such weird times where everything just feels odd.
Yeah,
but we're gonna go ahead. Like just this board state just looks awkward to Emerald Steel here. If this was like turn 3 and you know the bird was bigger and the bird was in the cove, you would be feeling fantastic. But it's not the case in this situation for Haymaker. So let's see what he's going to be able to do here. I know the card, we haven't drawn a lot of cards either. I mean, they're both Chaotic is at 2 cards, and should I put that Diablo and Bird and take it out and survive. Lovely stuff here.
Yeah. I mean, historically speaking, yeah, like Steel Song has a really tough time dealing with Hidden Cove. So I think running it out here is pretty good, especially because now you kind of have to, use this aerial to challenge the Prince Drawn. And then still not a lot of good answers for the aerial on the crackback though. So I think Haymaker is going to have to kind of
just awkward
dig his way out of this. Yeah, it's very awkward.
Yeah, but if he has to find it, he will be able to hopefully see them. But if not, Amber still can start kind of just getting rid of some headaches with Prince John here. We're gonna say no actions next turn. See you, buddy, and we're gonna go ahead and take out everything and just leave a Hidden Cove on the board and say no actions this turn. You got nothing. You're not gonna be able to do anything because I've seen what you've been playing in the last couple of turns.
Yeah. So if I'm Haymaker here, I'm looking to kind of put as many big bodies as possible. And I know, historically speaking, the new set has the new Pete. And that Pete, the Space Pirate Pete, has been really good into Steel Song. I think that card is kind of what flipped the matchup a little bit. I think Steel Song was actually pretty even, maybe slightly unfavored, but I think now Steel Song or the Emerald Steel deck is a lot more favored into it because of that card.
Yeah, making those songs not singable just shuts down essentially half of the deck. No Pete here, no Hypnotize. You can't do that. So we're just going to go ahead and ink it instead. Go ahead and fire off a Beast. Yeah,
the Beast is good here. Yeah.
Like you said, the big bodies are entering the system. Next turn, if you see that Space Pirate, those are big things that can get rid of a lot here, or just kind of get you that draw with the Beast and keep the Space Pirate to just deal with headaches that you got going on.
At a dock. Very interesting. We don't traditionally see a lot of docks.
Dock on dock. It's a TFM classic though. The Forbidden Mountain has been endorsing dock for.
They love dock.
They've been rocking it forever. So if anything, the deck's name itself is TFM forced me to play dock. So I think it might have been a corporate decision from the higher ups to play the brand dock. We got
I did try to play a version of this deck, and historically speaking, the dock versions don't have Whole New World, right? That's their alternative draw engine. And I've always felt like I didn't have those super high rolls where it's like you Cindy Storm, Troubadour Storm, and then Ariel look for Whole New World Naveen Wheel, and then you shoot their whole board every single turn. I think this version of the deck has a little bit of issue finding all the songs that they need. And you can see here, right? His hand's empty, but maybe that's good versus Emerald Steel. You don't want to have a hand really. You just want to go as wide as possible.
Can't discard, can't do much. But yeah, I mean, it might work out in this situation. So hope maybe. But I don't want to spoil too much. But there is a little bit of spice and look at this family here in Amber Steel as well. It's quite of a cheeky little spice. Instead of the draw that we have with a Whole New World, we're trying to just accomplish what a Whole New World can do with more cards than just itself. So
yeah, I think that card actually makes a lot of sense now because of the introduction of the Troubadour. It made it possible to play that card a little bit more consistently with Cindy plus Troubadour / Vanessa, or Vanessa Troubadour plus one of your 3 costs on the following turn. So I really do like the addition of that card. Being able to generate a +1 in Amber Steel is actually quite difficult. I think the only cards really are Rapunzel, and then now you can play Beast now, right? No more Medusa, and then now you have Doc to try to do the same thing. So I have tried this, and I've always run out of resources. So it looks like Haymaker is going straight for the Pluto into a strength on this beast, making it quite difficult to punch through this Pluto.
Wow. And the issue is Chaotic's board. There's not a lot of strength in there. There's just not a lot of things that will do a lot of damage. So it's going to take a lot to get rid of that pesky dog. Puts that Pluto in such a great position. And finding it.
So I'm having exactly the same situation happen to me that's happening to Alex right now. Like I'm always in exactly the spot he's in. I'm like, okay, I ran through all my songs, I played all my aerials, and then this is the spot I'm in. Like, so I'm just playing my Ursula off the top.
It's like can't sing any songs, don't got any, but here she is, just resourced out. This is where I bet you wish you had some whole new worlds in your deck.
But I mean that it's like a give and take, right? Because obviously whole new world gives your opponents 7 new cards. So I think that's why you don't want to play it. And I see what they're trying to do with this Teal Song deck. They're trying to play it as like a control strategy, right? So
take it slower.
Yeah, take it slower, but the problem is like you might draw the wrong half of your deck sometimes, and you just draw a bunch of these mopey cards like Doc for fun, and then you play Ursula for fun, right? And then that's where that's where this like Emerald Steels start running away with the game, playing like huge bodies, and just keep refilling with like Beast and like Diablo, because there's no evasives, right, for the from the Amber Steel side really to deal with with Diablo. So I think this is where Haymaker starts like turning the corner.
I mean, if you see bigger bodies, hard to just deal with things. That Pluto is going to trade so much away if Chaotic can't find anything to deal with it on the spot. So, it's not looking great. Resources are getting thin, and we're just going to be able to sing away a Storm here, dealing 2 into Ariel, saying goodbye to her. All of them have been dealt with, I believe, which is really unfortunate.
3, 4, I mean, Ariel's also another one of those like +1 cards that you're kind of looking for, right? So there's still some amount of +1 cards, but like if your opponent plays stuff like Beast and also goes, infinite, you're gonna be in a tough spot.
I mean, at this point, you don't really want to. You don't see like with Pluto, Beast is just in such a cozy position.
Oh man,
oh my god! Wow,
the body's enormous.
Oof. And now it threatens the shift line, which is also scary. Like this is just getting, like you said, like it just comes to a point where Emerald Steel just gets to play those big bodies and just kind of take away.
I think he's thinking about whether or not he can quest with this Beast, because actually Alex only has 5 strength on the board, so he can only perfectly punch into this Pluto.
Just the Pluto. Oh my gosh, that Pluto, the Value City there.
Yeah, if I'm Haymaker, I think it's close, because it's like, well, actually, if he draws any spell, I can like damage the Beast anyway. So
let's see what we can do here.
Maybe it's a little bit more conservative to just be patient.
We found our Beast though.
His own Beast. Okay.
Yikes. Okay. It's something.
So, I mean, from Matt's or from Haymaker's side, you're really looking for that strength, right? Being able to banish your opponent's Beast.
See it. We just don't see it here. Oh, we're just straight up passing. Oof.
He gets 2 shots at it to try to draw this strength for his opponent's Beast.
If Haymaker can find, I think he did. Oh no.
Oh, Bruno. That's as good.
Oh, brutal. Absolute just said, you are not drawing the cards that I'm drawing, buddy. Sorry about it. Yikes. And then we're just gonna,
man, the shift, Pete.
How do you deal with that now? Like that board has 1 strength average. Oh man.
Yep, we're sending in the boys.
Quest
still can't deal with this Pluto, by the way.
Just sitting there. Pluto is just sitting there so pretty, just sitting at the porch, barking away. Oh my gosh. That's tough. That's no songs to do. Maybe you can find some spice at the top, but like without being able to draw so many cards, there's only so much you can deal with, and now you're in a very awkward situation where you deal with the Pluto.
I mean, the best thing you can have here is probably like World's Greatest Criminal Mind, because Pluto is a 5/5, right? So you can't just actually hard fire it. However, he does have that Space Pete, and that's what I want to be using my on.
Zeus. into finally getting rid of that beast here, which is good. Which would deal with the headache. Now they don't get to draw 2 cards, but they have done enough though.
Space Pete. Now there's a Space Pete that you have to deal with, right? Like that guy's huge. Another Pete for fun, sure. Ursula.
Okay.
So usually Ursula helps turn the corner a lot, right? Just being able to sing like 2 banish spells on this like kind of wide board, being able to kind of clean it up a little bit, right?
The strength here goes crazy. Yeah. Just wipes off the board and stay. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is a tough situation for Chaotic to be in. Just not finding the resources, not having answers. Just tough.
I might have considered just like punching through this Pluto one time, just like sacrifice my
just the one
my Cindy or something. I don't know. Sacrifice my Cindy and just like ram everyone in.
Eventually, you got to do it because now, like that Space P is just free lore.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we're just.
Or I guess you're just going sideways.
Are we just? Yeah, I guess so. The trades are gonna be like the red wedding for the board state here.
Yeah. One storm will probably end this game.
Does Haymaker have the storm? Let's see here. This is not going so well for Chaotic here. Just not finding the answers he's looking for. Tough stuff. Tough position to be in. When like Emerald Steel is just gonna find resources constantly. Has so many options here. We're just gonna go ahead and play Hypnotize this. Oh, yeah, that's the look at this family.
Oh, I can't even play it. Yeah, unfortunately for him with the Space Pete on the board.
Oh, I can't even sing it. That is such a bad situation. That's at that point, worst draw you can get. Worst draw.
Yeah, the Space Pete really putting in work to really showcase why he kind of deserves a spot in this deck. Just being able to completely shut down like an entire archetype is actually crazy.
Yeah, just saying, hey, your entire deck? Nah, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it at all. And I think that there's not much I feel like Chaotic can do. I don't want to be the pessimistic here, but like, what can we do in this situation? We can't even get rid of the dog.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm Haymaker, I'm just turning everyone sideways. Like he's winning the race, and he doesn't really have to do anything, to be honest. I mean, also cleaning up is also fine. Like you can honestly you can do whatever you want at this point. Like he really has like total control of the board.
And I mean, we are also like I mean, you're the pro here, so I'm curious about like we're 23 minutes of the game 1. If you're Alex here, the position you're in, like, are we just gonna keep on trying, or like are we entering Scoop City like Katie would say?
Yeah, I'm picking it up, but
right, like
he's free to do whatever he wants.
30 minutes into I mean, of course, but the time management is important in like events and stuff like that. If you
want to take a game, I'm just going next.
And they're just gonna quest with the dog. It's just put a damage, it's just state is tough. We're just dragging along until Emerald Steel just gets to 20 at this rate.
Yeah, and he definitely has the inevitability. And also something notable is that Haymaker was on the draw in this game, and he was still able to kind of take control just because like your opponent is down 1 card, and you're able to like discard your opponent's hand much easier. And another Pete just to really lock it in there.
Say nah. This is over, regardless of your decision. Let's go to game 2. Just don't even look at this game. The Space Beat doesn't exist. It's not real. It's just what it is. We're just gonna move on to game 2 and hope we don't see what we saw game 1. Oof.
Yeah. Tough. So on the draw, if he just Space Pete's again, that's it, right? Like you go turn 3 Pete, turn 4 Space Pete. GG. Like there's not much you can do about a Steel Song.
And I mean, we got. I mean, shift the Pete shift line. I'm in love with that. Both of those cards are so dominant in this format, and it's just such an incredible set of cards there. And alongside with Pete, we saw that Morph also being another shift line for his Floodborns that are plenty as well. So,
tough Space situation. Pete, like the Space Pete actually made the Morph significantly better because I think before the problem was like, well, you're only shifting on maybe Diablo and like Beast. Right. And I know people were playing like Tinkerbell before, but actually a lot of people use that spot to cut for their cards. But now I think Pete became kind of a mainstay in the deck. And now you kind of have like additional shift targets for Morph. And it's actually quite scary to just leave a morph there, right? What if you shift Diablo? What if you shift Space Pete, right?
All of them are bad.
They're all bad. So this morph actually became significantly better with the introduction of Space Pete. And that's probably how people are going to play this going forward.
Yeah. It's just such a good card. And like turn 3 Beast is also scary. Like I know we emphasize that space, but like turn 3 Beast is also quite scary. So just I'm a big Morph fan. Going into what the Floodborn options are getting into Emerald Steel.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't shift Beast into Steel, but like against Ruby, it's actually insane. Like you're gonna get like 3, 4, 5 draws off of it.
They're just gonna stare at you.
Do anything, yeah.
But we are on the alternate phase here. 6, 5, and then
5 as well.
5 as well. All right.
So 5 from Haymaker, he's probably keeping like a Diablo, maybe like 2 Diablos, like a baby and a big one. Or Ursula is very strong. Maybe Pete. So those are definitely the cards I'm looking for. Maybe it's even Pete with Space Pete. Honestly, that might be even good enough to do this game. Pete,
just like
Pete Space Pete.
Like it's fine. Turn 1, 2 doesn't matter. We'll be okay as long as I get my Pete.
Yeah, I get the Space Pete. And like, I'm not trying to like, leak the list or whatever, but Alex does play, some copies of World's Greatest, and that's kind of the key card to try to deal with Pete, because notably Zeus does not deal with like a healthy Pete that's exerted, right? It has resist 1. So the only real way you're dealing with it is the World's Greatest.
But Emerald Steel puts in such a weird situation where like you can't keep it in your hand. You just gotta hope you draw it. Hope Ariel finds it, and like even if you do, there's a chance that it might just get ripped out of your hand by the time you get to counter that shift line.
Yeah, I mean that's why the deck is so potent, right? Like so Ursula makes it protect. It's like self-protecting in a way, right? Ursula protects the Pete, and then Pete just gets to run away with the game.
Just everything is just doing like, hey, I got you. Don't worry. It's okay. You're not. The threats can't hurt you because I got you. So Chaotic is in an interesting situation here.
Yeah, he doesn't open Cindy here, but it's not a huge deal just because there's nothing for him to shoot anyways from Haymaker's side. Yeah, and I think on the draws, Haymaker, you're not really trying to play Morph if you can help it. Like if I was Haymaker, I'm just inking my Morph, even if I have it. It's quite scary into this Troubadour. So, like if I had Ursula, that's obviously the best thing to do. But even doing nothing or playing like a Cove for fun is also acceptable in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, so we see a Troubadour here. Haymaker is gonna. These are places where we just don't want to give cards to get zapped off. We're gonna go ahead and more say if you want to deal with
run it out.
He said, if you got it, do it. If not, I got you.
It's a little scary for me. But
just gonna deal with that morph. I don't like it. It gives me we're just gonna say no, thank you. Let me get that draw as well while we're at it. But it's a good bait too. Like it's not that like it's just not too terrible to get a storm baited out with a morph. Like
the thing about that though is like if you don't do that, sometimes they get actually stuck with storm in their hand that they can never play. And then they like have nothing to ink because it's like now this burning storm in my hand, right?
So like you can't play that. Yeah, I mean that's a tough situation to be in as well. But like,
personally, I would have inked a morph and just passed. But I think sometimes you can go for it, and if it doesn't work out, then it doesn't.
So
work
respecting the storm is that he is 1 for 3 now. He has looked at 12 cards and only found 1 song. Maybe more, but
is it bad that we dox how many songs he has in his deck, or?
I think at this point, it's not too. I mean, unless they decide to like call a little like on the booth there, just be like, hey, these are the lists. But so I think it wouldn't hurt to kind of list off.
I think generally speaking, most Steel Song decks run like between 16 to 20 songs for Ariel. Yeah, I'm on the side of wanting to play 20. I think the math is like a lot.
20
better.
feels right.
It's like 80% or something crazy. Yeah, but once you get down to like 18, it's like 75. So still acceptable. But for me, like if I miss one time with Ariel, I feel so behind on resources. Yeah, like even getting like a bad song for ink purposes, I'm okay with.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's just, 20 feels right. 20 feels right. You see it more often because I feel like if you ever played 18 and then transformed into 20, you feel like you're the greatest player of all time because you never miss Ariel. It's just how it works.
Yeah. So we got the Shift Ariel, new spicy card. I think a lot of people are testing. so good into the steel decks, right? Like 8 willpower is huge, extremely hard to deal with.
Huge. 3, 8, and now I mean the songs are a little iffy in this matchup, but whenever a song is sang, you can also deal 3 damage if you pay 2 more, which you kind of get to do because you're singing so much. So you tend to have a little bit extra ink here, but early on maybe not. But we will see.
Yeah. So notably on the following turn, if he doesn't space Pete, he can sing with like. Look at this family and just start shooting this stuff, playing look at this family, right? So I think it's very potent on turn 5 because of that. You can sing something, pay 2, and then you can still have 3 like ink left over to do like whatever else you want to do, right? Which there's a lot of things to be doing.
Right, now we find more answers and stuff like that. So
or you find another aerial, right? Aerial, find a song, use it, shoot it, etc.
Just pop off from there. But a space Pete might be on the way, and that might get things a little scary. But does he have it is the big question. I don't think he does. I'm just gonna go ahead and hypnotize. Say, go ahead, discard 1. I need to find something, please.
So now this is getting a little scary because this aerial is actually quite large and hard to deal with.
I mean, now 1 song you blast away the Pete, deal with whatever you want to. But Cat has to make a decision here.
I think something also notable is usually the best answer for this aerial is like a Bruno, but it would actually send both of the cards back to his hand, which you don't really want to do, like returning aerial back to his hand.
Right.
But it might be the only thing you could do if it comes down to it.
Yeah, 8 is big. Like, do we have any other answers other than that, or we have to just dive in so many different things into it? Because like,
maybe like I think that's Pluto plus something.
That's a lot of headache to deal with. So Bruno might be our only
your guys too.
Yeah,
like they're shooting your guys while you're at it, right? Like notably, like let's say you play a Pluto, and then he inked us. Maybe he just drew that. Hope he just drew that.
I most likely just drew into it.
Or maybe the rest of his hand's like uninkable. It's very possible.
Or maybe there's. I know that. I don't think there was 2 space beats in the first place,
but yeah, notably, if he does play Pluto, he can actually banish the Pluto with like Zeus or World's Greatest, and then use the 2 from Ariel to shoot this Pete. So basically, if he ever gets to do that, the game is definitely over.
Yeah.
So
Also, you could do
might do
like
the thing. Right, I just described.
The cute thing I've seen people do is shoot their own like 1/4s to draw with Rapunzel as well. It's just a little.
Oh yeah, that's classic still. Missed again with the aerial. Unfortunate.
1 for 4. That's why you play 20, everybody. That's why you play 20.
This is why. Does he look at this family? It looks like he does. He didn't, do it one at a time. Oh no, he just questing.
That would have been so good.
If he had it, that'd be crazy. I guess he would ink first actually if he did that. So doesn't have any songs in his hand, seems like, and he's just
that's rough.
Trying to get in some lore.
Just gotta get ahead. I mean, 3/8 is gonna be a lot to deal with regarding, so there's gonna be some free lore there, and you don't want to like damage it a little bit too, right? Like that threat of Rapunzel is always lurking in the back as well, so you don't want to just like keep that 3/8 body half damage or stuff like that because you're giving your opponent 3 cards for free.
Yeah, I mean the way he's playing it seems like he's just waiting with this Rapunzel in his hand, like please, like let me damage something. So yeah. If I'm trying to I don't even know how to one shot this. It just has to be like Bruno or something, right?
Yeah,
but tough spot.
I mean, like we can like dive it with the P and then Zeus it. That's just hard Zeus it. It's awkward, but it's something. We're just gonna Ursula. Oof. Knowing that your opponent doesn't have a song isn't too terrible, but like you've entered you're in a situation where that P is vulnerable with the COVID survives, but it's just not the greatest. Ooh.
So maybe what he's trying to do is like make it so Ursula doesn't die, but he could just ram everything into the cove and then like play some kind of cheap song and then just zap this Ursula.
Yeah.
And zap the Pete while he's at it potentially. So it's actually quite scary, quite vulnerable spot that Haymaker's in right now.
Yeah. Just the pieces are not coming together unlike it did in game 1 here. Yep, that's not Rapunzel, most likely. We're going to go ahead and establish a beast of our own. I couldn't draw with the heal, but I will draw if you don't answer that card. So now Steel Song is looking in a very good position here with a lot of bodies that are going to be a headache to deal with for Haymaker.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely challenging this Cove just because like
gotta get rid of it.
The bodies the bodies actually like even +1/+1 on 2 characters is actually quite scary. It makes it to like 4 and 7. You can start challenging like the aerial and troubadour in a favorable way. So I would try to be proactive and try to like nip this at the bud if possible.
I think that's what Chaotic is trying to do here. If not, like you said, it's just the 4s are quite headache, especially for Sonic Warrior herself. So we gotta get rid of that thing. If not, you gotta deal with it more annoyingly. So let's see what he's gonna do. Is he gonna quest here or just gonna do what you said? Ooh. I think we're gonna go ahead and get rid of that code. Yeah. Just get rid of it. Don't want to deal with it. The moment he finds a song, it's free estate. It's free real estate. We can do whatever we want, but we just gotta find one. Let's see here.
So now he also has to deal with this beast, which is also quite annoying. So there's quite a bit of threats that Alex is presenting.
There's too many things and not enough answers for Haymaker here. So let's see what he's gonna be able to do here. Hopefully gets to sing a song here. Just gonna storm into, let's see, it's gonna get to do twice, draw 2 cards. The beast number 1, of course, make sure he doesn't find a song as early as possible. And then we're gonna go ahead and put the other 2 into.
Also, very notably, last turn, Alex actually inked his Rapunzel. So it's very possible that he doesn't have another Rapunzel in the backup. So maybe that's something that Haymaker's thinking about.
Are we about to play ink and play a Tinkerbell here? Maybe.
Oh, that would be excellent.
That'd be quite nice. Get rid of that beast in 1 turn here. The inclusion of a giant fairy back is quite interesting here, and it'll be very beneficial for Haymaker in this situation.
Yeah. Oh, completely freezes board, right? Yeah.
Oh, we see an Ursula say, "What you got here?" And it's another Rapunzel.
I guess he had 2 at the get, right?
I'm crying in the club putting 4 in there now. Ouch. I mean, it's still good. Like knowing that Rapunzel, you still can't draw 2, but you are gonna draw 3. So, ooh.
Yeah.
Unless we can sing.
Picking it up, bro.
Unless we can sing, maybe. Are we gonna?
I mean, even if he could sing, the problem is like now Ariel is just gonna.
Yeah.
Challenge and draw 3, and then you're gonna run away with the game.
Tough spot to be in. Just drawing that 3 is gonna just change the game into a position where Cat.
Oh, maybe he has a discard, possibly.
Oh, let's see.
Maybe
a sudden chill off the top rope. Maybe
hypnotize off the tizzy.
Ooh.
Doesn't seem like he has it. I would have ripped it.
Yeah, it would have been gone. It would have been gone.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot. If you don't have the discard for this Rapunzel, definitely going to run away with the game.
Yeah, if that Rapunzel draws 3, we're kind of cooked. It's kind of cooked city here. Rough spot. But Haymaker has to come up with a decision here that might help him, but he knows what's going to be faced across from him. If he doesn't find it, let's see. Oh, we're just going to ink him more. Play for the dog. Say, if you're going to deal damage, you're dealing 5, buddy.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm eating 5 on this area. Just drawing 3 cards.
It's still drawing 3 cards. There's not a lot of things. 3 cards
is pretty sweet, bro.
Yeah, and you heal 3. It's something, but not enough.
Also, if you're able to draw 3, he still has enough to like ink 1 and then play a song or sing a song and then use the free leftover to do 3 to something.
Yeah.
So it's quite strong actually. If he finds any song, like man, he's gonna take over the board for sure.
Tough. Couple of moves away from just getting this game wrapped up essentially here with how much advantage he has. The aerial is going to be a tough challenge for him to beat if there is a game 3 here. 3-8 is just so big. Like, what do we do?
I'm wondering what he drew off the top that he's like kind of thinking about. Because I would have read this Rapunzel like 10 minutes.
Probably a song. Then you have to I would have to assume, right? Like it's like, do I just do this?
Song?
Like
No, you have to play the Rapunzel first to draw an Inkable. So I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it's always start with Ariel first.
I guess what? I don't know. It seems like the case though. Ooh, interesting here. I guess we're gonna go ahead and are we choosing not to deal 3? It seems like it. Yeah, we're just gonna.
Yeah, I guess this is also kind of the same thing.
Right. I mean,
yeah.
Instead of dealing 2, we just get rid of 2 things regardless. So yeah.
I actually haven't done the math on that actually. Like if you draw World's Greatest specifically, if it's better to fire off this and then try to just draw with the Rapunzel after. And you save. You do save 2 on the aerial. Might be relevant. Yeah.
Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and Cindy. Now, unlike game 1, Chaotic is able to kind of manage those resources while the Rapunzel is super clutch, obviously, but it kind of turned out to be a different scenario where he was able to constantly have things in his hand, constantly have answers, unlike what we saw in game 1, where we just kind of, I have 2 docks and a Cindy and nothing in my pockets. So, and we see a speed.
Actually, yeah, okay, I just did the math. I think it would have been better to do what I said.
Right.
Like, you could sing and then banish like both the Pete and the Ursula with just like the one song. And he wouldn't have to like kind of run all these other cards out. But okay, so you did rip
Forgotten Easy.
Yeah, that's the other card we haven't seen from game 1 that he does play like some copies of.
We just ripped Diablo here.
Yeah, this was what I also tried to play. Because like it's an attrition card, right? Like you're getting 2 of your opponent's cards in exchange for 1 of your cards. So it does make a lot of sense, especially without.
I see a Bruno. We're gonna
Bruno. Oh, this is why it's very awkward.
The Rapunzel here, and say quest off, baby. All right. Okay. Well,
there are some sequence of cards that Haymaker can actually draw to kind of climb his way out of this one, actually. But it's still going to be really tough with this aerial.
It's rough. Yeah, got to get rid of it as soon as possible. Because if not, like the moment that aerial's off the board, then like we're looking at an aerial, the 2/3 aerial, a Troubadour, and a Cinderella with no cards in hand. At that point,
Storm for 1.
Storm for 1. Keep drawing.
Now, notably, like the Zeus. Well, he doesn't have enough for this turn, but if he does draw like a Zeus or something, he'll be able to play it.
Yeah.
And see if he banish this to Pete.
It's gonna deal 2 more.
Or like an Ursula or Troubadour or something.
I think we're just gonna
Oh, I see. Okay.
2 more, and decide if you want to just.
Shoot the Ursula. I kind of like it. I mean, you're banishing like more cards and just leaving this in case like you just rip a Zeus and you just one shot it. Pete off the top.
That's not too bad. Still gotta climb back here though.
I wonder if I guess he's starting to challenge it and like just say like, I hope you don't have the Rapunzel roll.
if there's a third one, it's not Haymaker's game at that point. It's not it. Giving
like
6
otherwise
costs.
You're never getting rid of this aerial really.
Now we gotta just keep dealing damage. I know the space pirate is gonna go away, but like you dealt with the big problem. Now the rest could be taken care of if we find the right sequence of cards off the top here. Or like you said, off the tizzy. So
off the tizzy. One time for the one time.
For the one time. Just gotta believe in. Oh, we didn't challenge. We kept it up.
Oh, another
a second
We're
space
back.
Pete. We topped into into a Pete to a space Pete. The sequence are fantastic here for Haymaker.
One thing to kind of consider was to shift there so you can quest with this other one. So the damage one can have +2 resist. Might be relevant here because now he has his 1 turn window to use this aerial to banish this Pete. So I think I would have thought a little bit longer potentially to try to shift on it, just to be able to give both Petes +2 resist.
Right. So I guess it would be better than just having another 3/3 body, right?
Yeah. Like, is that better than having like an additional resist for this Pete? With it? Oh my god!
Oh, never mind.
off the top.
Oh man, and that's rough. That's a rough spot. Drawing 3 more. Those 2 Rapunzels back to back. I mean, not back to back, but coming along quite close to each other. Drawing 6 cards thanks to that big-bodied Ariel. The Ariel would have been gone so long ago too. Tough.
Yeah, I mean that's what this deck wants to do, right? Just draw a bunch of cards with Rapunzel.
Just get rid of it, and now
7 damage. 7.
Oh,
she's so big. You need 2 dice.
Oh my god! And just change it to 6 for the disrespect. You could have kept it a 5-2, but no, I said 6-1. Different.
No, that's not a lie. You can't do a 5-2. That the OCD wouldn't let you. Now you have to use for the upright one. Yeah,
we're just gonna see later. Yeah, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. We'll go to game 3 here.
Like that Zeus hit so hard it shut down the stream, man.
The lightning hit straight into production's computer alongside the board here. Tough stuff. Going to game 3 at 14 minutes off the clock. Things are looking a little tight there, but we are ready for game 3 here as Haymaker gets to go first for the first time in this game.
Yeah, going first here is actually huge. It makes it so you're kind of the proactive player that could just like every turn, shoot your opponent's card, right? Like now, notably, like if you Cindy, Cindy's very, very bad on the draw against Emerald Steel. So
at that point, you don't want to see it. You don't. That's just not going to do anything for you. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens into game 3 here. And considering it is his only his only 1 drop, Cinderella. It's a tough situation. It's a tough spot to be in. But you're just going to be one of those things where just ink and pass.
Yeah, most of the time I'm inking and passing anyways. If I'm on the draw against Emerald Steel, like I said, like you don't want to get your Cinderella stormed, right? So even if I drew Cinderella, I'll probably just ink it anyway and start the game on Troubadour or Vanessa, just because those are actually quite sticky and resilient, right? Like the 4 like a 3+1 resist. It's actually quite hard to deal with, and I think also something else this deck doesn't run that I didn't run either is like the Smee and the Lawrence. If you think about those cards, like yes, they quest for a lot, but they actually don't provide anything in terms of like the card advantage, right? So I think it makes sense to cut those cards in place of like some of these. I think he did ink a Stitch earlier, right? The 7 card, 7 cost Stitch.
Yeah, there was a Surfer. The Surfer is on the deck list.
The Surfer, So in place of those kind of like Smee Lawrence, like quest for 2, he's just going to try to like draw 2 cards and quest for 2 and have a big body all at the same time.
Oh yeah, but it's tough to get there with what Emerald Steel can do, though.
I mean that game he got pretty close, I think, because he was able to draw so much off of the Rapunzel, right? Like these Rapunzel are going crazy,
Right, absolutely. But just we'll see if he can do it. And there's like a cool little tech at this point in game 3. He's running that Floodborn Simba as well. The son of Mufasa, where you play the character, you banish an item or location. So it's a nice little hitting Cove target, a nice little spice into a deck that needs to answer some annoying items or location that traditionally Amber Steel doesn't get to do.
Yeah. I mean, I've looked at that card. It actually makes a lot of sense just as a one-off. So your opponent kind of has to respect it. And you can actually find it with Look at This Family, which is very interesting.
Getting your item removal through a song like that, it's interesting and fun feeling.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So he actually notably does not have a turn 1 Diablo. So we will not see that.
There's that Surfer Stitch onto the ink here.
So we'll see if he has that Ursula in his opener. I think that's like pretty important. Actually, also playing the Morph here is also okay because he didn't open the Cinderella and
your kind of feels free, right?
It's free, yeah.
And no need to worry about it getting songed away because you can't sing it. You don't have you don't have those like booms or anything, so you're just kind of freeing it away. I'm gonna go ahead and play the Ursula here. You grab a
three targets.
Oh, interesting choice to make here. What are we getting rid of here? Let's see.
This is tough.
They're both all the songs are a little annoying to deal with. We see the shift line and the aerials line looking directly at each other as well. So that gives us a little bit of information alongside it. And we're just gonna get rid of that Storm. It's like, don't draw a card, please, for the love of God. I don't want you to draw more cards. Just can't do it, please.
Storm is usually pretty good to take. I think the other card that might have been a consideration is look at this family because it's an inkable.
Mhm.
I know like ripping inkables from people's hands makes it actually quite awkward.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, being able to rip it is pretty good. But Storm, if you think about it, is like an inkable in a way, right? If you're able to unlock it, which he clearly has with like, you know, he saw
Right.
the Troubadour, Ariel.
Yeah, because then you get into a
makes
weird
sense.
situation where you're like, what do I ink? All the cards I want to play.
Yeah. So
just-
I think it makes sense to
Mhm.
rip this Storm. So
Yeah.
we'll see if he has that, you know, patented Pete line.
Pete line would go crazy here. Not, we'll find out because like Prince John here is not what you
I
wanna...
think I mean, Haymaker kind of gave us a clue what he has in his hand by taking the Storm. Because if he has like a Ursula, for example, he's gonna definitely take the Zeus, right? He doesn't want to just get Zeus.
There's the Ursula.
Or he's just gonna consider inking it and playing something else.
Just straight up raw dog the Diablo. Let's go. No big deal. We're just gonna say you don't got it.
I mean, his hand might be like the reason why you would do this is so you kind of unbreak your hand a little bit. Being able to get rid of uninkable in your hand is actually quite important sometimes, like Emerald Steel. So, I mean, he might not like it, but you know, he just kind of has to do this so his hand doesn't get too clogged up, and at least he doesn't get the draw from the Storm, right? So, I'm okay him running this out, and like, you know, Alex just like playing his Zeus and just calling it a day, playing Ariel, and just moving on.
Yeah, just sacrificing your Diablo to get rid of a potentially bigger 5 damage into something is definitely interesting. We're gonna get rid of that Sonic Warrior here into an Aerial. Going into 4 here. Let's see what we find. Or we'll be with again for the 4th time. Let's see.
With again seems
20.
Wait.
Oh wait. Oh no!
He's just ordering purposes. Okay.
Oh yeah. Of course. Got to do quality control, of course.
But I think something notable in this deck is that one of the reasons why you play You Have Forgotten Me is for this next spot where it's like you can look at this family, look at the things you need, and then ink whatever, and then You Have Forgotten Me. I think You Have Forgotten Me is one of the best cards on the draw because you're as the turn or as the like on the draw player, you get an additional card, right? And in turn, like your opponent's actually down a card. Your opponent's already down a card, actually. So discarding 2 cards from your opponent is actually quite devastating, especially if they're not able to refill. If you look at like Haymaker's spot, right? He played an Ursula, didn't draw him a card. Diablo did not draw him a card, got blasted before he got
his hand is thin.
So,
his hand is getting thin.
If Haymaker like inks a card, plays a card, he's gonna go down to 0 basically after this You've Forgotten Me. And you know, Alex is just gonna really run away with the game because he's gonna get 2 more characters and make you discard like 2 cards.
And then you got nothing in your hand. You're just top decking again into that similar situation in game 2 where he just wasn't able to get through here. But let's see what he's gonna do here. It's a tough situation. He knows what the Forgotten Me looks like because he just saw it. So let's see here. We're gonna ink the Pluto and go ahead and play. Hey, Pete, say no. Don't discard anything. You can't do that.
So depending on how many cards he has in his hand, how many cards does he have? 1, 2?
I think 1. I think he's down to because he hasn't drawn a card other than because he played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I believe 2.
A 2.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like, do I really want to ink this You Have Forgotten Me? Maybe. Okay, I guess he's still just waiting. Patience is a virtue.
But then if Haymaker empties out his hand, then that's not going to feel great, huh?
Yeah, because like he'll play you look at this family and start digging for stuff, and maybe a beast, and he'll play beast, and he just starts going crazy with the cycling.
Yeah, we are going.
Oh, he inked it. Oh, okay. So maybe he doesn't have it, possibly.
You are the voice of our reason. I appreciate you. But going into it, I mean, it's a situation where Haymaker has to make the decision of like, are we just gonna empty our hand, hope our best? Let's see what they do here. We're gonna go ahead and ink.
So another Pete, like Space Pirate Pete, would be really, really good here.
Are we gonna find it? That's a 4. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Hop on that spaceship. We're going places. Back. We're so back. We never left.
We are so back.
Actually,
it comes down to does he have the his 2 copies of World's Greatest to just shoot this Pete immediately?
He's gonna have to find it if he doesn't, because that Space Pete is gonna do a lot of damage.
Yeah. Or I guess he could ram his aerial with the Zeus.
All right.
Okay, he's firing it off.
His own Sonic Warrior and a Hypnotize. Sure, it's not the greatest, but you know,
it's pretty good actually. Like
we're
I
sitting
think,
pretty good.
yeah, I think if I was Alex, I would also do this. Even if I had World's Greatest, I would still do this play and just like kind of wait a turn, because ripping your last 2 cards from your opponent is actually the most powerful cards to rip. Like getting them down to 0 cards is actually quite powerful and slows them down significantly.
Yeah, not the best spot to be in for Haymaker is like just the situation to be in. Like it's just like now your hand is empty. Yeah, Space Speed's scary, but like not the best situation. It's just like now you're just gonna top deck. Hope. I mean, if you're built different, I guess you can. Like if you're just simply a different human being, different realm, then you can do whatever you want. Like it's just if you just find it like that, you got it like that, and sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah, there's somewhere where he just chains all Pete's together, and then that's how the cookie crumbles, as it were.
Oh my gosh! Now you play your Pluto, not even bodyguard. Why would you want to do that? It's just tough. Just now we're gonna see
Pluto.
what.
It's not bad.
It's just man. It's when you built different, I guess. It's quite. What will we see? Bruno into that Pluto. See what we are gonna get rid of here. 1 through 4. This is the best part about this card. It's just like a little gamble. Oh, it's again off the camera. It's okay. We got it 2. Let's see what we get. And
strength.
I mean,
maybe I was trying to build up a board to strength, like a really fat one.
Yeah. It gets rid of it. Pluto at least is not on the board, which is good, I guess. And
if I was Alex, I would have shuffled my hand a little bit, just because what if I have 2 Plutos in my hand? I don't want you to know that, right? So, yeah, but I mean, it's probably whatever. But
there's 2 Plutos, 2 dogs. Who knows?
We'll see if he has the World's Greatest. See if he can fire it off here. This will be the turn to do it.
Nope.
So he doesn't have it.
He don't got it. Gonna play that Pluto. We're just waiting on to an opportunity to kind of be able to do stuff, but we can't really do a lot if our opponent just keeps saying you can't do the things you are allowed to do.
Thinking Beast. Very interesting.
He's tough. At that point, I don't know if you wouldn't just want to.
I might have even played the Beast over this Pluto, to be honest. Ink the Pluto with the Beast. Because I'm trying to dig for these like beat answers,
Draw
the 2 is quite scary.
We're trying to find a way out of here because, what if that Beast came into play and now you're drawing one, but the card underneath it was, exactly the thing you're looking for. So it's tough. But Diablo's on the board. Things are looking scary as the minute goes by. Can't sing. 2 minutes off the clock. Haymaker is trying to just squeeze off this W and get ahead here, and take the win, because we are getting to a point where we have to reach our game because time is ticking.
But I think this is also the problem I had with the Amber Steel. Like, yes, you would get him down to 0, and then what, right? Like, you also have to win the game eventually.
Yeah, you gotta hit 20.
You have to hit 20, and like you can see from Haymaker, he's kind of just ripping Haymakers off the top, like back to back. Just Pete into like another Pete into like Diablo. And then he's just, Alex is just not being like, he's not able to keep up with it because he doesn't have his own beast or something like that to kind of keep up with the card parity.
Yeah,
so
he did have the beast there. I'm curious
but,
on
we'll see like what he's thinking to try to maybe take out this Pete with this Pluto, maybe potentially swinging into it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna Zeus into. Yeah, unfortunate.
And I guess you got a Ram.
Doc is not bad.
Doc, okay, we're back. Maybe that's what he was planning. Like, I'm just gonna
go back.
Actually, no, I still like playing Beast because it's like you play the Beast and then now you're kind of drawing like 3 cards off of Doc if you think about it.
Yeah, we're just gonna get rid of that space pirate.
So let's see if he drew a song for this Diablo.
If we can find it. If not,
hopefully
that Diablo's gonna get that value. We're just gonna go ahead and quest or nope. Sing.
Oh, look at this family.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. At the same time though, like we might be putting our songs away though, right? Like There is
Yeah,
that
I mean, I don't
chance.
think about it like that, to be honest. Like, yes, you can put your
I like the
songs away,
optimism.
but he already missed so much, man. We already
That's
missed
true.
like
That's true. Ariel
Yeah.
hasn't done anything. Might as well get the guaranteed too, please.
yeah. So I mean, it's okay. It's a good card, right? You get an additional character.
Grab the Beast and an Ursula here.
Yeah.
Now we're just gonna go ahead and look into the hand. We already knew which the other two was. We're gonna go ahead and quest, knowing that our bird is safe. But we are about to enter time here. So turn 0 should be starting ASAP.
I think that's the other problem with these like attrition style Amber Steel decks. Like, man, like he has 0 lore. We played for like 30 minutes.
You're just drawing at this point.
It's like, when do I get to turn the corner? And it just didn't seem like he really had an opportunity, right? Like Haymaker, just too many Haymakers off the top. Like, no opportunity to kind of turn the corner.
And Chaotic did the exact opposite. He drew like the dog. Like there's not enough like big bodies to kind of gain the lore, catch up, and try to get ahead. But without that, you're not getting to 20 in 5 turns. It's just not going to happen, I think. So you're just going to essentially play on the more defensive side at that point, just to not lose, which is not the most optimal way to approach, but it is all you got sometimes.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to be able to turn everything sideways and get to 20 and hope for the best. We're going to just absolutely shoot that bird. See you later. Banish it off. Yeah, Beast, maybe a little too late. Maybe just a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, we're just running out whatever we have at this point.
Yeah.
Send it. Full send
just get to 20. Maybe you can draw 2 constantly with the, like, we can, like, draw 2 with the Beast, play something, hope it's a dock, and just get a wide board to turn into 20 in, like, a turn, but we're asking for a lot.
I don't know about all that.
We're asking for a lot here. We're asking for a miracle. Like, there's a lot that needs to happen, but, you know, gotta keep the hope at least a little bit. Can't turn off the lights just yet.
Yeah, I'm turning off the lights. But, you know.
We're going. You're just like, all right,
let's finish the show, you know? Finish the show with a finish.
All right, I just draw feels, you know, just, let's see what Haymaker is going to do here. At this point, just going to be like, I'm going to win. Let me win, please. Let's see. A shift onto a space pirate would be kind of cool, kind of neat. Would go away quick, but like, got to do something here. Let's see.
We're going to overtime. Super overtime.
You're making the decisions here. How can we get to 20? Because you're not 11, so like it looks like you can do something here. Like you can get. It feels like you can get to 20 if you're 11 in a couple of turns. But how we're gonna get there we're just still drawing. That's the tough question. That's like, how are we now? We have 2 ink. What are we gonna be able to play? It's established more board presence, but we're just gonna we're gonna deal with Beast here. Oh no, Pluto. Okay. So you can't damage my stuff. Okay. We're just answering questions, I guess. I don't know if it's a tough situation. It's time, so like trying to stop your opponent to get to 20 is also an option. But like they're both kind of doing the same thing, so they're just drawing themselves into a draw.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely just gonna end in a draw.
Yeah, it's just like,
you know, now it's gonna just like challenge his characters, and then like he doesn't gain any lore.
Yeah,
and this is kind of just the state of the game that we're in.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just not gonna get us there. They both answered a lot of things and not did the thing to win the game. So we're just gonna keep doing that until the game is over, as we are wrapping up a couple of turns from now. But still gotta answer some questions. Still gotta deal with things just to make sure for some insane reason something pops off and you get to 20. But chances are it ain't happening.
Yeah,
tough. But I feel like those. I mean, hey, look at the doc. Now we can do more things. It's the dream isn't. Okay,
sure. Yeah, this happens a lot to me too. I'm like, dude, dog into two costs. Yay.
More things to play here. It's not anywhere near, I think. It's just not gonna get there just in time. Let's see here. Oh, man. We're doing some lore math here, see if it's even possible to get there. But it is definitely might be draw city. We're just gonna challenge. No, we're just gonna turn things sideways. I'm assuming, right? Kind of what we want to do.
Yeah. Last turn.
Yeah, and we're just that is not anything. So that should be all she wrote here. Tough. They just kept answering each other rather than look into the finish line, and that was just the way the unfortunately the game concludes here. Tough stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what happens in these kind of attrition battles that don't have a way to turn the corner. Everyone just like banish, and then like you go to time, and that's it.
Well, it's just it's just gonna go into. I think there's nothing we can do here, right? Like I'm losing my mind. No, okay, cool. Yeah. Nope. Well, sometimes draws happen. Sometimes it's just the way it goes. The battle of songs, the battle of the steel here concludes in a draw as game concludes 2-0 in a draw, which should make things a little bit interesting for the averages of the league, because there's like it puts things in a different interesting position as we are answering. Still challenging, still doing the thing. Still like, you know what? We're gonna draw, but your board is gonna look worse than mine. That's the plan here.
We're playing all the way till the end.
We gotta fight until the end here. They go into. I mean, look at all those 2 costs that we just drew off the top, back to back to back. Wow. Yep. Nope. Not enough. Just not enough. We're gonna get to 1, 2, 3. Yep. I mean, if it was a game of who has more lore at the end, that's pretty good. But
are you sure time is called, man? They've been going on for a while.
What is happening here? It's going. We're going back in time. We're time traveling as we speak. My guess is we're at the -6 minutes line. And
I guess in terms of inevitability, actually, Alex wins this game, huh?
Yeah. If he scoops City earlier, but the game goes into a draw here as it is the last turn. Very close though. He got wide enough to almost get there, just not enough. Maybe that beast instead of that Pluto could have quested, maybe.
Yeah, I guess that's like the thing about like we were saying earlier about like just scooping early if you recognize that you just can't win. Maybe just pick it up to try to win the third game, because like we live in the real world where time is like a real consideration, right? So definitely something to think about if you ever put
how many been Pete's too?
Should be good to go here as we got players here with us.
Going into a draw as they both kind of answered each other the whole time and just kind of kept the advantage battle going until the very, very end. So for the draw enjoyers out there, we got a draw. I don't know if there's any draw enjoyers, but like if there is, you get to party.
We love a long fought battle.
Yeah, it was very back and forth, except for the first game. First game was kind of bad, but
yeah. I mean, in terms of like deck lists, I'm kind of looking at like I saw that for Haymaker, you have the like copy of Ariel and Tinkerbell to try to deal with these like aggressive strategies. So what was kind of like your game plan like coming into this match?
Well, I didn't know exactly what I was going to be playing against, but playing the 4 morphs, having all the different shift targets available. We kind of like that. It's just like a grab bag of sorts, and then you see what you get and try to make a game around it, and it can be difficult to play around. So that's kind of the idea there. They're inkable cards anyways, so you can ink them, and just heavy on the space Petes and the beasts, because they're like you could clean up the list and make it more Ed friendly by taking out the Ariel and the Tink and just going 4 beast, 4 space Pete.
But
we're just kind of.
I see you're playing like the I'm Still Here. I guess that's like a tech for like people trying to play like the Genie Elsa type thing to try to deal with your Diablos.
Yeah, it's good against Amethyst. It also pops the Iago. And then it's It's good with Ursula, draw 2, can keep the Ursula or the Pluto around as well. So yeah, it's a tricky card, and like you can put it on Space Pete, and then now he's got resist 3 when he goes into something, and then for the next turn as well. That second game, I probably played. I probably held on to Space Pete too long. I was really had a read that you had World's Greatest, and was afraid of getting blown out if I played it. But I think I just slowly lost over time instead. I probably should have just gone for it.
Yeah.
Then I finally played the Pluto, and you had the World's Greatest at that point. But I don't know if you had it the whole time or if you just kind of drew it.
Didn't have it the whole time. I think I drew into it like a turn or two before the Pluto, and I knew you were kind of in that territory. Ink it.
Yeah, so probably should have just got my Space Pete out there. The hands I had were not like the traditional kind of powerful Emerald Steel hands, but I felt I would feel good with them against a normal Steel Song deck. But obviously, with the You Have Forgotten Me, there was no way for me to play around that, and it just kind of blew me out that third game. And I was lucky that time was called, I guess.
Kind of pivoting that deck into the Amber Steel. It's a unique list. Like we said, no, we don't need whole new worlds. We added in to look at this family, and I'm assuming corporate upstairs made you play Doc. So kind of break me down one of those the choices that we made into this list. Usually we see Steel Song play a lot the wheel, the whole new world, but in this scenario we did not. So what made you lean into this way, other than essentially Dan saying you got to do it for the brand?
Yeah, it was for the brand for sure. That was forced. But other than that, it was I don't really like A Whole New World in general. I also don't like having like high on inkables, so replacing it with like I'll be the 7-cost inkable song, more or less. And then with Medusa kind of out of the format, I figured like you could supplement it with both the song and Beast, Tragic Hero. Since slapping that down on 5 isn't terrible anymore. Like, I mean, in the Amethyst they have Elsa, but that's still not super clean most of the time because you're able to clear their board with your singers before that. So yeah, I just wanted a different approach, really, on Steel Song. So I kind of went for this type of list, and the You Have Forgotten Me's were like the main part of it. So it's fun playing Emerald Steel and then like looking at them and saying I'm the discard deck now, as you blast away their 2 cards. So. But yeah, so that it was fun.
Going into like the matchups here, I love seeing the morph kind of come back here. A lot of targets for it as well. Emerald Steel is kind of in the situation where it has so many tools in its toolbox to kind of go through things. Emerald, how do you feel about going into this set champs? Are you bringing this list into those? How would you recommend it to people that are watching potentially?
Is that for me or for
for both of you? I guess because it's set champ season, we gotta push the deck list to get those play mats out there.
Amaker, go first.
I mean, I still like Emerald Steel. I think it's got game into everything. I think that its worst matchup was Hiram, and Hiram's gone. You have to be able to play around the Amethyst stuff, which I think you can do if you're playing tactically and you have right cards in the deck for it. But if you have trouble with the Amethyst cards, then I would say Emerald Steel is probably not for you. But if you can kind of know the turns and the lines to make things awkward for Amethyst players, then it's a deck that's got a game into everything and always has a chance to win.
Have you had a chance to play like Lucifer? Because like I think I know what you're saying in terms of like Amethyst, just being able to kind of block your birds with like, Genie Elsa type cards. So I felt like a lot of players pivoted to like heavier discard to try to like empty your opponent first and then like trying to deploy like beasts and birds afterwards to kind of gain the advantage. So I was wondering if you like tested potentially like a heavier discard shell.
Yes, yeah. So I've tried it with Lucifer and Anna, and for Hypnotize, and that's stronger into some things like Amethyst for sure, and tougher into other things. So I was more worried about getting kind of rushed down a bit, and yeah, hence the Tinkerbell, the Aerial, and just a little lower on the discard for this list.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, for my list, I think it's pretty good. I mean, nothing's ever perfect. So going into set champs, I think a lot of things are viable. There's so many different ways to build like Amber Steel. So I don't think any one is necessarily better than the other. It just depends on your local meta and what you're running into. I think if you want to be different and catch people off guard, it's definitely like a good shout. So, but it is I think harder to play because instead of giving 7 new cards for World, you kind of have to pick and choose which cards are best from all of your did. So, yeah, I don't know. It's not just kind of, ripping it with a whole new world and going, all right, let's get 7. But it's fun.
I think in that match too, you showed just a higher level of play, keeping cards and not inking stuff unnecessarily, and just kind of keeping the card count up, knowing that in the matchup you don't need like a ton of ink, right? So I thought that like when you're doing that, I was like, okay, he knows the matchup for sure, and it made it more difficult for me to try to find some sort of opening to get you discarded out, right?
Yeah, when you were going into like turn 4 and 5, and I had I had the You Have Forgotten Me, I tried to always keep like 3 cards in hand, so you knew you couldn't discard it. Just makes it really hard to play around. So, to your point. So yeah, it was. Had to do that. Otherwise, I just get blown out by one Prince John and a Sudden Chill. So.
Yeah, definitely. Well, friends. Well, Ed, do you have any extra questions for them before we let them off the hook?
No, that's all I got for them today.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for giving us a fantastic set of games here. Before we do let you off, we got to do some shout outs. I'll start with TFM. Any shout outs you would like to give before we get you out of here?
Just shout out to the audience, people watching and supporting everyone. We can't do this without you guys, so that's always good. Same thing with the production staff and judges. So appreciate everyone's time. Doing this 3 days a week. Taking up your evenings, I'm sure isn't, super good for family obligations and stuff like that. But it's appreciated, and I'm glad we have such a good community. So hopefully it keeps going. So
yeah, I'll shout out the silly little token critters. Love you guys, especially to Dale and Irvin and Josh for working with me on Green Steel, and Lazaro too for just working on his red blue items by himself in the corner all the time. But thanks, you guys make this game fun. The reason I'm still playing it. And go Leafs, go!
Go Leafs, go! Let's go!
I might actually win some playoff games. Congratulations on that, by the way. But, Jens, thank you so much for being here. And that should be it for our end here. Before we do get into that post show, do want to shout out the fantastic production happening in the back. We got this amazing production happening, and the judges rocking the show here. We had Beth judging the show here with Matt, I believe, rocking it out. So thank you all the judges. Thank you, production. Very, very handsome production that runs the whole thing. He's fantastic as well, alongside with the judges running around the background, making sure everything's so smooth so we can make make the experience great for everyone. But that is not all. ICL might be wrapping up for the show, but there is a post show, so stick around. We're gonna yap along, have a great time. So we'll see you there. But I gotta go. So
Ed, thank you so much for doing this. I hope you don't leave this conversation like, wow, I talked with this idiot for like an hour and I'm never going to do that again. Please, I hope that's not the case. But it was an honor and a pleasure to do this with you. Hope we get to do it again. But I'm peacing out and have fun in the post show.
See how many mics I can unmute and who I can leave muted. And I think everyone's unmuted. I think we're here. We're ready for the post show.
I'm multitasking.
Okay,
you're multitasking.
Well, I'm trying to get a little boo boo, and I gotta keep clicking because like there's this
a what?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a little boo boo.
You don't know Labubu, bro?
No, what is that?
I gotta catch up with the times, man. So it's like a what are those called? Mystery boxes?
Yeah.
Where there's like a little one of those like little monsters. Like you watch Where the Wild Things Are. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
From like the 90s.
Wait, it's from that?
No,
it's not. But like it's inspired by that. I swear it has to be.
Yeah.
Like it looks exactly the same. It's like the little monster.
And I'm just gonna Google it.
Don't, because you're gonna judge me. But I think it's gonna solve all my problems.
But
I don't think
it's just like I didn't even have to learn how to spell it because it literally just popped all the way up.
Isn't it kind of just like a Pops thing? It's just like a random collectible that has no real value outside of people thinking it has value.
Right,
that's so mean.
Yeah, unlike trading cards. Trading cards.
Yeah, that's a piece of cardboard.
I know, right?
The same thing.
It's the same thing as a pack of
They
cards.
don't reprint those though. So.
Yeah, Labubus are limited edition. Okay.
Are they cuddly?
One out of
they are
144.
nightmare.
This is traditionally 99.9% of the time. If something is touting?
Toiting sounds like it's toiting, but
advertising, claiming to be a limited edition item, and you should buy it. You should not buy that item.
Yeah, but serotonin's in short supplies these days, so
these are nightmare fuel.
Yeah, you got to get them before the tariffs kick in, and you can't afford to get them anymore.
Yeah.
There's
anyway,
like that one that's like 1 out of 144 or whatever. There's like some that are like literally 1 out of. It's like getting enchanted. There's like an enchanted Labubu. You know what I mean?
Enchanted
equivalent.
$8 to $209. That's like the amount of money
I'm not spending.
It's like getting an enchanted, right? It's like, I pulled like enchanted Tomato. It's like equivalent. Like if you open.
There's
the box,
these girls.
Like,
oh my
Tomato.
god. There's a picture of like these girls at a club partying, and they have them on their straws.
That's me. That's me and my friends.
Is you and your friends? Clubs with your.
We buy Labubus. I'm just like showing my wealth. Just kidding. I don't have any because I'm in Colorado and I have to fight for my life out here.
They also have cases for them. You see the cases? It's like you have to like put it in your case if you're dangling on your backpack.
They don't, and they're like
they're like, you know,
it's like a top loader for your Labubu.
Yeah, top loader for your. There's a thing, man. I promise.
Literally, they're like drinking and doing shots, and they have like their little dolls and like.
After the show, that's where I'm headed.
You want me to make you sad? This is because they're trying to force children, specifically little girls, are now being younger and younger, trying to act like their older siblings who are out partying, doing all the makeup, doing whatever. They're losing their childhood. So now these women in their 20s to 30s, they're trying to regain their childhood they lost by trying to act like their teen. Oh, that was too far. Act like their older sisters.
I like how being in color. Like, thank you for explaining the experience to us.
Well, you know this. You know this, but the audience might not.
I just want it because it's cute. But yeah, I don't know if you saw.
Yeah, also sure.
Well, no, it's literally the same reason that we buy cards is because when we wanted all of this stuff, we didn't make our own money, and then in my 20s, I wanted this stuff, and I still didn't make money, and now I'm going to spend my money on the toys that I couldn't buy before.
Yeah,
I have that same problem, but I don't have the money to now buy them. I still want to buy. I say as I have these unopened boxes of Lego up here that I thought I would love to open and build.
Legos are so expensive. Like, why? I just will never get over it.
Well,
never get over
it. It's a real estate issue. Well, my thing with Legos is it's a real estate issue because you buy them and then you're like, okay, I need a whole table that I'm not going to do any activities on. This is now the Lego table, and then and then you have a Lego and you're like, my house is not.
And you
built.
build it, and then you have no more space for those.
So I haven't ever, I haven't built Legos as an adult because I have that like fear from when I was a kid. Like you get the Lego set, and I was just like too like if an engineer is here, I'm like on the floor. So I was like, I can't And so it would just be like this amalgamation of like blocks. And now as an adult, I'm like, there's no way.
I think you
There's
could
no
do
way.
that. Challenge
It's just
yourself.
like a giant 3D
Yeah, just buy
puzzle.
one.
Yeah,
I mean, that's,
Yeah, for like
that's literally what it
$100.
Some
is.
inexpensive ones, yeah, surely.
I truly need you to know that it's not like a puzzle. They give you step-by-step instructions.
Yeah.
It is
Do
a
you
no-
know how long it takes to focus
It's a
on
dopamine
instruction?
thing.
Yeah. Oh well.
All
Okay.
the picture. It's not even reading.
She doesn't
man, I
ask for
promise.
directions. She doesn't read Lego instructions. She looks and she just tries to build it. You know, freehanded.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
like
That's why I
Yeah.
can't remember flavor text on cards. That's why I don't know what the last
Oh.
line of every single card does. You know, I was like, I think I was looking
Don't
at.
get me started on remembering subtypes.
gosh.
That is not my game.
I will not.
What was it?
I would like to share
Oh,
the
I looked at
messages
the-
that I got from Luke after we asked him. He's like, and by the way, who knows subtypes? And anything, it's more impressive to know what the stat lines are. And honestly,
I did not say that.
Yeah.
That was
Or what are the
mocking.
subtype of John Silver, new John Silver alien one?
yeah, he's like, if anything,
Cook, chef,
subtypes
man.
aren't even that cool. Who
No,
knows?
I was talking about Blast from the Past because I forgot it was a card,
Oh,
and I was
Blast
like,
from the Past. Yeah.
I was like, oh my god, I want to play this card. Like it's so great, and I was like reading it, and I was like, and I was talking to Zennialist, and he's like, that card is terrible. It's terrible. I'm like, yeah,
Or
it's like
making
an
a deck.
Amber card.
We're playing like Stitch.
Yeah, I was like, it's,
Blast from the
it's
Past.
so. I was like, it's so good, and then I read it again, and I was like, what's the matter? I was like, you could play like a
It
typo
puts it
deck.
to your hand, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's what's
Yeah,
the
and I
matter
was
with it. It is not living
Yeah,
death.
really?
It is not. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And
I
it
thought
would
you
see
would just
play.
play everything
If
to
it
the
put it
play.
into
Oh,
play,
that's
I
nice.
would have
I did
brewed
too.
so many decks
I
with
know.
this.
Insane.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's so bad.
give it
It's
to
so-
us.
I know. I was like, I did the same thing. I literally looked at it and was like, just go to your hand. Oh, this card is terrible. Oh
It could be
no.
okay, Stitch. You can like play all Stitch deck. The Stitch deck.
So
Well, you'd
So
have to
just
like
wait,
sing
they're
it
gonna-
and then.
yeah, sing it with
All right,
6
all right.
cost Stitch, and then you get all the Stitches. And you play all
I
the
just
Stitches.
wanted it
till
to
they make
be
a
like
card
a Rise of the Dark Realms or something.
that says discard a character that shares a name with a character you have in play. Gain a lore. Boom.
like
Blast
Hades,
from the
right?
past. Busted.
But like different. Hades, but not Hades.
Yeah, like
Bad
Hades, but like
yeah, Hades, but like a
but
good
different.
Hades.
But different. Yeah.
There's so
but
many
actually
cards
good.
where it's like we need the good version, like with Lady Tremaine, where like you get to bring a card, do it again. Like we need the good version of Lady Tremaine. We don't have the good version yet, and yeah,
The one that costs 3.
yeah, but we have one that costs 6, and she's uninkable. And
I love
she's
that
a-
card.
Play green red Lady Tremaine deck. That sounds so good. All uninkable, so unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just who needs think where we're going.
Yeah, right. Well,
I'm not getting one of these little boo boos,
I mean,
dude.
play Lady Tremaine, return Sudden Chill to your hand, sing Sudden Chill, draw a card. Seems
Gathering
good.
knowledge
Play
and
Lady
wisdom.
Tremaine and shift Lady Tremaine on top of the green one, the red one on the green one,
Then
and then you
bippity
bounce
boppity
both
boop it.
of them back. Yeah,
How
you
are you
bounce
gonna
it
do
back,
that?
and
With
then
Mother
you
Knows
play,
Best?
bippity
Bippity
boppity
boppity
boop,
boop.
Oh,
and then you replay the
My
green
bad.
Tremaine, get bippity boppity boop again.
Come on, color,
and then
keep
do it
up.
again, and
I'm
then
sorry.
do it
I'm sorry.
again.
Shenanigans. I call
Yeah,
Bibbidi
that's
Bobbidi Boo
infinite.
shenanigans.
That's
Like,
infinite.
my-
That is so good.
I just call it
Literally
BBB.
infinite Tremaine.
Infinite Tremaine.
We broke it. We broke
Tremaine
it.
goes
You're gonna
stocks
see this.
go up.
Worlds 2025. Ed and I are each gonna have
Green, red,
Infinite
green.
Tremaine,
Just
Emerald
red,
Ruby,
just Ruby,
calling it
Emerald.
now.
They should make a
Oh my
green red
God.
Tremaine. That would actually make a lot of sense, right? Like green Tremaine, red Tremaine.
Like a
That's-
dual link.
But
yeah.
a baby, a little one though.
Yeah.
We need a good lady.
We can.
Tremaine
Oh, we can
shift
find out what
target.
her backstory and why she turned out the
Yeah.
way she did.
Yeah, why is she so mean to this one child? She's like, hey,
It's
your
hor-
mom's dead, and I hate you
Alright.
so much.
She's
Anyway.
like,
So we
crawl in
have-
this hole and get this diamond because you fit.
So we have
What?
Friar
That's literally-
Tuck,
That's it.
which makes you discard
Like-
a card, but it quests for 2.
What
How
version of
she-
Cinderella did you watch? I'm sorry.
Not
I'm-
Cinderella. This is Medusa, right? Oh,
Oh.
right. I got it mixed up.
Okay,
There's
sorry.
some
We'll go back.
unstable
We're having two
social- yeah.
conversations. You guys go on the one
I'm
that's
waiting
more
for her to
relevant.
figure out the lore convo. I'm letting the lore convo finish before I actually kind of
we were
forgot
talking
what
about
I was
Tremaine.
thinking about.
Friar Tuck quest for 2, discard a card.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
How much
okay.
would, like, do you think a 2 cost come into play, like a Ravenous Rat, 2 cost come into play to discard a card? Is that too good? If it quests for 1, just like a 1/1 quest for 1, when it comes into play, your opponent discards a card. Is that just too
Oh, it's
busted?
broken. That's like Ursula, right? But like,
Yeah,
It's
but
bust-
Ursula
busted.
that hits anything. It's just busted. Is discard that good in this game?
yeah, I think
that
so.
Yeah,
card.
because you don't have
Okay.
because anything that interacts with your discard costs 6
Yeah.
and is
It's
uninkable.
because Prince John exists, man. Prince John with that is just gonna be too crazy. Like, imagine you had
Yeah.
2 of those on turn 4. Like Prince
It's
John
just
and
like
the
a-
2 of
Ursula,
those.
that
And you
sound.
just-
I mean,
and-
as a
and
Green
if
Steel
there's
player,
anything.
and I know
that'd
you
be
are too, Ed.
too
This sounds
good.
great.
I love Green Steel, but yeah, that would break the game. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people know that you played Green
DuckTales.
Steel, right? They just all assume you're a Ruby Amethyst main.
Well, it's because I didn't top that one time. I had like my chance to break out, but I didn't. So here we are.
Now you're forever Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, I'm the Ruby Amethyst guy. But I mean, in Vegas, I got first on Friday, right? So people always meme like, "Oh, you shouldn't play your deck that you're gonna play on Friday, or else everyone's gonna know what you're doing." And I think people have adapted on the next day. I swear, like people started like being very conservative with like Fishbones or just not playing Fishbones, and just like, "Oh, I'm gonna play the card Hiram, the card Popsicle," and then you lose the game.
Yeah, that was like the big thing. Is like the Ruby Sapphire players in Vegas didn't realize that the older strategy of just inking and ramping with Fishbone, you would get there, but they would just lose. That they had to aggressively alter for Flaversham. I'm proud of myself. I said alter instead of mulligan.
That was really good. Yeah.
Alter, but you still send mulligan anyway. But anyway,
yeah. Look at him. You have to point out that you're proud of yourself, and that way the Ravensburger goes in. Point back off.
I mean, Chris did really well though. I mean, he got second, so that's pretty good. Like we were kind of running the same strategy, and we were kind of coming up with a deck together. So, I mean, the deck did well.
Did you also got a little bit of the info from Dale, or did you not? I know that Zan, I think, saw Dale's list, but I think you were also on a similar one.
Okay, so my entire understanding of the situation was like the person that originally gave me the deck list or kind of like showcased me the idea was actually Dave. And I think everyone was already kind of working on it kind of independently. And then we saw Zan and Lorcana Bro and Dale on Friday. And then we were kind of discussing some of the final pieces of the deck. And I remember Zan was running like Smee and something else, but definitely not playing like Morph and Tinkerbell. And I think those are the two kind of really important cards that weekend, specifically because I think Emerald Amethyst was the other kind of really good deck. And if you didn't have that Tinkerbell to kind of break parity in that matchup, like back then they were running a bunch of these like just really weak characters. Like they're playing like Morpho, that kind of stuff, Bonsai or whatever. So it was actually quite important to play Tinkerbell to kind of swing it back. I think the other main difference was he was playing he was playing also some copies of Anna, but I think notably he was playing Muses. And I think in the finals, like that card was actually very important, being able to like bounce your opponent's Diablo. And to be honest, I wasn't expecting any mirrors. I was just like, and nobody knows about this deck at all. I'm not going to run into them. Like the select few would just be like whoever, right? But it was really funny because like at the end, right, the finals is Emerald Steel versus Emerald Steel. That was like the quote unquote worst kept secret at the time. And like that Muses really put in a ton of work. So sometimes you make the meta call, yeah.
I remember Aaron being at the team house was like, because we were also obviously aware of the Friday thing. That was like kind of, I think it was the DLC before that a Friday thing also was like pretty important. I can't remember the details, but I at least remember everyone was very much paying attention to what was winning
Toronto?
on the Friday before. Was it Toronto? Maybe?
Because Toronto was also the green yellow was like the best deck, obviously, like by a huge margin.
Yeah.
So I honestly, it probably had to be Toronto. I also played with Zan at Toronto on Friday, and then he realized like, well, how do I beat green yellow? Because I think that deck was also like very lately discovered after they banned Bucky.
They're like, oh, Bucky's gone. No one's gonna.
Bucky's got no more discard. But then it's like, turns out we got a new boogeyman, and then we kind of ran some reps to kind of figure it out. And I think that's when he topped with red purple.
Lorcana Bro.
Yeah, you summon Lorcana Bro in the chat if you say it 3 times.
Yeah,
I was gonna say the night before he was playing it, and the difference is he played games against Bannable, playing Ruby Sapphire, but Bannable is a god amongst men and just instantly knew how to play against it and crushed him like 6 or 7 games in a row. And he's like, no, we can't beat this. Like, I'm not going to do this.
So
and
Bannable,
I think,
figure it out,
yeah, I think it's just, and that's what the format did after that event, right? Like everyone adapted, and Ruby Sapphire was one of the, like, I was very happy to only play it 3 times at the DLC. I went Seattle. I forgot its name for a second, and I went 2-1 against it, or I beat it in the best of 3, and then I split with it or lost to it both times in the Swiss. I mean, it's a nightmare matchup. You have to get very lucky. I've said countless times. I played to my outs. I got lucky they didn't have it. Like, who doesn't have a B prep in 6 cards, right? Like, so
Hiram's just too good. It makes sense to ban it. But also, you know what's funny? Actually, I think the main reason why I think Zan Lorcana Bro they changed the deck is because they saw Haymaker play the deck on Friday. And I think what happened was Zan was looking over and saw Haymaker do well with the deck. So I think that's like another reason why they switched.
Friday night, I remember being like at the house that I was staying at, and I was playing against the Rat, and he was like, "Oh, this is Dale's deck," and I was like, "Who's Dale?" I had no idea, and I was like, I was on Ruby Sapphire at the time, and so I was just like running reps into this like green steel deck, and I was just like, I don't like know how well, but this seems really, really strong. And then, like, of course, the next day, like main day, it's like, oh, it's everywhere. It's literally everywhere.
Yeah. All the top players were playing, obviously, for good reasons. Like that deck was clearly the best deck at the time. And I think actually, I also gave credit to Dale for the morph and tank idea. I think that's kind of what separated like the builds eventually. Was like having that morph was insane. Like morph was kind of like the unsung hero of the deck. Like he seems very unassuming, right? But then it's like you always put like the Ruby Sapphire players in like a fork, and that's kind of like the only way to beat it. Where it's like you pick between like the morph or the Diablo or the Ursula, and if they pick wrong a single time, you just lose the game, right? Yeah.
That's what it like when I played against Logan in the finals on Ruby Amethyst. It was just like I think he brawled my morph, and I'm just like, ha ha ha! This Diablo's going the distance now. You know, it's just like I didn't have that line. Whatever, right? Like, yeah. It's just like pretty key there.
We're back. Yeah. Now that like Hiram is banned, I think definitely we're back.
Did you ever leave though? I think it's always you're like Emerald Steel. It's always been slightly on the menu.
Yeah.
I do think it's hilarious that all these Ruby Amethyst players are like, oh, Ruby Sapphire's gone, we're back. And I'm like, bruh, that was your good matchup and it left. How are you? Like, now your bad matchups are in, like, the Predator to Amber Steel's back. But, like, the meta evolves. And
I mean, I'm like I'm a Ruby Amethyst enjoyer. And I think the reason why I think it might work still is because of you get to play the Genie Elsa package again, right? And Genie Elsa package against just like Bird has been very, very strong. Like I think it actually keeps Diablo down because of it. So I think Diablo decks definitely need to have some kind of secondary game plan in terms of like discard. I think that's probably the way that the Emerald decks are gonna move going forward. Like when we were playing in ICL last week or a couple days ago, Chris even took out all the Diablos, right? He didn't even play Diablo at all. He's just like, oh, I'm just gonna play Curse Merfolk, Flynn, and like Robin Hood, right? It's like I don't want any business with getting my Diablo shot with like Elsas and like Challenger Genies. So I'm just gonna play primarily only the discard plus the aggressive strategy. So I mean that's another way to go about it.
So we've talked about it a few times, all these beasts and everything. Mm-hmm. Do you want Medusa again? Or is it still too many uninkables and we can't do it?
Yeah, I mean, those things are ever revolving, right? Like, I think we're at the spot where I think no matter what, you play the 4B prep. Like, the people that are cutting it, I don't know what you're doing. Those cards, like, that's the main reason to play Ruby, to be honest. Like, it's the main differentiator in the color from all the other colors. And then I know there's like some debate, do you want to play Rabbit as a package or like Genie as a package? I know some of the other top players play both. And I mean, that's also very consistent, but you also just lose out on some of the power from playing the ladies, right? Having as many ladies as you want in the deck. So I think it's probably going to end up being like, personally for me, I like playing the bounce package. I think that's still the best like attrition package now that like Hiram is banned, right? Like, what's the next best draw engine that's very consistent? It's probably Prince John, and then we have stuff like Tomato with 2 popsicles, and then we have Rabbit Bounce.
Then,
I think those are the 3.
Then we get there. Yeah.
Diablo's probably
and everything else
too.
Diablo, it's not as consistent.
It's like the fair.
So much hate. Right?
Okay, if we're counting hate, then it's much harder to hate out on Rabbit Bounce than it is to hate out on Diablo, as one has to stay in play.
Yeah,
nothing frustrates me more than my opponent never leaving a rabbit in play for me to answer, while I'm sitting there forced to play my rabbits because I need ink or something stupid, and then they just instantly answer it each time. But I'm not a Ruby Amethyst player. I probably made mistakes in those games. So
I played a couple
Protect
of
the
Ruby
rabbit
Amethysts in my day.
Once or twice.
Once or twice. Yeah.
Okay, I
So
got
we
a
kind of
six-pack.
had
Okay.
one discussion there, but
You got a six-pack?
we'll go
I get
to
a six-pack of Labubu's. I got one.
They come in six
Ooh.
packs?
Yeah, I
thought
got
they
a
just-
six-pack, but it's not the
What do you
newest
do with
set.
6
I
of
just
them?
want to. Well, you
The
open
newest
them.
set, bro.
You hang
It's like
them like
packs.
Wolverine. You get Wolverine
Yeah,
hooks, and then you put up 3 on each, and then you go
Uh-huh.
like.
So are they keychains or are they
It's
just
per-
like
We don't
little-
have to talk about it. I just want the chat to
They're
know
kind
that
of like
if I
I
keychains.
need to know.
I had a lot to say about, the meta between those different tournaments, but I was locked in on getting 6 Labubus for me and also me and then me on some other occasions. I'll make a
Well,
TikTok.
as
Anyway,
someone who was playing Elden
Okay.
Ring the other day, I do not blame you for that.
for buying
but
Labubus?
well, yeah,
give
zoning
you
out
like a
while you,
treat.
instead of chatting.
Oh,
Oh.
I was like,
Oh, no.
just like
I
as,
just
as
have-
like a treat for yourself because you're playing Elden Ring and that's
No, this is time sensitive because it's
Elden
only
Ring
available.
is a treat on its own.
Right
Oh, yeah.
now.
The
a
Elden
treat, but it's
Ring.
also a punishment.
I liked watching the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring? Is it called that?
The one
The Elden
Elden
Ring.
Ring.
I
The only
liked
one.
watching it because I could not
The old
perceive what
Elden
the
Ring.
plot was. It was just
There's not one, right?
a ball of
Some
hair running
medieval
around and
thing.
dying.
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
I mean, the dying might have been Luke's, but I don't know.
So
Anyway.
let's try our first this or that. I guess we'll pick sides and kind of discuss it, or we could just have a free form.
Yeah, I think it
of
should be
what's
we
your
all have to be
opinion?
our own person.
Do you
What is it?
Tipo versus Sale? What do you like more? I know there was an issue earlier today where Ed was saying he would have rather played the Sale, and the Tipo might have been a big thing.
Oh.
You want to go over that again?
Yeah.
I hate Tipo.
Thank
Honestly,
you.
You
Thank
Jay-Z.
it's like
Hate
okay,
it.
look, it's like
Hate it.
Hate
your
it.
backup sale in my
Hate.
opinion.
It is
Like-
kind of funny that because it's like.
I mean, like, especially if it's a more aggressive deck and then they put like a couple things on the board and you're holding the Sale and Tipo and you're like, "Ugh!" Like, I don't want to have to play the boy, but
Oh, so you say
Yeah.
that there is a purpose of the boy. You don't
I
think
mean, it's
the
a
boy is
1-2,
useless.
right? The 1-2,
Yes.
okay, it's a 1-2,
he's
right?
fine for a second. And then after that, he's useless. Like,
A moment on the
mean,
mind.
It could be good into like the Amethyst cards, right? I said earlier, like it can like challenge Diablo, it can challenge like the
Sure.
Chernobog, or at least contest it to disincentivize
Sure.
them to leave it on the board, right? But
Right.
everything else is like, oh man, I hate playing Tipo, especially in the Ruby Sapphire mirror. Whoever plays Tipo usually loses the game, honestly. It's like really, really, really bad. So
it sucks. I hate it.
yeah.
mean,
Spell
Especially
book,
now with
it's
like
not.
like the resources aren't there anymore. So you're just like
Yeah.
eating just like the he was fine when
So,
like the resources
If
were plenty.
What
Flabbersham
about-
now
was
it's like
around, you'd be pro Tipo? Or do you still
I
hate
mean,
Tipo?
no, not even then. I see, like, I don't know. Like, there's probably like videos of me openly cursing the little boy and like, or drawing
That's
him
all
on
more
turn
cards.
8 and being like,
Who's filming you doing this?
uh,
It's just yeah, that makes sense. But I will
Yeah.
say, why didn't they make
I say a lot of things.
Floodborne Tipo? And
Yeah,
then
it's called
we're back
Baymax.
in.
Tipo.
Yeah.
There is,
Grown
what's that
boy.
guy? The one in the machine Baymax?
Yeah,
Or what
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that?
yeah,
the
I'm just
mech
saying
suit
they-
Tipo.
Yeah.
that is
You
the
can play
only
that, I
time Tipo's
guess.
okay. Is like if you
Yeah.
shift the universal shift Baymax on top of Tipo.
No, I'm saying that like
That's it.
he is growing son, but now they're gonna make grown son, and it's like this
Oh.
beefy. It's like when Gon and Hunter x
Like
Hunter turns
Maui.
into yeah, and he's gonna
So,
be huge, and it's gonna be
That would
great. And then
be,
eat
that'd
your
be
words.
a cool new thing, like a Floodborne thing, like a Ageborn. And
Yeah.
it's like a character like in the future.
Don't need it.
Well, I mean
From-
that's
Need it.
what grand
All right.
or
A better name
grandfather
than that.
clock
A
is.
better name than that for sure.
Well, but that's what grandfather clock is. It's like an aged clock. So
Well, that was cute.
Oh,
it was a
yeah,
play on
yeah.
That's
words
not
and like
cute.
you know,
That's not
It
it
is
was
a Floodborne.
cute.
color. Please
was a-
listen to me. Color. To be a grandfather, that means that this clock had grand clock babies and then aged. Imagine a world where your clocks age and have children. I don't like it. It's a
Imagine
horror.
a world
That's-
where clocks are like sentient and there was a
having
magic spell that
children?
never. Well, that's the thing. I guess too. Like the spell
Sign me
never
up.
got
Sounds
broken.
like a fantastic.
Well, yeah, 'cause that's why the
world.
Twilight
Like, I
Zero
get to go to Harry
sad.
Potter.
Oh
I
yeah.
get to go to magical
okay.
castles. We got magic in this world.
Yeah, the grandfather clock is a horror story because that means the spell didn't get broken. He
Uh-huh.
aged, which means he's gonna
Right.
die a clock. It's crazy, and I don't like to think about it.
The implications
So what
are
was
Yeah,
what was his
rough.
type?
Sad
just
clock man.
Floodborne or
He's
something?
no, he's
He's
Five
Floodborne,
costs
Is it-
is
yeah.
a
I don't remember
Floodborne,
which
yeah.
one it
Oh
is.
no,
Is
no,
it the?
no, he's not a Floodborne. He's not because he doesn't shift. He's Dreamborn then.
He does shift.
Oh, he
He
does
shifts on-
shift.
Yeah.
He's a shift
Is it,
three.
is it the warded hex?
I
Actually,
told you.
shift three.
I told you
Okay.
I don't read
Yeah.
cards.
Well,
remember?
Dreamborn
We
is
already
something
went
like
over
they
that.
Well, see,
dream.
that's
So he would
stuff
never
that I
dream
would
about
know.
being an aged clock. Like, oh, my dream is that I'll be an elderly clock.
Yeah, if
You never
Floodborn is
shifted
like
on
they got affected.
Cogsworth?
What
what are you
Cogsworth are we
shifting
shifting
You
on?
shift
On the
on
two
the
cost
two drop.
Cogsworth, man. What are you talking about? The two
What?
cost Cogsworth.
Everybody's favorite. We gotta get the
The
card
2/3.
switcher out.
The one that gives like something lore or whatever. Yeah, it gives like reckless
Oh,
lore.
it gives
Is that the guy?
Oh,
yeah.
Rush. It gives Rush, right? Yeah.
It's
Or
like you
no,
play
it
with
gives
like Maui,
Gives
now
Reckless
you
one
can like
lore.
quest for one.
exert to gain one.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
to
play with
exert it?
Maui, right? You play blue red, and then you play Cogsworth, Cogsworth,
Yeah.
Maui, and then you
Sure,
like.
sure.
Oh, the other Maui too, right? Yeah.
That's look at this family, huh?
Well,
we
that I was just moving the card thing. I was
Don't
not
yell at him.
yes.
He's gonna. He
Yes,
gets.
that one.
He might leave or turn into a cat or start playing a game. So you got to be really nice, dude.
Or Cogsworth.
We have to respect Luke on his show, otherwise. He left my game.
I am
we
a
can definitely read
whiny
this now.
small child. I must be treated nicely.
Yeah, you must be kind.
Let's see.
I mean, it still is. Look at this.
Cogsworth. Or I'm pulling it up.
Okay, so it's
Yeah, he
See,
is
look,
a
it's shift
Floodborn.
3.
shift 3. I mean, that's so good. That's so good. Oh, we could
Yeah.
shift him onto the Rush Cogsworth.
What
A
are
little
some
bit.
other ones?
Oh,
Yeah, in a blurple world.
mostly it's this one, right? We play
Yeah.
red, blue, and then we like give our Maui.
I was thinking of the. Is it
Really
purple? Is it the Commodore Norrington? What is it?
Oh wait, this one
Amethyst
too,
one?
right? This one.
No. Well, there's that one. Yeah. I was thinking
Oh,
there's like.
look. New.
There's a lot of
Cogsworth has lived a lot of lives.
While you have an item card in your discard, this character get. Oh, because it's a new card. I was like, why have I never seen this before?
I've never seen this either. to
We're
be
not
honest.
emotionally ready for it.
Top shelf.
That makes
This book is. Oh
Yeah,
wait, hold on.
no,
I
this
need
isn't the
flavor
other
text.
one. Why are there so many?
If it's Aw, look at him. He
You-
is an
You
ally.
really like. He's an ally.
Look at him. He's a
He
little guy. He's gonna
supports-
go get her a book. He supports reading, and Gaston is more than he could ever do. So
Ah, I've told you my dream that I want Floodborn Belle, but she's because you know how like Gaston's like a himbo. I want like a Belle where she's like, I don't read, and she's just like into like muscles and
Huh?
I need that so
What
badly.
oh my god.
Yeah, we have smart Gaston. Yeah, we
So we need
definitely
dumbbell.
So we need
muscle
like,
Belle.
Dumbbell.
We need
dumbbell.
beefcake Bell.
Yeah,
Beefcake
Beefcake
Belle.
Belle.
Yeah.
Beefy Belle.
Bell.
She just
Yeah.
has like her phone on her at all times.
Yeah, and she has like a muscle tease. She's like,
Zoomer
what?
Bell.
I just lift books, bro.
Yeah.
Strange but strong.
I don't read them.
Strange but strong, Belle.
Yeah, there you go.
He's strange and
I don't-
very strong.
I don't read. I lift.
Yeah, so if we, but like, I
You
think
got
we
some
need,
supplements, bro. She's just like going to the supplement store at the start of the movie and just
Yep, little town, but so little whey protein.
I'm surprised the new Bell is blue red. Because like historically there's like blue, green, and purple. Why didn't they make one of those combinations?
So blue red. So she's intelligent and daring. So that would be the two ink colors because of the ruby sapphire. So she's an inventor and she's doing what again?
She's on
Isn't-
she's on a dirigible
Oh.
of sorts in that card, right? She's like
Original.
dirigible,
what?
a dirigible.
Dirigible.
Is that
It's
what
like-
Da Vinci
I've
made?
never heard
the
of that
flying
word.
machine?
Now I
in my
feel
life.
like it's not a word, and I will let me close
You
my
made that up, I'm
let me
sure.
close
There's
my
a-
Labubu's out.
She's on
That's
her.
amazing.
See, you're saying
Somebody
you're making up
play
words and you're
Scrabble.
putting too many.
Dirigible.
Somebody
Yeah,
else
it's the same as a zeppelin, perhaps.
A zeppelin.
Okay.
Um,
Zeppelin is a word. Come on.
an
now.
airship, dirigible, balloon, or a dirigible is
I've
a
never
type
used
of
those words in my
aerostat. Okay, listen.
Aerostat.
It's like it's.
All right,
Just
buddy.
gonna keep your
All right. I was just after not knowing some things. I'm like,
No,
but
but I
yeah, but
wanna
I
see
know
the
the
bell.
word dirigible. Yeah, show
There
the
you go.
bell. Show the bell.
Which bell?
The one on the
Dirigible bell?
dirigible.
You have the
Yeah, look at
power
her.
to do this too, Katie.
I
think all of you
choose-
have the power. I think I sent
Yeah.
it to
I
all
had to
of
find
you.
the link because I closed it out because I got so stressed out by
With
having
great
too
power
much power.
comes great responsibility.
Dirigible.
I just put like Amber Hades on the screen for like 5 minutes, and then I was like, oops.
Mechanic.
Okay, I do have to find what is the Cogsworth I was thinking of.
Yeah, she's
Oh,
a hero princess
Oh,
inventor.
this
so
is not
she's
even the right-
daring and
I was thinking of this one.
Oh, yeah, the
because his name is
Majordomo.
Major Domo. Because I was like, what? And by the way, are all those cutlery souls like are souls trapped in there?
Yeah.
Oh, those are people.
They're all
Yes.
fighting. Yeah.
I
How
hate
many
it.
people? How? All
He
right.
has
Yeah.
one on his face.
So
Why not?
here's
I
here's
don't
my
like
theory.
it.
The
It's-
I
entire
love
village
dissecting Beauty and the Beast.
I hate it because it's
Work.
full of little
heart.
people.
at the hospital at the castle, the manor, the beast's castle.
Yeah.
castle
It
is
takes
the word I was
it takes a
looking for.
lot to run a castle.
The
I
whole
don't know,
thing.
like
So they
especially
all
because
got transformed, and that's
Yeah.
why no one knows about it. Is because some dude stumbled across an
Yeah.
entire empty village and was like, "I'm gonna call so and so and move their family, and we got a whole area." They didn't care to look in
You
the
think
wilderness,
everyone was
the
at
area.
work that day?
No, everybody got turned into
most of them.
stuff, and then somebody came into a
Who's running the
deserted
bakery?
village.
Well, they went into. Well, how do they not know? How do they
Because
not
they're
know
dumb.
it's there?
Like the
It's
villagers,
magic.
The villagers are literally
It's
like
magic.
They're like, hey, let's go kill the beast. And I'm like,
Actually,
hell yeah. And like
what
my
if
response would
only-
be not.
Well,
my
they didn't
idea.
even know there was a beast to begin with. Honestly,
And the
were
minute they
like,
found out, they
were
said, "Let's
"Wait,
go."
What?
What if certain
happened to the
objects'
knife?
lifespans are shorter? And so, like, there was just a parent, like a couple of couples of forks and spoons, and like over like a few years, they actually had countless generations of silverware children. And this is like the wars over storage space in the castle.
JDZ says we're off task.
Where are we, man? How did we get
Oh,
here?
This
task.
is lore, at
Honestly,
least it's Disney
like-
lore.
First of all, JDZ, you have no room to talk. Second of all,
Yeah,
His favorite
what
activity is to go
what
off
happened to
track.
all the non-sentient cutlery? Why didn't they just use that? That's actually a really good point.
Well, I think it's because like I don't know. And why do some of them get powers? Like Lumiere can like shoot like flame torches.
Have you
out of-
never seen your candelabra do that before? That's
yeah, maybe I don't have a good one. I don't have.
I think
I don't have
normally
the
when it
expensive
does
one.
that, the place burns down and the people
Normally.
don't survive to talk about it.
Anyway,
And
I
a
have beef
candle
with that
starts
movie.
blowing giant flamethrowers everywhere.
I did on my last podcast. I did like tell my co-host. This probably is why it ended a little bit. Is because I was like, I think that all girls were a little sad when the beast turned into the human, and like he was like, oh, kind of ugly, and he's like, what do you mean? I was like, he just like
so cute.
he wasn't
that
hot.
cute.
I mean, I'm not saying the beast is hot, but I was saying like, I mean,
literally the movie is. It's on the inside is what counts, and like every person was just like, okay,
yeah. So and then he was like, I don't understand at that point. He's like, I danced to that song at my wedding. I was like, okay, so we're not going to talk about that. And so anyway,
all the little girls were apparently furries. I guess they were just disappointed.
It wasn't even about that.
explain,
It's like
yeah.
I think the way they animated him, it was just like, oh,
He turns
we
around,
waited
you're
a
like,
really
oh.
long time. Yeah, like we waited a really long time, and somebody just went hard on the nose. You know what I mean? And it was just like,
So you're saying it's
Yeah.
like kissing
Okay.
a frog and turning into a frog instead of getting a prince?
or just like
it's a completely missing the moral of the thing and being entirely, like beauty is kind of skin deep.
we're in back country.
Unless-
all right, someone bring
like-
it back.
Ed, you're here. You could bring it back.
Yeah, someone save the show.
You literally could do it.
You were
Anyway, no, you guys are just going at it, man. You guys can continue. It's fine.
All
All right,
right,
so
so-
Sapphire Mufasa. Is it actually good?
It was
enough to see
fun.
play?
It was fun until it died.
Isn't that's that's
I think that's kind of the issue, though. I think these
But it
kind of
has to be
do-nothing
dealt
cards. I mean, yes, but it's
You
just
can't
like
just
it always
leave it
gets
there.
dealt with. People are just
Yeah.
waiting to deal with it.
It's
man.
on site, and it was just like the Gaston and then Zeus, and then it was sad. It was sad to see something so majestic happen and then watch it get murdered,
Yeah,
just
I
like
mean,
a stampede.
It's kind of a cute kind of solution for Hiram getting banned, just because it's like kind of in a way drawing cards.
Yeah.
Because it's like, early game we have to ink stuff like visions or anything really from like how far will go as well. So there are some good things in your inkwell that you can take. But I think it's also funny when like you get your two T-pos that you inked early game into your
that
hands.
is
and you're like,
exactly
wow.
that's why I can't play cards that you have to like Whole New World and High Rolling this and Mufasa, like anything where there's like this Mufasa, the other Mufasa, like anything where there's like variants, like I will
Have you played
Yeah.
the raised Mulan though? Because that high is high.
No,
It is-
I know I cannot. I will
All
not
right.
play that deck because I'll just like no, I'll whiff every time.
I feel
you
so
don't like
I
Gareth.
watch I watch people live my dreams. I don't get to do them.
Wow, this is a sad. Now it's therapy. Tell us more about that. No,
You thought the whole new world was lucky.
Two
Wait till
T-pos
you
off
hit
of a
it off of
Mufasa.
the Mulan.
Yeah.
oh my
Right?
gosh.
Two T-pos off the Mufasa. I mean, Mufasa is
That's
good in a
like-
meta where they don't counter it. Like, let's say, for example, like people stop playing stuff like Hades, Let It Go, and I mean, be prepping on it it's okay, but specifically the Hades
You
and
just
the Let It
follow
Go
up with
is
a manner at that point.
so killer,
It's
yeah.
like-
And then if you're able to untap with it, and then like you get to play a bunch of stuff, and like for example, like my thought was you play Mufasa, then you play like two Gastons, like Gaston find another Gaston, or like find a Tamato or something. That's when the deck gets really crazy, right? But I think if the meta has too much hate for Mufasa, I don't think it's going to be that great.
I don't think it's like one of the questions is, but doesn't it kill the tempo more than it helps? I wouldn't say that. Consider like if you keep the curve of the deck a little bit lower, and like run off of those resources, like I don't know if it kills the tempo
like
that
kill
much.
the tempo from which side? Like the player doing it or the removing it?
I was just looking in chat and I was assuming I made an assumption that it meant like taking your ink out of the inkwell kind of thing. That would just like kill that.
Yeah, I mean, by that time you have like a decent amount of ink, right? Like you play Mufasa, you have 8 already. That's already pretty decent. Like most of the decks that play this card only require like 6 to 7, maybe like for my example, right? Gaston and 2 more Gastons, or Hades, or I think the other only downside is like if you play it on 8, you only get ink to 7. And a lot of these like kind of Sapphire decks really unlock their power at 8, right? Being able to play like double McDuck Manor or like Grandma with like how far into McDuck Manor, stuff like that, right? So I think if you do get to play it on like when you have 9, it's like also pretty good. But I think it's mostly there for like a way to kind of recover resources. But I think personally for me, I think playing like 4 Tamatoas with like 4 popsicles and just having like a more intentional way to dig for popsicles, I think has been like the proven way to kind of recover from like Hiram's banning.
Well, it's like consistency versus obscene high roll. Obscene.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Seems fair. Now, with Sisu's seeing far less play, even some less brawls, and baby Sisu's not seeing play, could Tiana be good? Is Tiana next turn quest play Pluto? Is that good? It's like giving Pluto ward.
I mean,
if you have no cards in hand
for the week until people then catch on, I think, because then I don't know.
So what happens with Tiana for like
what shell do you want to play this in? Is the first question.
Probably.
Yeah, and like, do you really want no his cards in hand?
Shell. Would it be the steal, right? Because then you could have dog. I don't know. No, because then you have to get rid of your cards again. I don't know. It's terrible.
It would have to be in a
like, If I don't have any cards in hand, I'm dead inside.
Yeah, I don't like that. It only works if I give up.
Yeah.
You just don't like turning things sideways. Colin.
Yeah.
You need to embrace your inner aggro player.
Well, yeah, but then if I'm aggro and
I don't have
one drop.
No.
3 drop.
I mean, yes, if they're amethyst, but I'm gonna
Tiana into another Tiana.
What am I gonna do in the mid game?
Tiana all the way down.
What do you mean? You already won before then, or lost?
Yeah, right. That's a good
and then I have to
play.
shuffle 60 cards just to play again really fast. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at least your day's going by fast.
Yeah, you get to eat lunch.
It is true. Boomy does say that. Yeah, you have time for snacks in between rounds. That is something that I am lacking in my life.
So. Or you could just play faster with your normal deck.
You gotta just really.
I feel like I played fast.
I don't think everybody believes in you. No one would say. I don't know.
If you take longer than 10 seconds, you're taking too long.
Yeah, you gotta just like slap it down. Don't even look at your cards.
But then I do that, and you guys are like, "Well, hold on, think about it for a second." I'm like, "Okay, here we go."
You need to think about it when it matters. But every other turn, 10 seconds or less.
So Dime, it's just gone.
Okay. All right,
cool. Do you think it'll be back? Like, do you think it's fair to say it's gone?
I think it depends on where the meta is headed towards. I think another reason why Dime is gone is also because now we have to dedicate some of these uninkable slots to some of these recovery cards. For example, Gaston, right? Like a lot of the Sapphire decks are like, well, what am I going to do to kind of get, more cards back? And it's going to be something like Gaston. But I think Dime specifically will always be good, obviously, in the item set, right? I've seen some people do like the Oswald thing and they just try to like high roll with like Workshop and Oswald. And they're doing it in red-blue, not just Sapphire Steel. So in that deck, I think it would work. In a traditional style Ruby Sapphire deck, I think most people have moved on to like the Shark Big Duck version, just because I think that version, like it seems like it's not as consistent, right? Because it's like, oh, someone can just attack my location, but you can always set it up in a way where it's like your opponent actually doesn't have any way to deal with it, and it's just like a free way to, get lore. And a lot of people have been cutting all these like kind of top end cards because Lucky Dime is actually not very good into it. Like the traditional style, back in the day, we ran, Popsicle, Dime, maybe a Great Stone Dragon with like 8 cost Tamatoa, a Maleficent Dragon. Like all those decks kind of got killed by the Shark McDuck, right? Like you're just way too slow to kind of race these like double McDuck Manor into Shark, just like spam all my locations. So that traditional version of Ruby Sapphire, I think, kind of got kicked out of the meta because like the meta has started just moving too fast, and I think Dime might just not make it in these kind of traditional builds.
I
Not
like
even
this
with Ariel?
because. Well, hold on. Go back for a second.
No,
I was like, I like.
we're moved on to this happy
I like
lady.
what we're doing, but no. Did you know that Lucky Dime has flavor text?
Yeah. Do you know the story of it?
What? Which part?
Of,
His
like,
That's a
lucky
magical dime.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lucky dime.
Well, do you know why it's lucky?
Well,
Well, I
no,
don't know why
actually.
it's lucky outside.
It's his first dime he ever earned, and then he
yeah.
and then he became like
okay.
obsessed with capitalism.
Yeah,
Oh, it's an
and like a
actual
big house.
dime.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, because
I
Scrooge
I was
has
like,
the
it's just a
giant bank
ball.
that he.
I'm like, why is there a ball?
No, yeah, there's a dime in the middle. See, that's
Oh,
what I'm saying. I
boy.
was like, we're learning. There's flavor text on the card that I got to read for the first time.
In the cartoon,
Ed realized that there's a dime.
That's kind of crazy. That like you're like lucky dime. Who knows what that could be? And they're like, it's a dime. You're like, what?
Yeah,
What in fresh
because I've
hell?
never like seen the card this big
it's an
before. I'm
orb.
like, oh yeah,
How's it a dime?
Yeah, I thought it was an orb.
Maybe it's like she's a dime, where they want to say like someone's like a 10. They're like, that's a lucky dime over there.
Yeah,
A jazzy. I
Dime.
don't know. I'm thinking jazzy people.
In the show, like the evil duck Magica or whatever, she
Magica
tries to
Mysteria?
steal it from him because it actually has magical properties because it's so lucky to him and whatnot. In the story, if she steals it from him, it basically somehow gets her all of his money or something like that. It like prevents
that
him.
makes sense.
It,
Is that the
magical dime?
The DuckTales with David Tennant
I think it's a new
as
that has Saber
Scrooge?
in it.
Yeah, it's got
like
John
David Tennant
Ralphio. John Ralphio and the guy from Community. This is helping.
Yeah, it's whatever the new
Yeah, I was
one
gonna say,
is.
yeah.
I like
Troy
that.
and Abed, not Troy, and then
It's the new animated style.
Danny
one.
Pucci or Danny.
yeah, we're getting there. Either way,
You're
yeah.
saying
I was gonna say
names.
no, like literally, like the voice actors for that show, it's like actually incredible. Like
Yeah.
it's like the cast is really really good.
Have you seen the one where they're interviewing him? He goes, Larry, I'm on DuckTales, where he's getting interviewed by Larry King. And Larry King's like, oh, do you have a plane or something? He's like, Larry, I'm on DuckTales. And I quite like it because he's... Anyway, you'll have to... I'll send it to you guys later in the group chat. It'll be fine. Anyway...
What are you talking about?
What?
What are you talking about?
We got to go back lots of places because
There's a lot of words
there's
that,
a
like,
lot
none
of
of them are.
connections to get to this reference I made, but we'll get there, you know? Is JDZ mad
I've
again? I
seen
gotta
that
double
clip.
check.
I have seen that clip, so at least one person in here understood it.
It's good. And here's a question. Is this the last weekend before Set Champs? Is Set Champs text the weekend after this weekend?
Next weekend? Question mark.
Yeah, I think it is because I think I have one on the 4th.
Oh, right, because that makes
Yeah.
sense because there is the content creator one was this week.
Oh God, I love how they're like every time it gets a little bit better. They're like, guess what? Now it was 2 weeks earlier, and we already had it. I'm like, God, Europe, you get us every time.
Well, yeah, they had their content creator one, which I think Harlan won that one.
He did. He said,
and he
guess
won the
what?
last one too. So
Yeah,
That was pre-ban, wasn't it?
Do what?
No, it was the weekend. They did it like literally. They banned it, and then that weekend they're like, by the way, it's Set Champs. Have fun. That's what Villain said, I think. Or
I mean,
are you
that's
guys calling him
fine.
Rat? Are you calling him the Rat? Is that like what the cool kids call him?
What?
Who?
I don't know.
Who
You said
said
earlier,
Rat?
like I played against the Rat, and I was like,
Well, that's like a
The
person.
rat is Brian Cortad.
you guys have so many cool,
The
like
Rat.
you guys are like, oh yeah, Boo Goo and JoJo. I'm like, oh God, and so I need to
Who's
learn
Boo
everybody's.
Goo and JoJo?
I don't know.
You don't
That's
know
how I-
Boo Boo and
He's
Go
That's how I
making up
feel.
so many names
That's
tonight.
how I
like
feel when I talk
Labubu,
to you guys because you guys have like these like little like
Prince Ali Boo Boo.
you're like, oh yeah, you know,
Yeah,
you
they
know
have
Rat.
they have usernames from
Oh,
digital
it's so
clients.
hard. It's so hard.
Yeah.
I'm trying my best.
Oh yeah, I did
So-
play Aerial Dime actually in one of the like a 1K. I played like 4 Aerial, 4 Dime when there was still Fortisphere and Hiram. It actually works pretty well, honestly. Like a lot of the time, like the Hiram got you so many cards, especially if like you fishbone into it and then you play Scrooge and then like you just get all these cards and then you just Aerial Dime GG like one shot them, right? So I think every set I try to revisit Aerial Dime at least one time, see if there's any like new cards.
So this is like a
Because-
new set,
Yeah,
a banning.
kind of. Yeah,
Well, yeah,
no
it's
more
like
Hiram,
it's
yeah.
like meta,
No more
0.5 or
Fortisphere.
whatever.
It's a new world we're in.
But I
A
think
whole
the
new
reason
world,
why
you might say.
Oh,
No one
geez.
says that.
Ban it.
The problem with Aerial Dime though is like those are 8 uninkable cards, right? So it's like, what could you even pair that with? Like you can't pair it with Ruby. Ruby has all the uninkables, and then Sapphire, Steel. Like Steel also has like a decent amount of uninkables. So
You could
Oh,
shift
but this-
this on her.
oh geez, why would you do that, man? I don't know.
Why would you plead
Because of
the
the
Agaston?
Sometimes you gotta.
It's a
Sometimes you
time.
gotta.
Yeah.
But what do you think of this? We saw it see some play
I
today.
love the artwork.
I like the
know.
attrition kind of thing. Yeah.
It's fun having like a plan B. I don't know. I find that sometimes, like, especially in Amber Steel, you just run out of gas sometimes. And so sometimes it's nice to be like, look, something cooler's kind of happening. I don't know, because I don't, my deck stresses me out once I just feel like I've ran out of cool things to do. And I think this is a fun, new, cool thing to do in the late game.
A fun new thing that happened in set 4 that we all ignored.
Well, yeah. Although apparently they said they were going to release this card in set 1, and they said they're not ready for it yet. And I'm kind of sad about it, because that would have been fun to just
Can you imagine?
come out the gate and just be like firing like pew, pew, pew. That's what she's doing.
This card is good even if you shift on turn 4, because like Ariel obviously like comes on turn 3 like a lot of the time, and like a lot of the actually almost no decks can kind of deal with this on turn 4 now. Like the 8 willpower, actually extremely hard to deal with. No one's playing, like, for example, like ramp Medusa. If that was like popular, obviously you're not trying to do stuff like this, right? But
I guess that's probably why this card got hated out originally, right? Was just because of that.
Yeah.
And she doesn't re-strength.
And you can't world's greatest on her or anything. So she's
Medusa
got little
held a lot out.
She did. Like that was like the whole thing. Every time a new card came out was Medusa, and you're like, yeah.
And a steel mirror, like this card is so oppressive. I mean, as we saw, but yeah, that was like that's the problem. That 8.
So the bird was huge. Dominated. It went from a 10-cent rare to like a $4 rare. I do believe the foils were a bit too. But has it ran its course? Do you think it's still like...
you can buy this in Star Deck.
Is it the foil? Is it,
by the way?
Is it foil in the starter?
Ooh. Yeah. Buy your
time to get started. Also, they're called single player decks. I always like forget that they're like, but it's funny that it's like you can just play by yourself. I'm like, well, you do need a friend, unfortunately. But yeah,
I think it even says that. Like,
it didn't say solitaire deck.
Yeah, it's a solitaire deck. That is Ruby Sapphire. I'm just kidding. That's what people were saying in the chat. Either way, I think. I mean, obviously, this is kind of a card that once people figure it out, it's like, well, I don't know. I mean, it obviously is cool to have a 4/6, but obviously it's not impenetrable. But with Peter Pan, it's pretty cool.
I mean, with the Emerald, well, against like the Amethyst mirrors, like they actually have no ways to deal with it until like you start playing stuff like Hypnotic Strength. I know I was kind of like a big proponent of that card, just because like being able to play it against your opponent when they like play this on 3 or 4, depending on what deck you're playing against, like Blurple, they can play it on 3, right? If you have just that clean answer to it, like it actually throws them off so much, just because a lot of the 5 costs in that deck heavily rely on you doing something with your Iago, right? Like Belle plus Iago or like Elsa plus Iago. It's actually quite an important combo. And if you just like, banish Iago, then they're kind of stuck, like doing nothing. But
and it has to be it's not an ability. So like if you move damage, that doesn't count onto him.
Yeah, it has to be an action card.
Imagine if Popsicle took this out.
This might be unplayable.
Yeah, they did do that. Yeah, because it was like, oh wait, like I think at the time we were like, oh, does Vanish work like an ice block, and it just ice block the.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, but no, they were like, no, we thought of that. You guys can't have that.
But with Peter Pan, actually, I think this card is still actually very good against Steel, just because you're always going to get at least 2 for 1 with this, right? You rush it in, banish something, and then they still have to use an action to banish it, right?
Speaking of Peter Pan, another card that's been seeing some play because of Peter Pan. What have you tried out the evasive Ruby Amethyst? I personally have not yet.
Yeah, it's super fun. Yeah, very fun deck.
I mean, in our original version, it was obviously Iago, right? And I think the last weekend, like there was a Belgian tournament or a German tournament, like that ran this Moana instead of, or maybe like some split between
alongside of.
Yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense because it's like you basically get to play additional crabs in the deck, and it made like some of these like Amber Steel, for example, matchups like a lot better, being able to like kind of trade up with your kind of beefy characters, and just even 3 like willpower is actually like one of the important thresholds, right? Like I know everything basically does 2, and then now this kind of 3 can survive a lot of the stuff while still kind of being able to trade up.
Yeah, taking out genies, troubadours, Vanessas, like, and then assisting to make the Diablo. It's like a better crab sometimes, for sure.
And then this also helped like enable a lot of stuff, especially that weekend I think in Germany where they were coming into contact with a bunch of manners. So this, with Peter Pan already out, is like, okay, your manner doesn't do anything now. Goodbye.
You still have to banish a character, unfortunately, or like challenge a character. You can't just like challenge mana and then give it to the thing and then like tag team it. So still need like a little bit more help in order to like take out a 100%
The awkward
mana.
reviews.
Yeah.
Makes
This
sense.
is my new weekly, daily check. Is Lantern finally good again? Maybe,
the real question is,
unlikely.
Flute's good again? Because that's what I ask every day when I wake up. Is
Flute?
hey,
Nah.
dear God, can
I
Flutes
think
be good
Lantern
again?
might actually be good before Flute.
Oh, I know.
Just
And the thing
because
I was like, I don't know. Yeah.
I know.
if the
okay.
format devolves more into mid-range battles, Lantern becomes a lot better. You're ramping out and then whole new worlding. Like that's what you want to be doing. The only downside is when you top deck Lantern when you just need anything, right?
It just feels bad missing turn to do.
You
or
play
it
one
just feels-
drops.
I know.
Yeah. So how you play this version is like basically you play all
Just like
as many
oops,
shifts
all
as
shifts.
possible.
Yeah.
Oops, all
Oops, all
shifts.
shifts. Yeah.
And
Okay.
beast. Oops, all
Pretty-
shifts and beast. Basically,
Perfect.
right?
Well,
Yep.
then
Yeah.
Beast is back a little bit until Medusa comes back right
Yeah.
after. But
If
so,
beast
yeah.
is good, this card is definitely good. I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, like turn 1, random 1 drop. Turn 2, Lantern, Simba, loot. Next turn, Lantern, shift Simba.
No, it's gross. I mean, yeah, like I said, if
Lantern.
you're shifting, then yeah, because like it definitely it reduces the shift cost, which is like
I won so
Yeah.
many games in set 1 by like 1 drop Lantern, 1 drop Rockstar or Hook. Next turn, Lantern. Play either a aerial or shift a hook and sing Whole New World, and it's so far ahead. If you get a ready up, it's a double. Like if you have the double Lantern and the Whole New World. If you have the double Lantern and no Whole New World, then you're in a rough spot because you're probably out of cards.
and yeah, you're
But
lucky
you
didn't
could
get
totally be
bricked.
cool. Like, yeah.
But
then
you get to
a
play.
card
You
discount.
get a hard cast Tinkerbells on turn 4, and that could be pretty good.
And-
It's not morph.
I mean,
shift
even
Tinkerbell,
shifting like Stitch is pretty good, right? Like Stitch, Lantern, Stitch, and then just like dump your entire hand after. It's pretty enticing as well.
Oh, Rockstar Stitch, I miss you so much. I think about him
I
every
will
day.
be playing a Lantern Rockstar shift in at least one set champ. I'm going to be trying to go to as many as I can. Maybe I'll try to do the Steel Gauntlet again. I don't know. Losing, like, I don't like losing at all, first of all. No one likes to lose, and I really don't like to lose.
I
and
can attest
losing
to
with
this as...
Ruby Steel, it just
Ruby
feels bad.
Steel.
Well, just
You
believe
wish
in
there was
it.
a Ruby Gauntlet, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Ruby Gauntlet.
Wow.
The Ruby Gauntlet's hard mode. It's like Ruby Emerald. Ruby.
Hey, wait, Ruby Amber is actually okay. It's playable. Totally playable. Promise.
I mean, Ducky and Monkey had some pretty good lists with it at a few DLCs. You don't know who Ducky and Monkey are?
See, this is why, like, you guys are like boo boo
Oh,
and
no,
Doo-Boo,
really?
and then you're like Ducky and Monkey, and I'm like, okay, you just
Okay, well that's okay.
I
That's
saw
fair.
Monkey this
Like,
past weekend.
Yeah.
He was playing,
nice.
Calvin.
Oh,
His name's
yeah,
Calvin, right?
Calvin got like
He's
top
local,
4,
yeah.
top 8, right? I think, or did he just
actually
get
do
top
really
8?
well.
I think he got top
4? I don't
But
know.
is he built different? Like, is it something where like he just is real good? Because sometimes like there's a
I
deck
want
where
to
I'm
say
like,
it's top
oh,
8.
but there's
I
some
mean,
people that like
Ruby
can make any
Sapphire?
deck seem
Something
like
that.
it's
We can
good.
take a look, but
I mean, I think anyone
Ducky
at
and
the
Monkey
level
always
of
like spikes.
player. Yeah, I think anyone at the caliber of player as Ducky, Monkey, Ed, like you can play all sorts of decks and do
Goofy
well with
stuff,
it.
I
Like
just-
you can,
yeah.
they basically show people what the deck could do. The problem is that there's still occasional weaknesses to those decks, and if they come across a top-notch player playing an amazing deck who understands how to exploit those weaknesses, they could lose. But they also did well in those events because people don't know how to play against Ruby Emerald discard Bucky Control or something like that.
That's why I need everybody this weekend to play your most obscure oppressive deck. So that way everybody net decks it the next weekend at set champs. Then I do well because everybody net deck like a really complicated deck, and then they don't know how to do it.
No, because Harlan keeps winning those set champs and then decides to update Kiwi, and then all of my the one soft local that I have has all Kiwi decks, and I'm like, and then everything else is just like 90% of Maelstrom.
the Kiwi is kind of tough, man. I don't know.
It is. That's what I'm saying, but it's not. And it's not. We have to learn how to turn to
Kiwi's like Amber Steel. It's like Diggy Diggy Hole. It's like any Daisy deck. It's very easy to get some wins with, but when you have to put on your thinking cap
Right.
You get some puzzles that are really hard, and people who aren't prepared for that are going to lose those games.
But that's why I love Dicky Holes, because people would be like, "Oh yeah, it's so easy and fun, it's aggro," and then they were silly, and then you could beat them because they thought like the deck wins.
I got somebody got so mad at me last set is because I put Queen of Hearts in my deck last set.
Hey, with
set champs, and I was against Diggy Hole.
Wait, Queen of Hearts like the 2/2?
Are you talking about the Ruby Emerald Queen of Hearts damage lockout? It's the 5.
No,
drop.
I mean just like the rush 2/2 on
I thought
2.
he was reading chat. Sorry, my bad.
Good.
Because they would turn Cindy sideways, and I'm like, you shouldn't have done that. And he was like, I didn't know you had Queen of Hearts in there, and I was like, yeah, because of you. Like,
you did this
specifically.
You did this to yourself.
Victim
like,
I like it.
Every time I think they're not going to
Emerald
have it,
Amethyst.
they have it.
You know what's crazy? Like at NA Continentals, like the finals, he played one copy, and I was like, dude, I have to respect it. And he actually had it, like literally every single game.
I remember that. Yeah.
And I was like, do I have to pop this? And then it's like, I have to. And then next turn he showed it to me. Like,
yeah,
like,
I mean,
that card, yeah.
those are
and
the
that's
things.
What I was like, well, and also too, game 2, don't turn the Cindy sideways then. You saw that I had
that'd be good for you, yeah. That's propaganda.
I'm like, that's what I was like. Well, no. I mean, it was like he was like questing. You like quest with the Cindy because he didn't have a song. I didn't play a 1-drop, and I was like, you don't have it. I'm like, I did have it. You watched me most 6.
Rascal Adams is cooking in chat.
Chef Rascal Adams.
How much?
Peter Pan, Neverland Trickster in there,
new, bro?
And you have a hard luck in the Queen of Hearts Ruby Emerald. Ruby
Emerald card
is so pretty. Oh well,
I know this card. You can play this with what's that called?
Sapphire.
Emerald. Not Emerald. What's that? Emerald something? The one that gives it evasive. Emerald Coil, and then it's like evasive, and they can't challenge it.
Is that what Emerald Coil does?
Yeah. When you put a thing in the ink ball, you can evasive.
So you play this, and then you play this.
I love this artwork so much.
And then you play this.
Where are we
and
going?
you win the game if they can't beat prep. If they don't beat prep, you win the game.
It's these things.
These 3 cards.
All of this has to work.
Wait, the Peter Pan thinkable.
What is that? Like, how much ink is that? Oh my gosh! So it's.
Then you win. So think about that.
How do you win?
You mean just go sideways? Just
you get a quest with these things you have in play, and they can't do anything.
They can't challenge, yeah.
They can't challenge. They can't.
You can't challenge that, yeah.
It's all gonna work.
What is it?
Don't worry.
I was playing against somebody played this queen.
This
and I was like, what does
gorgeous.
that do? And everything in my hand died to her. I was like, I had like Pegasus. No, I had like Pegasus in my hand, and then I had Chernobog in my hand, and I had like a few other things. And I was like, if I play any of these cards, they're really out. Funny. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I guess I could just draw a card off this Diablo. Like,
I had this Queen of Hearts in my sealed deck for the pre-release. Or no, it was a draft. I think I opened it in pack 1 or 2. I was past the king that says damaged characters can't challenge. And I opened an enchanted Mad Hatter and was past a Mad Hatter. So I had this like awesome damage matters decks. I think I had multiple of the like deal 2 the Cheshire Cat to deal 2 damage to another damaged character. This archetype's a blast to play. Sadly, you can really only play it in limited right now. I do think it's a little
limited.
Bit too slow.
Who plays limited, bro?
Hey,
I play it once a set for pre-release.
It's true.
Oh my god!
And everybody goes, "Remember that time
you don't like pre-releases?"
You're like this is a little bit.
Yeah, it's okay. We play it with Josie. We play like box tournaments where it's like a release. Everyone opens an entire box and then we play with it. But honestly, everyone just builds the same stuff. Like once you open a box, you literally have like a play set of every single.
Well, that's why you have to do like a draft.
Yeah, but draft
or
is
like I mean, limited is fine, I guess.
I think the more sets come out, like everyone has felt a little bit better from a limited perspective.
It does seem like they're designing it like with that a little bit more in mind. Because I will say, the last time I played it, I was like, "Oh, this is super fun," and like a lot of these cards synergize. And
Azurite Sea was, I think, my favorite limited set because they had like a lot of like pirate synergies, and you could actually like build a deck that did cool things. Versus, I don't know, this is my best 1-drop. This is my best 2-drop. This card was so gross in limited,
bro. It's kind of gross and constructed, man. And against like these like battle decks, like mid-range battle fights, this card is disgusting, man. Like I've definitely lost to this card in constructed before.
Is this how I win with Ruby Steel? I mean, realistically, I don't own any sharks, so that's the main issue. Is not only did I try to win with it, I didn't have sharks too. So I was trying to play like
this,
Ruby
and
Steel
then the draw
Pirates.
Queen of Hearts, and then you put
Calhoun,
yeah, Robin Hood,
Arthur.
Oh, I love that Arthur.
Oh, Battle Arthur. Okay, Tinkerbell.
Yeah.
Tinkerbell.
Arthur pretending he knows how to read, but he doesn't.
It's like the Jack Shadows deck, but Ruby.
Yeah.
Where's
like
Ray?
deck,
Ray,
bad.
deck for us.
Ray, pick it up.
Yeah, Ray, come on, Ray.
You got this.
Get to work. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
well.
and then you play Pete. And well, no, honestly. Oh, and then you could do like One Last Hope, and then you could do other things like Big Cindy, because she challenges like ready characters and stuff.
Oh, dude, do you see the guy that was playing like Shark One Last Hope and just Regeki their whole board?
Yes.
You don't know about? You don't know what I'm talking about, bro?
I do.
There's someone
the sauce,
in the ICL that had Arthur plus Argyle, Argabo. I don't know.
Oh, Pyros.
Yes, Pyros plus
Titan.
Arthur.
That's the
just
Jonathan Lamb special, man. He loves that combo.
It was very, very cool.
Pyros, though.
Yeah, I'm like Argabo.
Wait, Pyros is a good card. Like, actually, it's like Scar.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's literally
Have you?
Scar.
Yeah, it's Scar, but with the friend.
Tried to make the Titans work when they all came out, because they all kind of like synergize with each other. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this pops off. And I think this was like a long time ago. And then I played it into like a real deck, and I was like, oh.
Other Titans are what, purple? Stratos?
There's like one in each, I think.
Yeah, there's
it's
one
like
in
the
each, but, like,
tornado.
It's like steel and something else, but yeah.
Well, is there any other cards that you wanted to chat about possibly before we wrap up tonight? Any other thoughts that like maybe this is what was the
I just like before we say goodnight, do you have any cards that you'd like to talk about? Is Great Stone Dragon back on the menu? That was a fun time. Right. I really think it's I know that you guys are you guys are Sapphire people, and so I don't want to talk trash, but it is very exciting seeing like a person play Sapphire Steel and Sapphire Ruby and not guaranteed win like that.
Well, and I think that's like we just got used to seeing that, but I think that's what needed to happen. Like, it needed to be a little more fair, but
it's a bold thing you just said.
I want to see a green blue. You know what I mean? With a Galactic Communicator. Pull that one up. I bet you guys. Do you guys know what that one does? Galactic Communicator. Okay, Katie, what does it do?
Is it a transport pod one?
Oh God, I hate when they make a card where like, who's this for? No one. You're all gonna suffer, okay? But no, I haven't seen. Banished item return. Wow, that's cool.
Banish this item return chosen character.
Broken.
Isn't there like a horrible like amethyst card that does something like this?
Yeah, there's like a guy on top like ladder that plays this card with like workshop, and then you just like play this, draw a bunch of cards, balances your entire board because you also play like Sapphire Coil, and then you just like Tamatoa Dime, and then that's it. But basically, this is like one of those like middle pieces that get you there, right? Like being able to bounce your opponent's card alongside like the Sapphire Coil. It's kind of like what Ruby Sapphire is trying to do with like the Sisus, but instead with Galactic Communicator. So I think this card's kind of underrated. I think it actually is like pretty functional in green blue.
Tamatoa.
But are you using Merlin's carpet bag or?
You don't need it, honestly. Like, workshop
you can.
Is, you know.
Wait, what? Like, how are you getting it back?
If you have a coil in play, you can bounce your Tamatoa, replay it, get that back, and a popsicle back when you ink.
Okay.
So you can create a draw card very slow line, right? Because it's a 4/5, so you can shrink. Does it say
you don't need that, bro? Honestly, you're already drawing your whole deck. Your point is to not die by the time you like Tamatoa Dime.
I'm just saying you could recur if you
could.
It's a fun thing to do. Like we're just trying
have,
to
10 cards in hand because you're workshopping like your entire hand. You know.
I mean, yeah. If we have,
I'm telling you though, I was playing. I was for reasons. What is it? Aurelian Gyroscope or?
Oh yeah, I know that one. That's a good
one. Card is actually kind of bananas if you have a little bit of space.
Did we need to take the lady off the screen?
I did. Well, I was like, oh, never mind. I got excited about something.
What is it? What is that card? Is it
Aurelian
Gyroscope? Is it Atlantean Gyroscope?
I think it's Aurelian.
Aurelian.
Yeah. Okay.
AUR. Aurelian.
AUR Alien.
Yeah, Aurelian.
Yeah, you got the rest. I'm sure it'll pull up. Here, I got it. Aurelian Gyro Sensor.
Gyro Sensor. Yeah. Wait. Oh, it has flavor text too. pointing toward lost lore, but
You're
She's
trying
like,
to. You're trying to get ready for the next. Yeah, you're like, I'm not gonna get caught.
Well, no, I'm like, I gotta
somewhere.
read these cards. Like, it's not a like I was just like using it for fun, and it's from that one movie. Okay.
This would be a card that the blur
is it
I
from
would not
Atlantis?
have gotten.
No, Venturo. I think this is original. I think this is like because if there's
Oh,
warp in the
he's
middle.
Venturo. Isn't he the Emerald one? The
It says he's an Illumineer.
Yeah, he's like
Yeah,
that
he's
guy.
the Emerald. He's the Emerald Illumineer. I thought.
Hey, you know what
No,
I'm
no,
sad
no,
about?
no, no,
They
no.
got rid of those like little cutscene thingies, and you
Yeah.
know how like they have little cutscenes in the
Oh,
sets and
yeah,
stuff.
it's like, and they were just
So yeah,
like,
got rid of
going,
those.
yeah. I mean, we have the flip book. We have a flip book now, and that is actually really cool.
Okay.
And I liked that there was like multiple art with multiple puzzles and stuff like that.
I like
really
that they made an
enjoyed that.
announcement saying they're like, we're not doing that.
Yeah,
They're
we're
like,
not doing
just,
that. Yeah.
just fun fact,
We're
we're done
cutting
with.
it off.
You know, guys,
Yeah.
I thought that was
Yeah,
kind of
yeah, I
cute.
remember
But
that.
we're not doing
Yeah.
that anymore. So.
Oh wait, what announcement? They're not doing the.
Yeah, they made like an
We're not
official
doing
announcement.
the cutscenes anymore for each set.
Oh,
they called them story trailers, and they
Story
said you'll
trailer, yeah.
just read the flavor text. You can figure it out.
you have to buy the pack to know the story.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
you
all
have
they
to
get
get
you.
all 20 tokens. Which, fun fact, I mailed Luke some tokens, but I got his address wrong by one number, and they're sending it back.
Uh-oh.
Because I had forgotten to check my work.
You
Thank
have for gore.
Don't want this card anywhere near me.
It is gross.
I
And
love this card.
Oh yeah, this is one that Luke don't you believe like this is
Unplayable.
like your future
Unplayable.
401k?
I love this
Unbelievable.
card. I love this card.
Unplayable.
Currently, I think it's super good.
It's almost like it's
It's like,
unmakeable too,
yeah,
man.
it's so.
This
many
is a
unmakeables
this is a
already.
multiplayer card.
Well,
in my
Oh
mind.
yeah.
buckle up.
I don't
Whenever
think
There's
you
it's
like
too.
play
other
a song.
multiplayer cards. It's like gain a lore whenever they draw a card or something. There's something like that.
Yeah, there's a few things.
Or when they sing a song or something.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Something like I don't know, something like that. There's one where it's like you can just they like lose a lore when you gain like Ursula, stuff like that.
Oh, the sword released.
Ah, the sword release. That's the OTK right there. You have 20 players.
Yeah.
You sword release. Don't interact with it.
Like, no. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to have 20 players. Yeah, the sword release
Yo.
is really good.
Me and my
but if
19
you're-
friends.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
No, 20 friends. You need 20 friends.
Oh, you need
Yeah,
20.
you'd have
Jeez,
to.
yeah,
Jesus
wow.
Christ.
Yeah,
Full
wow.
20 friends that don't interact with you.
Well, I guess I can't play.
But at all, yeah. It's
I
like,
did-
I
Yeah.
don't even know 20 people, bro. Ain't no way.
I did tell Color about a time I won a multiplayer game that lasted 3 hours and 20 minutes with the Vision Slab. So I present to you.
Great.
It was, really great.
One a turn, slow
yep.
and steady.
It was, an hour, 3.5 hours is how long it took. So
So we said like we need to lock that in. That is, there's no reason a game should take that long. Absolutely.
yeah.
3.5
to be fair-
hours for 140 turns seems a little outrageous.
Well,
Absolutely
because
not.
what happened is we all accidentally picked decks that took lore from each other. So like people would be close to winning and then we'd claw it back. And then we
Ursula. Minus
yeah.
one.
Yeah, and so it was kind of like we kind of made our own bed, and it also didn't help that like someone was getting close to winning, and then we just punched on them for the rest of the game because we're like, that's for trying to win.
That's kind of
That's how it should work,
multiplayer.
honestly.
Yeah.
That's multiplayer, honestly.
How
Like,
dare you try to win before us?
Yeah.
That was disgusting.
pretty much.
It's illegal.
I'm
But
excited.
anyway, so Vision Slab meta any day now.
Yikes. Surely not.
Honestly,
I hope
though.
not.
I mean, it
I
actually
miss
is
this
good in
card.
multiplayer.
I never played it, but I liked it.
I loved
This
this card
is-
so
yeah.
much, and it's
This
so
This is
bad.
Boomer Lorcana, man.
Yeah,
Boomer
Boomer
Lorcana.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, remember Elsa and Aladdin? The
Well, this is
whole down
before
and
my
stab
time, man.
'em?
I can't.
Wait, you didn't play set
What
one?
is that? What?
That's
I like
crazy.
toward the tail of it, where it's like, you know
Amber
what I mean? Like,
Steel
we're not
only?
playing stuff like this. Yeah, we're not playing stuff like this at that point. You know what I mean?
What? I thought they
No,
still
at the very
played
end
a,
it's
a
fine.
packets.
No, at the
packets
end it
one.
was like people were playing like aggro.
Amber
That's not
Steel
like
and,
purple, red, purple. Like let me like deck you out or whatever with magic broom or whatever. Like,
Oh
I
yeah,
wasn't playing
Sapphire
games like
Amber became a thing at the very end of this with
Yeah.
more
Unfortunately,
aggressive.
people playing Cusco and stuff too. Remember that Cusco you just pulled up?
Oh,
It's like Cusco
the-
3. That's
Yeah,
insane.
Cusco
No
was
touches.
devastating.
Rough, yeah. That was awful because they'd be like Cusco, and you're like, fine, turn it sideways, and and they're like Cusco, and you're like, I don't.
This guy, he's like Benja before Benja, before Benja.
But he could sing Whole New World.
I know.
This is like R&B's favorite card, though. Loves this
a
card.
whole new world. Yeah, I
Can't wait to
I
get
don't
four
love
of these
this
foil. Surely
I-
play them in my deck.
And just buy a house with it.
No, I'm
Because-
playing in my deck. What are you talking about? Playing in
Yeah.
my deck.
Do you don't get it for participating, right? Or do you get it?
I think
Is it
you
like
get
a-
one for participating.
that'd be pretty funny. They like you show up and there's only 30 people. They're like, yeah, you have to earn this. I'm like, there's like 30 of us. Can I please
Yeah,
have it?
like just give it. Yeah.
What do you want
Like,
from
oh
me?
my God, I already
30
have Mickey,
people, prizes only go to
multiple
first
Mixies.
place.
Yeah. Like
Sorry. I mean, you got to earn it here. I'm like, oh my
god.
What do you think these are gonna go for? You know, that's what I'm curious.
Not
I
enough.
think it's going to be egregious. Not enough for what
Luke's
they're
already
I think not
Yeah.
enough.
All
I
right.
think also not enough.
Yeah.
Not enough, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Enough
not
I want to
like,
buy a
hopefully
house with
enough-
it, and so it
I was
needs to be
gonna
worth
say,
way
yeah.
more.
Yeah.
It needs to like reimburse your trip to Disney and all
Well,
the
it's
other
gonna
things
do
that you guys
that.
have to do.
Yeah,
It's gonna do that.
Have you seen Disney prices? Okay, listen.
I've
Yeah,
seen some
that's
people
true.
claim that it's going to be worth less than a Mickey Mouse, and that's
That doesn't
crazy.
make
That doesn't make any sense.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
There's no way.
Crazy.
There's 500 Mickeys, and there's only going to be like, I mean, unless they're saying this is a
Well,
prize
There's
forever.
not 500
Well,
yet.
Isn't
Well-
the Baymax worth less than a Mickey, but like 2 to 5 times more rare?
I want to say it's 15 for the Mickeys nowadays, and like 12 for a Baymax.
Which,
I
Oh,
think
maybe
it's like-
because it's Mickey.
And the marketability, like a gold
And it's
Mickey versus a
gold.
shiny Mickey,
Yeah.
or like a
Yeah.
Baymax is
yeah.
like an enchanted, and it's like
There's
it's gold.
maybe one
Yeah.
day the Mickey. Imagine if the Mickey was playable, bruh. Like if like we could discard it to Queen or something, and that was a real like if there was a combo deck
Oh,
that
what is
could
it?
use
Yeah,
it,
the
how much
Queen-
more would
oh,
it
no.
actually be worth?
Oh, well, the
Nothing?
Disguised
Because no one's
Peddler.
gonna buy
I
that.
Yeah,
want
Disguise Peddler.
I want Disguise
Actually-
Peddler to be good so bad.
I
'Cause I-
have.
Wait, you know, it was actually
a
played in
photo.
the Lucky Dime, early iterations of the Lucky Dime deck. Like, it was actually one of the best targets.
I saw somebody
Mickey.
cook somebody with this
CCS
deck and
8K, the OG.
This was
Yeah,
in a
Lucky
Lucky
Dime.
Dime deck.
Yeah, Lucky Dime Mickey, it was good. I promise. You
Oh,
Lucky
I
Dime.
thought you were saying
Oh,
the
Lucky
Queen and Lucky
Oh
Dime.
no! I was
Oh,
gonna say
no,
no.
I was
this-
so
this-
confused.
No, I
I
pulled
was
this
like-
up just because I want this card to be good one day, and it's
I saw somebody Disguise Peddler an aggro deck with Mirabelle 2 times in a row.
that's beautiful.
She basically
Mirabelle?
she had the big Mirabelle, and she had 2 of them in her hand. She discarded one with a queen. You came back,
You came back.
I love that so much.
untapped,
Yo.
and did it. And she gained 10 lore. And the girl in front of her was just like,
Is that even good?
and I literally was playing. I was like,
You Came Back is kind of a funny card, but I mean,
it
obviously
was
it's very.
wild. Yeah, you
Was
came
that
back.
even good,
the-
though?
the pedal- I mean, she gained
Is it
10
even
lore,
good?
and she smoked her like, you know.
Is 10
How
lore
do you
good?
get the other
Yes.
10 lore? That's my question. How do you get the
She
other
did
10
it twice?
Well, I mean, because she was like,
Daisy, Daisy,
you know,
Daisy. Oh
yeah,
no, that doesn't
pretty
work.
much.
That's
It
how
has
many
to be
cards do you have in
good.
your hand, bro? That sounds a little impossible.
None.
Enough,
It
I
was
guess.
wild.
Well, by
None.
that
Oh
point,
yeah, no,
you
this
came
top decking,
back.
but you're.
Oh,
But
yeah.
she had also had
Queen.
like, hey,
Mirabelle.
there it
Yes.
is.
Like,
Yeah,
what?
she was also playing like, I mean, it was like super low to the ground aggro, so it was like
Even
she
less
had
cards, yeah. they're
glues
not-
and all
the
those
prize,
stuff.
the puzzle's not.
I will be right back.
It
Oh,
was
no,
against
you're a
aggro,
driver.
so
Oh, the driver has.
now
left
we're gonna
the
go through
party.
all the cards that have nipples on them. So this is the first one.
inappropriate.
Okay. How about
There's
the
this
feet
one,
ones? Maui.
there's
Pull the
Daddy.
Maui.
There's Li Shang also. He has one out, notably.
Okay, just one. Okay.
So that Is this-
Anyway, I'm in charge of this channel right
Hey,
now.
how come you know the Mirabelle? They actually censored her feet.
I love that. That someone was like, we can't have those grippers out.
Yeah.
You don't know our audience. They're
But the
insane.
hand was fine.
Oh,
Yeah. Apparently.
I got
that
into
was
the
like the
really
AI
intense-
holds the AI debate, and yeah.
I was like,
what do you think about AI in art?
it's bad. Oh no, there's two.
Oh, that Li Shang. Oh, I thought that was another. The ruby one is what
Wait,
I
that's
was thinking
two.
of.
That's two nipples.
That is
What do you
two.
mean?
I don't know what I was thinking. I'm sorry, guys.
It's like hidden. You know what I
Definitely
mean? Like a
out
shadow.
of
It's a shadow nipple.
I'm out of control here. But anyway, so in conclusion,
Wait, this is a good card of flavor text. Learn what to do, then learn to do it without thought.
yeah,
See?
that's yeah. Don't take too long on your turn, is what Li Shang is saying.
You should
He
play
says,
so
"Go
many
after
times
it."
that you already know what to do instantaneously. If you don't know how to do it instantaneously, you didn't play.
Wait,
the
is
game.
that? Wait, go back. Is that card good? Like, hold on. Give me a second. Hold on.
Let me
Give
go
me a
back to
second.
this. I think I clicked away from him. I don't know how to get back.
and he's
We'll
gone.
Well,
You have
oh,
to
because
click
on
through-
curve he's like bad. So he's like.
Oh,
so
I was muted.
Your character's when he wins
Oh,
character
wait.
quest, your other characters gain evasive for the turn or until your next turn.
I'll find
Yeah,
him.
I thought it was gonna be good when it was spoiled because
I
like
can't
evasives kind
read.
of saw
I
some
need to
play in
know.
set 1, and it was only a set 2 card. But
How
the
do I
like
lose it?
then we had the rabbit bounce and
Shang.
like it just was unplayable.
Oh man, Rabbit Bounce is so good.
yeah, whenever
this turn. Nah. Okay.
Yeah,
never mind.
until the start of
Nope,
next
get
turn
out of
is
here.
where the money is. You know.
Yeah, that's where I
You know
wanted.
what card everybody really needs to think about and probably invest some money in? It's called Restore Atlantis. And
What
let me
is this?
Your characters can't
No, I
be
know.
challenged until you
listen. Okay, listen. If they would have made this a song and cost 3, imagine
It's
how
so
cool.
pretty.
I
They
know.
made this a song and cost 3.
That could've
Well,
been-
yeah, that's
it would be
ridiculous.
so cool.
It would
Okay.
be busted, and it would be
This is
inkable.
like
Why not just make it
99
inkable?
puppies.
I just okay. I
Yeah.
just have to say, like the thought.
Is it better than this or?
Yeah, listen.
It's close.
It's like
what
you
if
hit skip
99
ahead until-
Puppies said double every character's lore?
Double it.
Oh,
Double it
that'd be
again.
sick.
Because I think that's the problem with, like, that's what this tries to do, right? It tries to let you get one extra quest. And that's what 99 Puppies would do if it just doubled whatever their character's lore was. It'd be like they got to quest twice.
Man, why is it?
Probably
I hate.
too good.
I just feel like
What is
every
that
time
one card? Oh,
good. No, I'm just saying, like, it always bums me out when they make a card and it's like, and it's $1 million and it's an action, and you're like, not $1 million, $1 million ink, and you're like, okay, so that's bad.
I want the card that is it's the dual ink amethyst steel one. It's like restoring the Hexwell crown or breaking the I don't know. It's the one.
Oh man, you're leaking the goo, bro.
Oh,
You can't be leaking
I had
the goo.
2 of those in my draft deck I was talking about. 2 of them. The
Did it
deck
work
was
out?
insane. Yes.
Did it work?
I
Yes.
gained a lot of lore with it and won some games with it. It's pretty dang good.
What is what's that card in Magic that's like it's like something triumph and it gives everything poison and like I don't know. It's like the worst war crime finisher of a win con ever.
Oh, it's just an
Like
overrun
bitter
that
triumph
gives
or
poison.
something.
It's like an overrun effect, right? Just give them all your characters like +2/+2 and wither or poison or something similar.
Yeah, and it's basically like that. That's what it reminds me of.
This is an interesting card. I had a very slow control based deck, so I was able to use this as a card to like take out 2 characters that they didn't want to like quest with yet, or they're going to use to challenge my better characters. I was also playing like 12 uninks, and so that was kind of a little bit more than I wanted. I probably should have only played 1 of the Restoring the Crowns, but
This is like a fun
I did win every
finisher.
game I played it. What?
All right, this is the new sauce. Everyone's leaking it. Restoring the crown. Purple steel. Get it here.
Yeah.
I mean, without
Same,
Ruby Sap,
same.
like maybe this could be good, but unlikely.
Unlikely. I'm just gonna build a deck
Yeah.
where it's all bodyguards. That's my new deck.
What if we had
Oh, the
3
bodyguard
colors?
deck?
Like a
This
wall.
seems
It's
good
just
with-
all
Musketeers,
bodyguards.
bunch of-
Ever-
yeah.
What
No,
was
that's
that?
the
Ever-
Musketeers. All the
Yeah.
Musketeers.
And they'll all stand in a circle and get through this. And
Something
they'll go,
tabard.
yeah, Musketeer
You draw a
Tabard.
card or whatever. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They've made
Kinda
many
fun.
cards that people read once and said, "Oh, that's fun," and then never read them again. And
So
I mean,
you-
Pluto's like a good
I-
bodyguard.
This card is fine.
Oh, I didn't play during this meta, man.
I feel like
this
this
so
is-
toxic, bro.
is Beast Mirror better than this? No,
No.
Beast Mirror.
No, because
That's
you
a
don't have
different
any cards
card.
in hand.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. But it's
It's like
inkable.
Doc.
Oh yeah.
Beast Mirror reminds me of Doc.
This is like such a
In the
desperate.
worst
But with
of ways.
Tiana, yeah.
The worst of ways, yeah.
I mean, this is not great, but
And then Rabbit came out, and it's
Well, and
like
that
people forgot
5-drop
about this
queen.
card.
are we just looking at cards that used to give us good feelings and now we feel
Right now,
nothing
yeah.
about?
I mean,
now I
Mickey
feel nothing.
could be okay. Like Mickey's all right in the
uninkable,
3/5, like.
Is
7
Grandma
range.
Tala good again? Is she fine?
Yeah, she's very.
Which Grandma Tala?
Yeah, that's
Forecast
the-
girl?
yeah,
the
that's
BB
good.
one. The BB one.
Oh,
the
yeah.
two
geez.
one.
I love it because
Oh.
when she dies,
The
she's
problem
like,
is, like-
bury me in your.
Oh,
ink
she's
well."
2, so she's like
Two.
conditional, and yeah, I know.
Like
But
they're
what if
just
you
better
like,
stuff
threw
now,
her
man. We
out?
got Stinky Tipo, our favorite.
Yeah, poor grandma.
And he's not
So-
conditional.
I think if Tipo and Grandma
She's
become a
better
lot
just in the
better,
equal.
if you want to play 4 copies of One Jump Ahead, and I just don't think we're there, and I don't know if we
Yeah,
ever
one
want
jump
to
is
be
so
there.
I don't
bad,
want to.
bro.
Yeah, like
No one's gonna
Let
ever
me
play
just-
that ever again.
Ink
you
my
say
win
that.
con
What
off the
if
top.
they rotate all the good ramp and reprint One
Then-
Jump Ahead?
Oh, I was like,
Mhm.
well, because they'd have to reprint it because that
Yeah,
sucker's
one
gone.
jump is set 1, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they'd have
So
to
it's like, how would
reprint it.
this like, you know?
That's why I say they get rid of all of it and then bring it back because it's the fair ramp.
Let's ban sale. Can you imagine if they ban sale?
I
Good.
think
Just keep hurting.
I think every ramp card that costs 2 or
Oh.
less should have been uninkable.
Yeah, it's a little too
Sale
strong.
is a fair card.
Oh,
Okay.
Winnie
Yeah.
the Pooh have a thing. Hey, this
I
is,
just want
the
"Sail" to be a
Justin
song
Chavez
because I
card.
think of "Sail" and then it's not a song every
Yeah,
time.
it's
Yeah.
definitely not.
It feels
That's
like
right.
it is a song.
It should be a song, I feel like. But would that make it better or worse? That's the.
I mean,
Still
both.
fucking fun.
I just like
Because
this.
you can rip
minute-
it with Ursula, for example, right when you're on the draw.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
true. All right, man, Ursula, you ruined so many things in life.
You mean made
That's the
so many
very-
things better, which is
That's
why
fair.
the fact
I
that
know, right?
like you could take the one jump to give you a chance against the ramp, and they're like, "Oh, we can't have that. Have 2 inkable non-song ramp cards for you to use."
It is
In
kind of
Tipo and
bananas.
Sail.
Yeah. I think that's why How Far got actually a lot worse because of the prevalence of Ursula too. Like playing, I think that's another reason why like Ruby Sapphire got a lot worse, is because like now one of your 4-cost cards are not Hero, and it's actually How Far I'll Go, and if it gets ripped, like you basically lose the game like immediately.
I was really excited for the time where this item or this card was good for like one weekend when people were like, wait a minute, I can just glean and then get
Was
to
it really good?
Okay, not really good.
Or you want to banish?
Yeah.
There's.
Yeah.
Is it fine with Shark, I guess? Is that what the point was?
Well, there's just items everywhere. So there was a time where I was like, wait a minute, there's items all over this board. To be fair, okay, I watched like 5,000 Zan matches because I was on Zan Cam for an entire weekend.
Zan Cam? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so then I watched 4,000 item decks. I'm like, you know, it'd be pretty cool. Just start
find them platinum. Pull that one up.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, right. Yeah. At one point, I'm like,
I platinum.
There's no more room on the playmat. It's ruined.
Do you think there'll ever be a world? I think that world was actually like 3 weeks ago, and now that world has now sailed.
Yeah.
Find and platinum.
Somebody, I got this card played on me at, I don't know. So it was like a 1K, and somebody played it, and I was just like, now you lose slower.
Oh, I've seen this deck.
This
I
deck.
passed a game with this card with Minnie Mouse. Do you see that one like with Minnie Mouse?
Yeah, where you ink and
you get it back. Oh,
this deck's fun.
It's toxic.
Like it's toxic.
You play red, yellow.
I'm always gonna say I've always had like Maui in my deck, so this deck is always just kind of like fine. But yeah, it is aggressively annoying.
I appreciate that you're like, I play any deck as long as Maui's in it. I've always had Maui in my deck.
No, she says she can beat this deck because she plays Maui.
Because like you can actually move it immediately. Like you play it and then you go, and then like.
Yeah, there is like some like non-interactable stuff, but also if you draw the wrong half of your deck, this deck doesn't do anything. So.
It does have some crazy burst.
Yes, yes, it does. Yeah.
And you can play B preps if you want. You can play Maui's. You could play a slow control. Most don't. I'm just saying you could.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I think it's better as the high roll version, where you're just like Minnie Mouse. I'm gonna just speed, draw 3, gain 3. You know.
Yeah, it's like one of those decks where like you just get people.
Jim Hawkins is pretty good in it too.
Yeah, I don't like it when I realize my opponent's doing location stuff, and I'm like, I see Jim in that stupid boat, and I'm like, get out!
Remember Tuk Tuk? Do I remember I was like at was it the last? What was the last DLC?
It was in Seattle, and we go to the top table.
I remember I was watching Kendall.
Yes,
and Kendall was playing red, yellow guy. I was like, what is this? Not red.
Yeah. It was a mirror. It was a mirror. And
but it was like Tuk Tuk. No,
I remember I was standing with Dave, and both of us had just gotten smoked, and like so we're like, okay, let's go watch Kindle, and I was like, well, this is what's happening with Kindle because I'm getting like purple, like amethyst steel 2 turns in a row, and he's getting Tuk Tuk at top tables.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, dude, Kendall has plot armor, bro. There's no way.
Because we were like, oh my god, what is he gonna do? And he's like 3, and he's Tuk Tuk, and literally Kendall goes.
He's like, I play fox and a crab and
it was like,
okay, go next.
But it was cute, and so that's fun.
It's evasive.
It's like a bug baby.
What deck was he playing against? Like, was it a location?
It was a mirror.
It was a mirror, so he's using it to put this on castles?
Yeah.
Stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, the Tuk Tuk tech. You've never heard about the Tuk Tuk tech? I mean, people...
Yeah, RLS Legacy. He might have had RLS Legacy as well.
Yeah, I mean, he had stuff.
It doesn't even give the other character evasive.
Well, maybe
it's like crab, but worse crab.
I guess if you put it here.
Yeah, you put it there. That's why it's good. There you go.
Yeah.
Like wombo combo.
I mean, that was Surfer Mini meta, right? Or was that after that?
No, that was Seattle.
This was like 2 months
ago. You won that one.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
You were one.
It's like you won that.
Yeah,
DLC,
that was not
remember?
Surfer Mini.
I
don't remember anything.
That feels like ages ago, honestly, like DLC.
I know. Well, no, that was October, so it was. It was last
ages
year.
ago. Yeah,
that's
over 6
months. Times. That's
I know, right?
Decade.
Yeah, you play now, and it's like your deck is bad after 2 days. Like, yeah,
like
October
3 sets
was like
ago.
30 years ago. Yeah,
you just wait for a digital client.
I love how you say that like it's a guaranteed. You're like, any day we're getting it. I'm like, I feel like
it has to.
I know, but I feel like it's gonna be way more disappointing than you think.
Disney Solitaire or something.
You did Disney Solitaire with cutscenes.
Was that what the like when they were doing the job hire thing that everyone was like, this is for the Digi client? It's actually for the Solitaire game.
It was actually really fun, and then I ran out of like coins or whatever, and I was like, no, I'm
gotta pay. You gotta pay to play.
Yeah. Gotcha.
No, I was like, no, I'm good. I'm like, it's not.
You had your dopamine hit for the day.
Yeah, I was like, okay, whatever.
I do.
And now it keeps like emailing me, and it's like your points are up, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna play Slay the Spire on my phone actually.
I just play good old fashioned
problem with
Solitaire.
those games. They give you a bunch of free credit to try to get you hooked. And then when you run out of that free credit,
You're like,
the game's
I'm
a lot
already
less
addicted
fun.
to another game, so like,
Is it vibes? Are you into the vibes?
No, I was like Slay the Spire and Lorcana, so like they have half
Super
of
Monkey
my,
Ball
like...
on the phone.
Super Monkey Ball is the hardest game I've ever played in my life. I cannot Super Monkey Ball. That game.
Super Monkey Ball. How do you guys have time for all this stuff?
No, this is like
I'm a
middle
gamer.
school.
They're phone games. Phone games.
No, Super Monkey Ball is this game where you have this monkey and a ball, and you have to run it down this track. And then the first level, you're like, "This was fun," and the second level, you're like, "Well, I'm out. That was I've been outskilled."
It does look like there is some Super Monkey Ball versions on the Google store.
Why did you ask this? Who is this to?
Myself.
Okay, you just was thinking about Super Monkey.
He wants to play Super Monkey Ball.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just thinking about.
Well, she brought up phone games.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
I was just like, well, that's a game.
That's why I need a digital client.
Remember
because I feel
Pixel
like
Board on your phone? Oh my god, those are the days, man. I'm just laying in bed
crazy.
like, playing Ruby.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's why I play Slay the Spire now, is because I need and I literally call it like my emotional support like game.
Your
and, like,
iPad kid time.
Yeah, no, because I'll be like in a social situation and that I can't handle anymore, and all of a sudden I'm just like, I'll like just be like.
That's crazy.
So I know if I'm ever
like,
hanging out with Color and she just pulls out her phone, I know
and
that
if I
she's
turn my
done.
side, like I'm playing, so yeah, I had to turn my brain off because it got too much, and now
Do you like
my emotional
tactics
support
games, like RPGs?
Hmm?
You should. Have you played Final Fantasy Tactics?
Yeah, like when it came out like years ago.
Yeah, the War of the Lions is on the Play Store as well, though.
The War of the Lions. Is that new?
It's the remake version of it. It was like the PSP
I love the tactic
variant.
games.
It was like DS or something.
Yeah, the DS was the sequel, but the original was on PlayStation. The game.
Oh, I had the handheld one.
Okay, the handheld one played drastically different and didn't at the same time. They were both really good games. I liked both, but like a few things different. I recommend it to anyone. Final Fantasy Tactics, fantastic, perfect game.
Yeah.
Speaking of this card,
the art the enchanted art is so good.
I know, but I want this to work so bad.
So bad.
remember when we made we tried to make with the horse work Maximus deck?
Oh yeah,
man,
where's
the
JDZ?
good old
Is he
days.
still here? Yeah.
Like over Christmas, I swear the entire Discord was just like, "How do we make this deck work?" And we had to keep
like,
it
oh my
a
god, is
secret.
this good? Is this good?
Crazy.
Yeah, is this good?
Yeah. I spent
Look
my
at this. This
entire
is
like
so
Christmas
good.
break trying to make that card good. It turns out it wasn't very good.
That art is incredible. Oh, and
Was
then
that
the
for
sword
NA
release got
Continentals?
spoiled.
It was like about to
champs
be
or after.
Yeah. No, this was before. Like Christmas.
Oh,
was
it was
like
for the
right before, right?
The
Everybody was
LCQ
grinding
players
their
were all
eyeballs
doing
out
it.
for it. Yeah.
No, eventually everyone ended up scrapping the idea. We're just like, this is not consistent enough. But I was able to like
JDZ
OTK somebody
plays
with
Maximus.
it.
I remember that.
Yeah, like you just go like Shark
Wait.
into Maximus, and then you go Scepter of Irondale, and then you gain 5, and then you gain another.
was-
Totally
10 with,
misread
like,
what
another
JDZ
horse.
said in chat.
I
was
did
like,
too.
how
I
did that
too.
make it past?
I did too. I did too. I literally, because my like cup was also like right there, so I literally like looked over and I was like,
Huh?
"It's fine, it's fine."
How can
It's
you
fine.
misinterpret that? Surely there's no way.
I don't know, Ed, but my brain did.
Listen, it's late, and we all just know how JDZ is. So
Here you go. Pause. No pause.
yeah, he got Sir Hiss in a cup.
Sir Hiss. Rest in Hiss. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
See how
there he is.
snake-like I can be.
Back watch.
I don't know. I always love that quote.
I loved having to Google backwards to figure out all of that meme. I was like, okay, Google, rest in peace.
Dude, I don't even know what the meme is fully.
And then I was like, it's a
honestly.
song. And then I kept going. I was like, I'll get there. And I kind of got there.
Hiss. Bozo.
Bozo. The
Yeah,
Bozo
well,
part is I was like, Bozo.
Bozo's
And
lit. Yeah.
I just kept going. And the answer is it's complicated. Like all memes, it's several memes.
Dude, Rip Bozo is like my favorite meme.
It is quite good.
Because like one time I called out a guy on Facebook. I don't know why I do this. Like I don't know what I'm doing with my life. But anyway, somebody like tagged me, like someone was like roasting me or whatever. And then I was like, "Where are your trophies at?" And then someone was
just
like-
roasting you on
the guy.
Facebook?
It was the guy. It was the guy
Yeah,
that was
and
like,
then-
like you're like he was like, oh, like it's like overrated or whatever or something. I don't
yeah.
know. It was like something so
Yeah.
dumb. It
Or
was,
about like a
so-
card choice. Like I wouldn't run that
Yeah.
card.
Yeah,
Like,
and then
yeah.
someone was like, "Rip Bozo." I was like, "Damn, that's funny as hell."
It is, yeah. I do. Facebook
times.
is
Where's
actually the worst
Mom's
part.
a misplay is the one that always kills me.
Hmm?
display thing.
Whose mom?
That was like the one thing. But anyway.
You're just talking about someone's mom. And
No. You're
digress.
like no. Because I was like, I don't know if I want to say that out loud. Actually.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Keep it close to your chest.
It was that time
like,
you were talking trash on so and so's mom.
Yeah, you're like,
what?
I was like, no. It was like something that somebody else said, and we got like a screen grab of it, and it makes me laugh on a daily basis.
I did also wish that this was a thing that was good. But anyway,
I tried.
It wasn't. I
This has
know.
happened to me before, where I'm like, oh no.
This card's kind of scary, actually.
I know, because there's heroes everywhere. Especially like how I learned like everyone's secretly an ally, including Lawrence. I was like, Lawrence, who are you an ally to? Like
himself?
It's true. He's like, I support me.
Yeah.
So, well, we
it's
talked
like
about
an
it before.
easier to answer. It's an easier to answer flute.
Oh, flute.
Bad flute. Sad.
I mean, flute's bad flute though.
That's true.
All right, Ed, why don't you tell us about your YouTube channel that was supposed to launch months ago?
Don't leave it alone.
I think JDZ teases you about not launching your YouTube channel or something like that.
No, I mean, I just haven't posted in a while, to be honest. Like, I was like posting like a while back during DLC season.
Yeah.
But I mean, when I have, I did. I mean, kind of. I had Zan on there. I had a couple guys on there, but I mean, I just haven't done it recently. Mm-hmm.
You jump-started Zan's podcast career. Without that podcast, he wouldn't have made this Oswald deck. You are really the 50-0 player. It's all Ed. It all started from Ed.
Yeah, I made one or two videos and I dipped. But I think it's like a kind of fun though, honestly. Like maybe when I make like another guide, I'll just post it on YouTube.
You have
I know
4
people
videos.
love stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
you have 4 videos and 787 subscribers. Like that is a ratio there that like is great. So I subscribed. You got one more. 788 right here.
YouTube numbers at all. That.
Yeah, but I'll unsubscribe if you don't make a video here soon.
Whoa.
Oh wow.
Well, we just gotta put the pressure on, you know? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's true. I'll make a video. I'll make a set 7 video. I'm holding myself accountable, not really.
Yeah, you have good. You seem pretty good at this Lorcana stuff. So
wasn't that just set 7? Where is?
Yeah,
we're in
7.5.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'll make it before the set is over.
Oh,
make it release like the weekend before it's over.
You know, people like actually there's an uptick like for set champs. Like when people like play set champs and stuff, they kind of look for stuff too.
Yes,
and like guys and stuff like that. Yeah.
I think it's the best time probably like release.
Since you're on his channel right now, can you link that into chat?
I will do it. I will do it.
Oh yeah, because I was like, I don't want to look it up.
No, this is Metafy season for me, where I'm like, time to go buy Metafy, where I download everyone else's knowledge.
Oh, we need to put Ed's Metafy.
Metafy
for the YouTube.
Honestly, I haven't done any Metafy stuff in a while either. I used to post like some guides once in a while. I remember I did like a Seattle guide.
I'm already subscribed.
RPA guide, but maybe I'll make another RP guide. It's kind of like back again, right? So
I've never gone to Metafy.
I've never gone to it.
I haven't even been to their website.
I like the Word doc that Kendall would do because it was just a Word doc and I could print it and put it in my backpack. But Metafy,
Zenulus just did one today.
Really? Like a Metafy or a Word document?
No, just a Word document.
I know. I love the Word docs. I don't know why.
Yeah. Ruby Amethyst.
I thought you were going to say Microsoft Word? No.
It was, yeah. He put it
Google
in Google
Doc.
Google Doc. Yeah, it was in Google Doc.
I think there's also a huge backlash of people like complaining about like people trying to monetize that kind of stuff. There's a huge thing on Twitter about that.
I know, but they need to be quiet because like I don't know. I'm doing it.
You're like, money. I need it. I was like,
I know.
They don't understand.
Don't tell me how to spend my money. Like I'm going to spend it the way I want to. So
how much effort it takes to make like
this man used proper grammar.
Paper. I am lazy. Okay,
it was like 22 pages.
His thing is 22 pages.
22 pages. He has full mulligan guys. Zenulus. Like, where is it?
Yeah, and that's the thing is like you're literally downloading. It's like the Matrix where I'm like plugging into someone's brain and being like, give everything you've learned, playtest, like and I want it. And
proper grammar, punctuation, full sentences, mulligan. I was just like reading through it and I was like, oh my god, like what did you just like? Took an afternoon. And, okay.
Emerald Steel guide I made. Lorcana Bell edited for me, and she probably corrected like 500 things. I mean, it's not all
That's
grammar.
crazy.
Like she did other amazing things. Like if I wrote red purple, she switched it to ruby amethyst. She took out all of my terrible magic pilled verbiage from kill to banish.
You made her
no, as I'm saying, like if you read through like Zenulus, like his is already just like he's like, hey, can you like check this out for me? And I was reading through it, I was like, oh my god, like
wait, are you
okay? Wow, like do you do this like for a living or whatever?
No, those things actually do like take a lot of effort. Like I spend like many hours on those things, so it's like.
Well, and he did like mulligan, like just like a blind mulligan section, and then he did each matchup with like mulligans, and then he did like alternative card choices that you can also get, and then he also did like he's like I don't know if it was like enough. I was like it was too much.
Did he charge for it? Or was it just free? Oh, sorry.
No, I don't think so. I mean, like to the Maelstrom Discord.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So like if you're in there, you can look at it.
I was gonna say I hate mulligan guides. I think I think having like concrete examples, it seems like a good idea, right? But I think it's better to actually think about like the heuristics of your mulligan instead of like the actual examples. Because it's like, oh, mulligan for these specific cards, but it's like why?
Well,
right?
no,
like,
that he did explain it. That's what I'm trying to say. Is like he had like, okay, this is the mulligan example, and it was like this is what this reason, this is why this reason. But if you're this, and like literally ends it with like this is a control deck at its heart, so you need to know these matchups, and the more you play, like, and that's kind of how he ended it, which I thought was kind of nice. Is like you're gonna have to also learn how to do this
you have to put games.
Like yeah, like I'm gonna tell you how to do it, but if you also don't know how to do it, like this information isn't gonna help you. Like
yeah,
no,
I think having like mulligan is not enough. You know, I think it's better to just try to explain the heuristics and not have the concrete. But maybe that's just me. Like maybe some people do better with like real examples.
Both.
Yeah.
Like I was like,
I don't want both. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay.
You think
I
the
hate
examples makes people worse?
Okay, I personally hate the examples because of that reason. Where it's like, oh, I think I remember in this paper that he was supposed to like, you know what I mean?
That's
like,
good for you.
They take it, but that's the problem.
Good
that's
for
like,
you, Ed.
That's
really?
how they.
I hate that so much.
But you understand not that you don't need it, right? But it's going to make your opponents read it, not understand it, and then make mistakes. So that's good for you. I mean, if you needed the help.
But I think like that was another thing too. Is like you're trying to like I'm trying to give you this information, but also conceptualize that like it is on a case by case basis. Like you know, you're gonna have to like use your own mind, please.
They're like a form of training wheels, basically.
I want the Metafy where I pay for not having to use my brain. How much is that one? Where it's like, hey, I'm just kidding.
It just says turn it sideways.
Yeah, it's like literally
just like, turn it sideways and then just
close your eyes during your opponent turn. Just be like, do what you need to do. I don't want to look. I'm just gonna play my deck. No, I'm just kidding. I have paid for 2 guides, and then I got a set champ, and I practice not enough. So you know, that's the answer. Is they're smart people, and they'll give you your knowledge, but you pay them, and that's not so bad. I will say that someone did say they're like, you know, people like the Lore Keeper's Inn, they don't charge for her guides. I'm like, I should not be charging anyone money for with peace and love. Like, no one should be paying for my guide. So I appreciate it, but no.
Well, that was like what Zenulus was saying. He was like, I've had like 12 people be like, hey, where's your Ruby Amethyst guide? And he's like, Kendall's standing behind me. Like, why are you? And like they bugged him like for long enough. He's like, I mean, I guess I'll write it. Like, and I was like, just do it. Just write it.
Knowledge is knowledge.
That's a saying.
It's good to get multiple opinions as well. Like, sure, you could be like, oh, Kendall is the be all, like know all. I'm going to read his guide. I don't need to read the others. But what's important is if you read Kendall's guide, you read Zen's guide, you read Ed's guide, you read whoever else does it, maybe Villain. They're going to have some overlap. And then you're going to have differences. And then you're going to be able to read what the differences are and then the overlap and then make up your own mind on who could maybe right and isn't. Or if like 3 of them all say one thing and the 4th doesn't, you could be like, well, maybe this one's wrong. Or like maybe they're brilliant and the other people are fools. Like,
well, and also too, it's kind of like what Ed was saying. It was like instead of just like reading it and being like, oh, I need to mull for these cards. It's like, okay, well, this is a little bit of information here. This is a little bit of information here. These are the different situations that I might need to pivot based off of like all of these kind of factors that I'm now. Basically, we're taking the experience that you guys have and just inputting it and then making good decisions based off of that. And I think that's kind of like another to your point. Like,
I agree with Ed there where like the examples on mulliganing can be rough, especially on like Emerald Steel. it's hard to explain.
Also, give me an example. It's so hard to explain.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm mulling 6-7 cards a lot, but like when I know the matchup, that drastically changes on like what I have in my starting 7. I can't always do it. Like when I played Ed, he just smoked me. I didn't have a fantastic opening, and I played into a few things I did not expect there to be, like 4 Tremaines and 4 libraries. But like, it's if you go all in on a certain strategy, sometimes you just get crushed by things, and it's like you need to know. It's like, oh, like this version of the deck is playing Merfolk and Calhoun and some other like aggressive characters. That's like, oh, against Ruby Amethyst, I don't need to go all out, or Ruby Sapphire. Like I know I have other 1-drops I can do, so I'm not gonna like pray for Diablo if I have a Merfolk in hand, right? If I have Merfolk, Smee, Prince John, Ursula, it's like I have a curve I can commit to. I don't have to risk it. But it's incredibly difficult to try to explain gut feelings and things like that in a mulligan guide based on like how I feel my opponent's playing and interacted and the things they've shown on what they want to go for.
But again, like that's you kind of like explaining it to the best of your ability. And I do like what you said about like getting multiple Emerald Steel guides. So now I'm pulling, it's just basically like setting all of you in a room and asking you a ton of questions. And you might not be giving me information that I need to follow. Like, okay, like number 1, you do this. Number 2, you do this. Like, don't follow it black and white, but like develop your own gut feeling based off of the experience that you guys are.
Develop your brain.
I just don't like homework.
But you know what the problem with that is, though? It's
well, not all of us born to win DLCs. We got to read about it.
We got a 50% in this chat.
That's what I'm saying. Like, not all of us. So some of us will read
50% of us have won DLCs. That's a statistic. 50% of people have won one.
Yeah.
No, but I think it's also like you have to be careful who you listen to, right? Like sometimes people like write guides, but there's actually bad information.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I've definitely read some bad information before. Like
stop talking about my guides, Ed. Jeez.
Oh, sorry about that. But I think the other thing is also like, being results oriented. I remember I was talking to Zan about this. Like before he won the DLC, they had like I think him and the rat, right, on like Illumineer or something. And then they were asking them both a question, and it's like, well, obviously the rat's right, he won, right? So it's kind of like, oh, what? So it's like one of those things, right, where it's like if you're winning and stuff, then people will start listening to you because of how the market works. It's like very results oriented and not necessarily like
well, because it's like, oh yeah, you built the deck and then you won with the deck, and it's like, well, also 1,000 other things happened at the same time that led to me not winning. But
nobody likes that.
Doesn't mean that they're I was like, but also, but that doesn't mean. But I was like, but that doesn't mean that the decisions were incorrect at the time. It just meant other things happened.
I think the guides are going to get harder to write because the meta, like when you say Amber Seal song, it could be 50 different things now. So I think it's also hard to say like mulligan this way because I don't know. You have to know
so he actually included pictures of each deck list that he was talking about.
Yes. So Zenulist might have OCD. We might need to
That's good.
It's very thorough.
Yeah, right. No, that is and the thing is that's why it's good because I don't have that patience or energy. So and that is why every set champ, which means sometime in the next week, I will be buying someone's Metafy because
Katie will be shopping.
I am. I already bought my Labubus, so my Labubus are secured. But now I have to get a guide, so that'll be my next thing I'm working on.
So can you resell the Labubus? Is there like a Labubu TCG player?
No, there is a huge resale market. If we're going to be honest with each other, but
is it on Facebook or like Craigslist?
Well, yeah, Facebook is like. I mean, anything. Yeah, I think Facebook is like where people get weird with it, but because Facebook, I just think is like the Wild West. It's like the Craigslist of modern day, where you just put your face on it and people get. I don't know. I'm not. I don't tangle with Facebook affairs. Like you're like Facebook is safe. Okay.
Well, it's
different
a little
perspective
safer
from different people.
Yeah.
Like I think you can like at least check their page to see like this at least feels real. It doesn't seem like grandma like a very known page is gonna like rob you in a parking lot. So you at least have a page to like contact, to like send the police to be like, this is the person who robbed me. Whereas you go through like Craigslist, you have no idea who it is you're meeting up with. Sure, they could hack a Facebook account, but it's just a little bit safer, I think, was what I was trying to mean.
I love Craigslist. I think that's how I found all my living during like my college and stuff days, like post college. Just go on Craigslist, like find the cheapest thing there, you know what I mean?
I still look
days.
there, honestly. It's not as good.
Just
but...
roll the dice.
Yeah.
The Facebook Marketplace, even though it's like a godless place.
It is a little.
It's also weird on Facebook Marketplace because then you see like things your friends are selling, and it's just like
yeah, and it's like, well, you can actually you can check and be like, please don't show my friends that. Like,
oh, it's like when you go to Venmo and it's like,
really?
yeah, you Venmo'd your mom $10. You're like, stop Venmo, don't tell people.
I don't want my friends to know I'm selling.
You can set that to private, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I kind of like the variety of it too, though. I think like it's kind of cool that like people
well,
in
and like
high school, I could be like,
you're like, you don't give that person money every week for pizza, and I know it. Like, you know what I mean?
I know what that's for.
Like, there's no way. There's absolutely no way.
yeah, it's just weird that people I went to high school with, I go to Venmo and I'm like, oh, that's what you're up to. It's kind of weird. All right.
Yeah,
Sounds awful.
That I don't understand that at all. It's just like
it is weird having
media.
social payment methods. I'm like, I don't
think
think
it's
social media payments.
Is the thought process that I'm gonna see my friend buying pizza, so now I'm gonna go buy pizza and somehow,
you can like it, can't you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like
you
FOMO.
can.
Yeah,
Comment.
you can like it and comment.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
You should just like, commenting on your friend you're eating a lot of pizza, huh?
Week. Yeah, right. Yeah. Pizza. Yeah.
My goodness.
P-I-Z-Z-A.
Yeah, like this person pays for laundry.
Oh my god. Is it the Olsen twins?
Yeah, the slowed down version because I'm
yeah,
degenerate.
Slowed down version is so stupid. Yeah.
I would play it right now, but it would kill it. And speaking of Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen pizza videos from the 90s, I think that's a wrap for tonight. Let's give some shout outs since Ed heard everyone else's. He did get to do his YouTube channel. Color, did you have anything you wanted to shout out here? Outside of Zen's guide.
Yeah, Zen's guide, that's really important. And also, yeah, my Instagram and stuff. Yeah, and maybe other things coming up soon.
You want to post those in the chat?
How do I do that? Do I just have to type it out like an old person?
Well, you go to your Instagram and then you copy it and then you paste it.
It's just color is law 1. That's it.
All right, if you really want to follow her, you'll figure it out.
Yeah, don't be lazy, people.
I'm
Any other shout outs you wanted to give, Ed?
He's trying to get Labubu's. He's trying to get. He's refreshing the Labubu page. He's like, "Listen, guys, just give me a few seconds here."
Wait, what? Oh yeah. Shout out to. Shout out to my team Tianhu. We've been killing it in ICL. And
I have a link tree.
SLTC, you guys almost won today, not quite. So better luck.
Wait,
next
we did.
time. And
wait, we did win,
not a
right?
3-0 though. I guess the 2-0. You did better than we did.
The 3-0 might have been what they needed to get in the top 8 or the top 16.
He neither won nor lost.
So it's like now they might not be able to get. I think it's the top 8. Yeah, they're like it's going to be really close. They're going to be fighting for 4th and 5th. Really, it depends on the next round for a big chunk of the middle players. Like Tianho is probably locked, guaranteed. I can't see a world where going 3-1 doesn't get you in.
And then who else is there? No one. So we just win.
We did it.
Yep. Cool. Sadly, I think my team is probably going to finish in 5th or 6th if they like. I'm looking at them like, all right, if they 3-0, that's really the reason, you know.
Yeah, they don't have you, and so they're just limping along.
Well, they tried to get cocky with someone in chat here, and it ended up not going pretty well for them. If you challenge someone to a challenge and they don't say anything, don't expect them to have accepted that challenge.
You know, Loki though, that was me by proxy, because like exactly the deck that I would bring against him is the exact deck I told Dennis to play, and the exact like strategy I told him to implement. So unfortunately for Dennis, like he had to play in the last slot because like he had work, and like I was being a degenerate and like going home early and stuff, but he wasn't. So that was the only time he could play, and I kind of just explained to him like exactly what I would do, and he basically did what I was going to do anyway. So
it was basically Ed. It was Ed 2.
Yeah. Oh god, the Ed 2 joke again. Oh, jeez.
No, this is a different one because it's the replacement. This is a different version of the same joke. Okay,
please, because we do have another guy named Edmund as well. And it's like, it's funny.
We
Or
did.
Queen Cake.
We did make that joke a little bit,
Yeah,
but listen, we have to talk for hours. So imagine
about
that.
something. Yeah, true.
You know, what can you do? But
And
anyway,
we've only been on for 5 and almost a half hours so far.
Jesus.
yeah.
Katie,
Well,
shout outs.
Well, it's time to eat candy and watch Naruto in bed. That's what time it is. I'll never be done watching Naruto. So shout out to Naruto for being the longest anime I've ever watched.
Are you not skipping and doing the filler episodes?
I am, but I have a life and I only I don't know, it just never ends. And oh my god.
You are skipping the filler, though, right?
Filler, or you're
I am skipping the filler. But
Okay.
I'm just I'm kind of like on Madara's side now. I'm like, end it. Like
Dude, they have an abridged version where just like cut because there's something called One Piece. You know One Piece?
I watched One Piece.
Yeah. And so
is it like that for Naruto?
Yes, and so you skip all the filler. And to be fair, filler starts because like something very serious is happening. They're like, time to go fight the bubble ninja. And you're like, what the hell are you talking about? And so
and then they eat noodles for 2 episodes.
Yeah.
The Naruto even gets tricky. They don't do full episodes of filler. You look at the filler list
how,
and it's like halfway through the episode you just stop watching because the rest of it is like it's crazy. They're in the middle of the fight and all of a sudden Naruto transports back to the home village and is like helping solve family issues or something.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So you're just like, oh, cool.
And then and it's crazy to think like watching this show in real time because like they just revealed who Madara is, and then it's a filler arc, and I'm like, I would actually end my life if I had to like in real time wait. Like it's like they waited
weeks and months, like 8 episodes of filler. Like they just cliffhanger you. I was watching that as it came up and had to just stop watching for weeks and weeks because I would die watching that film.
It was like it was like DBZ back in the day where you're just like, really?
The DBZ filler, I only watched Frieza. That's what I watched after high school.
Because we couldn't help it.
That was it. It was the only thing we had. Okay, you go to the store.
And he just ran on a dragon for 30 episodes. Like,
I was a Sailor Moon girly, so I would like.
I love
come on.
Okay, I was like, I would watch that
for
filler
boys.
every day.
Yeah.
No, I watched Dragon Ball Z, and then we watched Sailor Moon, and then we were good to go. And that filler episode, I will watch filler of Sailor Moon even to this day. It's like so bad, but I love it.
I love Sailor Moon because it's a terrible show when you get older, and she's
bad.
She's like, I love my boyfriend so much that I ended my life. I'm like, not a good lesson for the young girls. And then she does it
so bad.
It's bad. Time.
Yeah, she does that she just runs it back and was like, wait, I forgot about the first time because that was like another life where I was, and then my
was this Tuxedo Man that she did it for?
Yeah, and she like
Mask.
does it. She like Tuxedo Man. There's Lorcana Man, Tuxedo Mask.
Is there Lorcana Mask?
No. Oh my gosh. Wait. And then they just show up and don't do anything helpful and leave. And like,
that's what I was going to say. He saved her life every episode, so of course she deserves to throw her life away for him.
No, all he did was show up and say, "Get it together."
Yeah, he's like, "You can do it," and
he's
then their daughter comes from the future to fall in love with him, and it's a whole thing.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a whole thing. Anyway, so that's been Lorcana.
Never, ever explain the plot of an anime. Ever.
I know.
You sound like a crazy person.
My sister said, "What show is appropriate for children?" I was like, "Well, that's complicated. It's all." And then I told her Ranking of Kings, and she's like, "The person literally, the village ripped the kid's face off." I was
honestly,
like, that's not an anime.
I've been watching One Piece.
It's
with
like
my
a kid,
son, actually, and
I
don't know. It's kind of weird. There's a little bit of violence, but overall, like, it's teaching you don't trust police. You need to be nice to people.
What show is this? Oh,
One Piece.
Okay.
It's teaching good lessons. Like you're not supposed to hit people, but you do if it needs to be done to save and protect your friends. I mean, these are lessons that I'm kind of fine with my son learning. Like,
we don't deal with zero tolerance. That's stupid.
No, I feel like the Last Airbender is like anime light. Like it'll get you there. You know what I mean? Like as like a little kid.
Like
it's where you're not
first
just doing
anime
what you're doing.
I personally watched was Ninja Scroll. There's not a chance in hell I'm letting my son watch that show. Like,
I think I watched like Trigun or something, or like
I did
Cowboy
watch that
Bebop
too after I got into it. Trigun and the Luna Fire show. The English version had Shaggy. I think Casey Kasem was the voice actor for.
What are you talking
Slayers?
about?
That's what
I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, you're like Shaggy. Like it wasn't me, Shaggy.
No, I don't know what that is.
Yes.
You're talking about it wasn't me, Shaggy. Okay.
No, from Scooby-Doo. Shaggy from
Oh,
Scooby
that's
Doo.
Big
Casey
Spliff
Kasem
then.
was the voice
Okay.
of
Do you know what
Scooby.
Scooby Doo is nowadays or no? I feel
No,
like
they.
now
I
they
didn't have.
Yeah.
They definitely
Yeah,
don't,
mine-
bro. There's
My
no way.
daughter does, yeah.
They made another one. Like
Oh,
they
I
keep.
see.
They just keep
Well, because like,
remaking.
well,
It's
and
like
also too, like
SpongeBob.
kids have grandparents, and like her grandma will watch Scooby Doo with her because it's
Oh,
like you know.
Nice.
If
So,
you
yeah.
steal
My
treats, you
daughter.
might get superpowers. Exactly. You know, Luffy stole candy. Now he can't swim. That's an important lesson for my son to learn.
Wait, the main
Don't
character's
steal-
on a boat and he can't swim. That's silly. Does he wear like an
Devil fruit.
Does he
Devil
wear
fruit
like
makes
a
people not
safety
able
vest?
to swim. Anyone who eats a devil fruit can't swim. It's like the punishment.
I can't. We have to end the
guess.
show, and I have a
They
very
tell
long
you in the
tirade.
first episode.
I know, but there's just like that anime. Like, how can they have a story that they haven't? They're like, we still got a lot to tell. And I know everybody. Here's the thing: I've never had a person that doesn't like the show, and that scares me so bad because I don't have.
It's
I don't
so
have,
extensive. I don't
have
that
so much.
time.
Yeah, I
No.
did tell my husband
No.
if I'm ever really sick or I break a bone, yes, I will watch it. Like if I ever fall very ill,
I need 3 weeks of not moving.
yeah, I need bed
Like,
rest.
3 weeks is still not enough time.
Yeah, I need
like,
to
it's
be
really
like
a lot.
recovering
If you
from
watch One
brain
Piece,
surgery.
you drop it from 1,000 episodes down to 600 episodes. That's 400 episodes worth
Wait,
of filler.
Still a lot, man.
That's
It
a
is.
lot.
It's still quite a bit. I thought it'd be a lot less than that.
No.
Wait,
So-
how many?
and
Well,
One
because it's
Piece
not
is
like it's not
different.
like yeah.
One Piece is different than no filler, right? In One Piece, they take a scene that's 30 seconds, and in the scene is just Luffy punching forward. And they spend 30 seconds doing that.
Yeah,
in
yeah,
One
yeah.
Piece, it shows him just punch, and it cuts that whole 30 seconds to like a few seconds. And
Or
they
like
do
when he
that
runs
through
up the stairs or whatever. Yeah, it's the
time.
same thing, right?
Yeah. And they just like cut that back down, and that's why it is like an arc is like 4 episodes, and normally an arc is like 12 to 16 or something. So
Well, I
I've been
promise
enjoying
you,
it.
I will watch it once I'm injured.
I don't think I'm going to let
Once
my
I
son
am
watch
just-
Solo Leveling anytime soon, but I highly recommend it to anyone else. It's probably the
so
best
good. I
anime
think
out
I
at the
watched.
moment.
Are you?
I watched the first season, and then like the next day, I watched the entire second.
I've watched the first 2 episodes twice, and I'm not. I don't understand it, but I'm gonna get into it. I'm
The
really
first
Naruto.
couple
killed it.
episodes, he's like the whiny Shinji.
Oh, okay. So
you got to
it
get
ran.
past the
Okay.
yes.
Okay,
If you
'cause I'm
haven't
like-
seen the crazy, all right. Have you watched?
Yeah, you gotta get to it.
Magica Modica, Magica.
Yeah, the one that's like the little girls.
Little
that, like,
girls
You gotta
killing
watch
each
like
other,
4
it's like
episodes, right, before it gets good.
Yeah.
It's
Is
kind
it
of
only like
that.
12 episodes though?
Well, you only gotta watch like 2 of this one.
Okay. All right.
Things happen. He gets better.
All right. Well, I will watch
It's
it.
an
But I
easy
just
It's
was
crazy.
like,
Yeah.
to be fair, I got a little
It was
angry 'cause I
actually
was like,
very
wait a minute,
satisfying.
This is like Hunter Bugs Chimera, and then I got upset, and then somebody said it's not like that at all. And
I
then by
didn't
then I
watch
was back
Hunter
to watching Naruto. And listen, we got to find out if they're going to make the moon into an eyeball. More to come. More to come at 8. But
All right. Well, the last note, we're all gonna say bye. We'll all wave, and I'll leave you on this.
Oh,
if you
wait,
like
hold on.
anime,
Watch Devil May Cry on Netflix and listen to the intro.
is that our goodbye?
no, I was just gonna say you should
That's your
not
homework,
watch
do it.
that. You should watch Odd Taxi. It's actually a fantastic show. But
Please,
bye.
if you just, like,
Well, we're
watch
gonna
the-
raid someone, so
Come on,
let's
do it,
let's-
do it, do
we
it.
Or
can
watch
wait for 10
Frieren. Just watch
seconds while-
Frieren and feel
The
like you're being
first-
hugged.
The
Frieren's
first
a
5
great
minutes of the
anime.
new Devil May Cry. Do it.
It's just a Limp Biscuit. She just wants you to.
It's just
listen
one
to
of those
that.
days.
It's so stupid. It was such a punch in the face.
Oh, we're rating a
All right.
doctor. Okay.
We're gonna raid now. Bye, everyone. Have a great night. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
All right, I do
You didn't want me
believe
to. I just tried to like rickroll
we have
everybody.
raided.